What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having a good day, an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday the 14th, Saturday, June the 14th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the set of the epic 1984's summer blockbuster Ghostbusters, apparently. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Don't want to get busted. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Could be a ghost in a containment system somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my Slimers out there, all my weasels rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of a ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever chicken jockey, whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant future. I am Alex. Okay, let's go. You know it's plastic love, chat. Ooh, I got my jackfruit today. This is like a high energy snack. Usually I've just got some sour mango here, but damn. This is like one of my favorites. Right? This stuff right here. If you've ever had juicy fruit gum, the taste of that gum was inspired by this fruit. Unbelievable. I guess I need the energy for today, chat, because we're gonna go through a lot. Crystal Saphira, thanks for getting us started by re-upping your membership. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. All right, let's see if I can mix this out. Come on, can we mix out of it? No, oh my god. So close, too. Oh, because it was muted. Oh my god. All right, I'll take it, Chat, I like a nice smooth mix, don't you? But yeah, this is unbelievably good. It tastes like if you mix a mango and a pineapple.
Davy Cliff super chatted $19.99. Been having a prolonged crash out because of the Iran situation. My cousins are safe and I hope they stay that way.
God damn, yeah. No, there was people talking to Hassan today. Anybody watch Hassan today? There's people in Tehran, you know, in chat, like right while they're like worried for their lives, which is a surreal experience, right? I don't know. I don't know. But, you know, just like you know, there's not a lot that that you can do for a person in that situation, but goddamn. There's something really perverted about Trump's muzzle speed and the way that it hits you with not just too many things to be angry about, but too many things to be sad about. Like, I don't know. Yeah, we've got a political, wait, should I not say this word? YouTube's gonna hate me if I say this word. You know the word where somebody's alive and somebody else comes along and makes them not so? For political reasons? Yeah, that happened today in Minnesota. And much worse is happening in Tehran right now. But yeah, I got my jackfruit, so I guess I'm okay for now. I don't know. I'm kind of in a contentious part of the world. But yeah, Davy, I hope your friends are okay. Hey, did this work? Did it pop up? It didn't pop up. Why did it not pop up? I'm trying to get it to pop up. Hmm? Yeah, wait, is this... Okay, we may be having technical difficulties today. I don't know. What if I go like that? That is like the 4th time I've tried this today. I don't know. For some reason, I'm unable to put your chats up on stream. Yeah, demonetizing is a real thing. Nom. Oh wait, maybe I know what's up. No? That's so weird. Anyway, I guess I'm not gonna worry about it for now. I guess I'm just gonna chill at the moment. Yeah, usually I can put your chats on stream. I don't even know what's going on. Is it because I'm on live chat? Oh my god, chat. I know it's annoying when I get obsessed about like technical issues on the stream. I seriously will try not to stick on it too much, but I always think like, you know, is it me that's doing it or is it YouTube that's doing it? If it's YouTube, then I should just like what else can I do to make this come up? I don't think anything. Anyway, chat, you know I love you. You know I appreciate your support. You know that if I could, I'd put your super chats and your regular chats on screen to talk about them because it makes more sense. It makes more sense for everybody. It makes more sense for the Voddies who have no idea who I'm talking to since they're watching the stream after the fact. Hi, Voddies. This is a live stream. You can watch me live every day. I come on, seems like around 8 o'clock. I should be showing up earlier, chat. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to go to bed early and wake up early so that I can start streaming at a kind of normal time for you, especially with these protests, because the whole issue with covering protest has been that the part that everybody sees, the part that we're getting spammed onto our timeline, the part that's popping off on Twitter and everywhere else is the things that happen after the lights go down, right? It's the things that happen at night. And what the part of the protest that nobody seems to even be aware of is happening during the day. So, you know, I always want to show that. The other thing is that like the Trump military birthday narcissism protest, the what do we call it? Like word vanity protest. The vanity protest. The vanity parade. That's what it is. It's a vanity parade. It's a vanity parade for a man with a very fragile ego who wants to think that he is great despite the fact that everything he's touched since he was born has turned to shit. Has turned to absolute shit. Donald Trump has exactly nothing to be proud of, and yet he's like the proudest person in the world. I feel like, in some ways, we should learn something from him. There's a curfew. Yeah, there's a curfew. They didn't they declare the protests so earlier today? You know, I mean, it's there's two protests, right? Or at least there's two groups of protesters that the LAPD, I think. No, sorry, the sheriff's deputies were hitting with pepper balls and tear gas and the like. And I think one was a contingent of the No Kings protest, and the other was the ICE Out of LA protest, right? You have Weezer Undone in your head all day. That's a weird song. I think I got a weird story about Weezer, right? I think I was like listening to it. I was listening to, that song. And I was like, I was like home from, like I just remember like my mom, like when she heard the lyrics to it, she was like, this is obscene. She heard the Sweater song, you know, Undone, if you want to destroy my sweater. And she thought he was being sexy. Like, ooh, destroy my sweater, baby. And then you can see what's underneath. Like, right? Like, that's what she got out of Weezer. She got sexuality out of a song about, I don't know, teenage awkwardness. What is the Sweater song even about? Yeah, it's about being a loser, right? Is that what it's about? I feel like that was like the 90s thing, right? You know, Beck had a song called Loser. And how could you be a bigger loser than if somebody like pulls a string on your sweater and completely disrobes you, and you're like, oh yeah, because he says I'll soon be naked. That's why that she's thinking somehow it's like, oh yeah, pull this string, you know? Like, can you imagine that, chat? What kind of sexuality is that asks you to pull a string on its sweater so that it could be embarrassed in a public okay, I know exactly what kind of situation. Anyway, chat. I'm all over the place today. I just subbed, and I've been so damn busy over these past decades fighting against Trumpoline tyranny tizzies. I've no clue to the personalities of bonus content. Okay, well, look, I usually don't like go into that right away, but since you asked, yeah, we got bonus content today available. That's what happens. Oh yeah, we're at 23 on the goal. Oh my God, chat, I'm so behind on everything. There we go, 23. And we gotta start soon because again, like I said, the Trump military parade has already ended. There is a curfew in LA, so, you know, there's a lot less going on there. And this is what I'm trying to cover, despite the fact that the time that I wake up in Thailand is around the time that the sun goes down in the United States. Taylor Lorenz is a journalist. Yeah? I'm trying to remember who she used to work for. Anybody remember what her bio, like who did Taylor Lorenz, what outlet did she used to work for? She's a journalist who's become a YouTuber, a YouTube video essayist, basically. And she was most recently known for, nothing more attractive than skinny music nerds' pimple-covered chest. I know, right? That's what my mom was thinking. I don't know. Maybe my mom's got a thing for dorks. My dad's not really a dork, though. You know, it's weird, right? My dad is like, I don't know. I come from a weird family. Like, my mom and my dad could have been, like, prom queen and captain of the football team if my mom was prettier and if my dad was more athletic, right? They could have been, they're those kind of personalities. They're those kind of people, right? Those are the friend groups that they, you know, travel in, right? And so they had to raise like kids who were, well, at least with me, like, you know, socially awkward, I guess, and not necessarily popular. Wait, WAPO? Does it say WAPO? Oh, did she work for the WAPO? She worked at the New York Times. Didn't Ethan try to make fun of her for that? Be like, oh yeah, that's why you got fired from the New York Times. Been listening to Elton John's I Think I'm Gonna on repeat. It's cathartic. Wait, that almost sounds like, yeah, Taylor. So Taylor Lorenz's video that she got she got almost 1 million views on. Her breakout video was a video called Somebody's Gotta Do It. There's a picture of Trump on the thumbnail. I wonder what that's about, right? No, it's about a meme, actually. She's talking about memes. She's not advocating any sort of, you know, any sort of illegal acts or anything like that. She's talking about a meme that's become popular out of people's frustration. And yes, it is a somebody's gotta do it meme. And yes, it is associated with Trump. but she's more like giving an explanation of how we got here, where such a sort of dark meme, and also like the meme is reflective of algorithm speak. You notice how when I talked about the event in Minnesota today, I didn't say the word that goes with what happens when somebody makes political figures that were alive no longer alive, right? I said it like that. That's algorithm speak, right? And in just the same way as the somebody's got to do it meme is also algorithm speak, it's kind of a reflective of the fact that, you know, people are desperate, and even the like ridiculous remedy that would only yield us JD Vance as president, let's be honest, right? Even the ridiculous remedy that some people, you know, are reaching for, even that's something that you're not allowed to actually say out loud. So you got to say it through memes. You got to say it through memes, chat. And that's how you speak through the silence. Yay, with memes. Okay, not always with memes. Sometimes with silence, actually. I did that once. I know, but I also dealt with a friend's celebration of life, my mother being to me, and no King's protest, Trump being a child on his birthday. It's been a day. It really has been a day. Yeah, you're right, JRZ. 100%. But yeah, so I've been asked to explain the people, the personalities on the bonus content, right? That does become a problem when you don't know who the fuck we're talking about. Now, Brace Belden, on the other hand, is somebody who came out of the mid 2010s podcast scene, right? So we're talking about if you know Chapo Trap House, if you know Cumtown, if you know Red Scare, and if you know TrueAnon, right? TrueAnon is the podcast that Brace Belden is famous for, or is best known for. I believe his other name, Davi, correct me if I'm wrong, but is Brace also known as Piss Pig Grandpa? Is that his other moniker? So you might have heard of him as that. He actually went to oh my god. What? Okay. I don't know if we can get away with that one. I'm looking for music that's Here we go. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you may know him as Piss Pig Grandpa. He is Brace Belden. He is the co-host of TrueAnon. And look, I gotta say, like, the podcast that I mentioned, they veer anywhere from sardonic leftism in the form of Chapo to, well, I mean, straight up Nas bullshit, straight up third positionism when we talk about Red Scare. Is the direction that they ended up going to, unhinged humor when we're talking about Cumtown. Somehow Brace Belden combines the unhinged humor of Cumtown, the unhinged, inappropriate humor of Cumtown. Somehow he combines that with the sardonic leftism of Chapo. Brace Belden, if you want to understand who he is, yeah, somehow like the bastard child of Chapo, Mr. Chapo, from the Chapo Trap House, and Cumtown. So yeah, I hope that helps. I don't know if that helps. Like, I might be confusing you more. And yeah, because if you don't know the word Chapo, that's on the next line. Chapo on the LA protest. Chapo is not a person. Although, try telling that to Sebastian Gorka, all right? Sebastian Gorka is always calling into Chapo Trap House saying, Mr. Chapo, I presume? He really does think that one of their... I think he thinks that Will's name is Chapo. I think that he thinks Will is Mr. Chapo, right? But yeah, no, Chapo Trap House, obviously... named after a Mexican drug lord from the 2000s, and then Palantir. Palantir is a evil corporation. Well, Palantir, first of all, was a stone that Sauron would use in Lord of the Rings to spy on people. And then Peter Thiel thought, that's pretty cool. I would love to have a stone to spy on people. He missed the whole point of Lord of the Rings. I would also love to have a ring which turns me invisible. I would only use it for good, of course. I would only use it for the good of humanity, says Peter Thiel, right? But he started up this company called Palantir. They're kind of infamous, right? They were around back in the day, trying to bust hacktivists and protesters and people involved in the WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks was, of course, at the center of Chelsea Manning's revelations of collateral murder. WikiLeaks was where she, as a member of the U.S. military service, went to blow the whistle, right? So, that's a little bit about Palantir. It's basically surveillance. So not surveillance of like bad people, surveillance of you and me, surveillance of everyone. And who do they work for? They work for companies like Wendy's. They work for different branches of the military. They definitely work for U.S. intelligence, probably Israeli intelligence. They're an evil company. They're a very evil company. And then the burning Waymos. Waymo is a taxi service, a driverless taxi. Yeah, Google got there before Elon. Elon desperately wanted for his Teslas to be magical driverless cars, but oh my God, there's some kind of driverless moment. There's some kind of driverless mode on Tesla, but it's like so many people have gotten hurt like that, right? It's not ready for prime time, let's just say. And the Waymos are driverless taxis that they're in LA. Are they in San Francisco too? I feel like they're kind of trying them out in various West Coast cities, and they're nice because you can cut them off and they just let you, right? They're incredibly defensive driving as opposed to Tesla's driverless system. It's probably why they don't get in as many crashes. But the other thing that Waymos do is they have cameras pointed everywhere, right? And so for that reason, they've had police request their camera records as a way of, solving crimes. So in other words, people are starting to see the Waymo as a giant security camera, as the eye of Sauron, so to speak. Yeah, it all ties back, doesn't it? So I hope that makes some kind of sense. I really do sympathize with anybody coming in feeling like this is brain rot, right? Taylor Lorenz and Brace Belden, Mr. Chapo, Palantir. What's a Waymo? What's a Waymo? Why is it burning? Why is there a guy hitting it with a skateboard? Well, we'll do a deep dive into any and all of these subjects, chat. Remember, this is bonus content, all right? We get this content when this number right down here gets to 100 by the end of the stream. We get one chunk. It's like a little like a square of chocolate that gets broken off, and we get to enjoy, right, as a treat when we get to 100. Now, of course, that means that if we get to 200, there's 2 little squares of chocolate, and if we get to 300, there's 3 little squares of chocolate, and if we get to 400, I don't even know. That's only happened once. Am I freezing? I can't tell. You get it now? Yeah, I'm doing my best for you, another Paul too. I feel like I'm over-explaining though. But that's how the bonus content goes. The other thing that you can do, so the number goes up whenever anybody does a super chat. You do a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, which I would say that's underrated. That's underrated, chat. Memberships are vastly underrated because the more members we have, the more potential weasels in chat.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Everyone is carrying a spying device. The war on that was lost a long time ago.
Oh God, I mean, that's true. It doesn't mean we have to like it though, Davy. It doesn't mean we have to like it. And I think what Taylor's explaining is why people don't like Waymos, right? I mean, she's kind of carved out an interesting niche for herself with the somebody's got to do it video, that's a provocative video. Like, making that video is a provocative thing. In fact, that's not the first time that I think Taylor's gotten under the crosshairs of right-wing America, right? For the Somebody's Gotta Do It video. What was there was like 6 months ago, chat. Does anybody remember? Everyone, panopticons, everyone? Well, it doesn't mean we have to like it. We're at 38 right now, Narwhal tells me. So yeah, again, that's the number that's important as far as bonus content. That tells us, you know, how much bonus content we'll potentially get today. And yeah, like it goes up every time you do a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, which again, that's the way that we get weasels. Do you want to get weasels? That's the way that, you know, I'm doing a Archer meme, aren't I? Do you want weasels? Because this is how you get weasels. Yeah, no, that's exactly how you get weasels, by gifting memberships, right? You get weasels that way. If you support me on Throne, which right now what I've got is I'm crowdfunding my Thai visa, right? I'm going to be doing an educational visa, meaning I'm going to be learning the Thai language for an entire year. I'm going to spend 180 hours cramming the alphabet, the way that tones are pronounced, the way that words are pronounced, the way that vowels work in Thai. I'm gonna be cramming so that I can learn, so that I can communicate with people around me. And I'm feeling that especially right now, as it is Pride. It is Thai Pride right now. It's you know, this is a country that loves Pride, and that doesn't really have. There's no backlash. If there is if the backlash against like gayness has made it to Thailand, I haven't seen it. So that's really wonderful to see. I'm finding out more about how people, you know, the way that people actually think about trans people, and it's interesting. It's interesting, right? There's like a bad part and there's a good part about how trans people are thought about in Thailand, and they both actually have to do with Buddhism. Interesting. So yeah, the Dragon of Budapest. That's right. The town of cum. Oh my God. So we got some cum. We got some cum boys and girls and cum NBs in chat. That's always good to see. That's always good to see. 43. Okay. Thank you. I am. But yeah, I'm crowdfunding that on Throne. So if you want to go over to throne.nocommentchick, we are about 70%. It doesn't say it because I've already taken some of the money in order to pay the deposit, right? But we're 70% of the way towards funding my education in the language that I'm going to need to know. Like, right? Are we not allowed to reincarnate? Wait, what? Oh, no, it's not nothing like that. It like, you know, it's the way that okay, so listen, I am just learning. All right. I'm not on the inside of Thai culture or anything. Once I learn the language and I can talk to more people and stuff like that, I'll be able to give you a better explanation, right? But the basic understanding I have is that they think that people are trans because of karma, right? Something that happened in a past life, maybe something that you did not complete, like, right? Like a familial duty, maybe, that you didn't complete. And so you got to go back in the next life and be trans. So that's what I mean. It's like, so the good part about that is that Buddhism is all about compassion to people suffering in the realm of samsara, which is that's the road that we all walk, chat. That's the wheel that keeps turning, right? And instead of judging people, there is a little bit of judgment. I will say there is a little bit of judgment. There's an association between trans people and certain professions which are regarded as, you know, slightly disreputable. There is a lower propensity of trans people to occupy certain places in society because of that, right? But there is a compassion, right? So instead of like, you know, we are going to try to disincentivize people to be trans. In Thailand, it's completely different. Like, right, when a Thai child doesn't feel comfortable with their gender, they talk to somebody who's, you know, who's transitioned. And nobody comes around and is like, oh my gosh, why are you grooming this child? No, they're helping this child, right? They're guiding this child. There's nothing, you know, there's no, they don't have that groomer narrative, right? Whereas in the United States, even acknowledging the existence of trans or gay people, especially if you're in a state like Florida or Texas, that can be regarded as that you are trying to get the child to be trans or gay, or, you know, you are corrupting the child, right? In Thailand, it's just like, no, like, they should be able to live their life as they want to. And if they're, you know, they're not happy in their gender, there's a reason for it. That reason is regarded as an effect of karma. And so they're treated with compassion and allowed to live their life as they choose. And it really, like, I was watching a video yesterday on a Thai channel, and, you know, they were just talking about specifically trans women in Thailand, right? Thailand's kind of famous for its trans women, and you know, this person was just, you know, giving a rundown of, you know, what how Thai culture thinks of trans women, you know, the names that they use to refer to trans women, and so on and so forth, right? And with almost an eye towards American tourists who are like, come to Thailand because they want to meet. They want to meet. I hate saying this, but the literal translation of the word that you use in Thailand to describe a trans woman, most of the time is ladyboy, right? And so, you know, she made a video, and you see all these Americans in her comments, and some of them are cool, right? Some of them are chill, some of them are chasers, and some of them are like, you let children become trans? That's grooming. How dare you? There's some fucking hogs in her comments. They were hogging out. They were like, there was somebody that was in there like, I came here for the real explanation of why there's so many trans people in Thailand.
Chatted $10. 1. Chekhov's mango eyes, and 2. I sent you a message in Discord when you get a chance.
Okay. Chekhov's mango? Oh wait, it's not mango though. Wait, are you talking about this? It does look like mango, and it tastes a little bit like mango, right? But it's jackfruit. Yeah, they look like little mini mangoes, right? And they do have a seed in the middle, just like a mango would. But no, these are, yeah, these would be cute little mangoes if they were mangoes. No, it actually comes from a big fruit. It's a big fruit called a jackfruit, right? And it tastes like juicy fruit. In fact, juicy fruit got its flavor, got the inspiration for the reason juicy fruits taste like that. Because if you notice, nothing on earth tastes like juicy fruit. They got it from this. They got it from this right here, right? Somebody was inspired to create a synthetic version of the jackfruit. But yeah, no, there was somebody in her comments that was saying, I came for the real explanation for why there's so many damn trans people in Thailand, and all you tell me is that it's because they're more accepted. I do not accept your explanation. I want the real answer, all right? It's because y'all worship Satan, isn't it? It's because y'all worship Satan in Thai. You pretend it's about Buddha, but it's actually Satan, Satan. I don't know. They were hogging out. They were hogging out of the comments, right? I couldn't take it. I was like, you come all the way here to get the answer. You're curious. Why are there so many trans people in Thailand? And you get the actual explanation. It's because we don't treat them like absolute shit. We do kind of treat them a little bit like shit. You know, we don't treat them great, right?
Cliff super chatted $9.99. I'm surprised since Rush Limbaugh was such a lover of Thailand. I thought hogs.
The hogs should love it for that reason. Well, the passport bros apparently love it, and I mean, I'm sure some of those are Rush Limbaugh fans. Chat, I got the southern accent. Once I start talking with a southern accent, it's almost like I just can't stop. It's almost like a delicious piece of fruit sitting on the shelf, and it's just calling out my name. And I can't resist. I can't resist talking with accent. No, I don't know. I feel like I have several southern accents, right? I have several southern women in me. It blows my mind how much some people make hating trans people their whole existence. Yeah, to go to a Thai video, like, cause you wanna, you're suspicious about the propensity, and I don't actually think there's more trans people in Thailand than there are in other countries. I think that you see them. I think that they are not hidden away, right? I think that they are, yeah, and accepted more. And no, it's not perfect, and there's some really, kind of offensive things about the way that people think of trans people in Thailand, but it is night and day from the country that I left. And look, for example, chat, right? I saw several polls asking questions that you might see in polls in the United States. You know the 80-20 issue that people like Gavin Newsom will talk about? Well, there's one issue that we probably do have to change our position on, because 80% of the United States is against us on it, right? And that's trans women in sports. We can't have those trans women fucking up our female sporting competitions. This is a competition for biological females, those who produce the large gametes and have the XX chromosome. And that is what this sporting division is for. All right. So in Thailand, it is 60-40, actually maybe even more like 70-30 in favor of trans people, participating in sports. And you know what the main sport is here? You know what the national sport is? That's right. The art of 8 limbs, Muay Thai. That's what they're thinking of, right? When the question is, should trans women be allowed to participate in sports? They are asked the question of like, hey, trans person, who, if you're Thai, you're familiar with trans people, right? What division, which Muay Thai, division should they fight in, the male division or the female division? In Thailand, overwhelmingly says they should fight in the female division, because Thai people actually know that trans people are on hormones. And the real question that's being interrogated there is, are you a testosterone dominant or an estrogen dominant system? If you are a testosterone dominant system, given that testosterone is an anabolic hormone which promotes retention and growth of skeletal muscle to a higher rate than estrogen does, you should be fighting with other people that are testosterone dominant systems. If you're an estrogen dominant system, you should be fighting against other people with estrogen dominant systems, right? They're not like fucking dumb American hogs that are like, well, it's no fair for men to participate in the ladies. The ladies are dainty and they are delicate. They are bad at everything. They are bad at everything. They are bad at throwing darts. They are bad at fishing. They cannot play chess. They are also bad at beauty competitions. Trans women have an unnatural advantage in beauty competitions, so we need to keep them out of the beauty competitions, right? It is night and day when it comes to like Americans versus Thailand. Is my music too loud, chat? That might be, yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, God, that's right. We have some new mods here, and I'm just being reminded that I need to add you on a Weasel Cord. So make sure you've all joined Weasel Cord. I will, let's see, I'll open it up so I remember, right? I was gonna do this yesterday, but I kind of forgot. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, server settings. Oh crap. Okay, yeah. I'm seeing that some of you I don't think also let me know if you've got a different name, if you've just been modded, if you've got a different name than on Discord than you use in YouTube chat, definitely let me know that. Because there's some people I am not finding here. Let me see if I can... Maybe the search function is just weird. I don't know, chat. I don't know. It looks like I can't do this right now. Anyway, I'll just have to remember this when I get done with this. I am realizing that I need to probably turn on... It is a umbrella. It is rainy season in Thailand right now. I'm not going to open this inside because it's bad luck, but I finally did manage to get myself an umbrella. That's going to be important soon. So yeah, anyway, there we go. Hogs doth protest too much. They doth. They doth indeed. Okay, so Trump. Military protest. Massively underwhelming. Pretty color, you think so? Jackfruit, delicious. Me, slightly sweaty and hot. Okay, chat, because I've been prepared this time, right? I knew I was gonna need like all kinds of treats to keep myself sane during... Oh my god, come on, open. Oh. My friend who came out here with me, like, he loves to drink. And the first night he was here, he bought himself like a whole bunch of Thai beer. There's some famous brands, right? As in fact, I think even Singa is one of the famous beer brands in Thailand. Singa means lion. But he didn't have one thing. And that was a bottle opener, because yeah, most of the beers, you know, they're like this. They're not the twist offs. They're not the twist offs. They're not in a can. You gotta pop the top. You're not gonna be able to pop the top. Oh my god, chat. I love this juice. This is passion fruit juice, and it's almost like a bubble. It's a natural bubble tea, right? See the little bubbles in there? A natural bubble tea. That's the fruit itself. It has these little seeds that are encased in jelly. It's just bubble tea basically. So yeah, we take the soda water, we combine it with the bubble tea. No, we combine it with the passion fruit. Oh my god, and you spill it all over your leg. That's always good. Oh damn. Okay. Whoa. Damn, this is like... This stuff is like gummy. Like, look at this. Yeah, it's like this fruit. You open it up and inside is a bunch of seeds and this gummy stuff. Mmm. Is this passion fruit? It is indeed. Oh my god, the one thing I forgot though. Let me see if I can reach for it. There we go. A straw. What is this generic Jeopardy music? It kind of does sound like it. I think it's from... Oh no, you know why it sounds like that? It's because it's like a... Olympus Coliseum. Yeah, this is from Kingdom Hearts. I think the original Kingdom Hearts, in fact. Which I don't... I know I've played it at some time, I just don't really remember. But anyway, this is the... Yeah. What else do we have? But yeah, somebody took this, took like Kingdom Hearts music and turned it all city pop. So that's what we got here. It's from the arena. Yeah, the Hercules arena. Anybody ever play that? There's like that dude from the satyr from Kingdom Hearts named, I think his name is Phil. And he's like this Danny DeVito. He's just like this Danny DeVito. It's like if you ever wanted to get coached by Danny DeVito, the Kingdom Hearts. Danny DeVito will coach you. That's what my childhood was missing, right? That's what my childhood was missing is Coach Danny DeVito. Like encouraging me on my sports. You mean Hunkley's? I guess? Yeah, I think I'm ready to go here. I got my matcha milk. I got my my boba. My natural boba. I got my jackfruit. Yeah, I think we should be good. I think we should be good. I was a little too hot for a second there, but I managed to fix that with a little bit of soda water. Here we go. This is my favorite thing now, chat. Like, you get soda water and you mix in a little bit of juice with it, and it makes the perfect. I got coached by the guy from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Oh, the guy that rides the motorbike. You mean Hunkley's? Is that from the movie? Do they call him Hunkley's? I made Danny DeVito art. You know what? Disney needs to do a live action version of Hercules. Have they done that? What have they done? They've got a live action Lilo and Stitch now. My pizza place had Danny DeVito-esque man as the owner when I was growing up. I feel like, here's the deal, okay? So Danny DeVito, you know, he has a very difficult job being Danny DeVito to everyone, right? Everybody needs a Danny DeVito, and yet there's only one Danny DeVito to go around. And that's why Danny DeVito actually has helpers, right? If you see Danny DeVito at the mall, it might not actually be Danny DeVito. It might be one of his helpers, right? And he's there just to make sure that you're, you know, because Danny DeVito cares about you, chat. I've been doing that with grapefruit juice. I really need to get some pomelo. Pomelo is big out here. But yeah, I'm trying to stick to the local stuff because I've noticed that anything that's not local is expensive as fuck, right? Grapes, not local, very expensive, right? Jackfruit, 35 baht. 35 baht, chat. This might be 1,000 calories. I don't know. Okay, I might be overestimating. It's 500 calories. I don't know. It's 35 baht for like a big meal.
It was so peaceful up here.
Oh, sorry, Chad. I should explain to you.
Communist invading radicals.
35 baht is basically $1. Last time we had a live Hercules, it was Kevin Sorbo. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's all the more reason to do a new, all the more reason to do a new live action Hercules. All right, I heard they changed the story of Lilo and Stitch. They didn't have the tall shark guy. He was completely removed from the story. Why? Was he problematic? Why did they? Oh no, Disney would only remove someone if he was, maybe he wasn't problematic enough. The new Disney hates wokeness. Jackfruit, yeah, basically this is great workout fuel right here. I want Flamin' Hot Cheetos, but I don't want to buy any. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, the snacks here are like insane. Durian, it smells bad. From what I've heard, it's delicious. Tempotronica, that's the one product of Thailand that's pretty expensive, right? And it's expensive because it's become really popular in China, right? Durian, I think when it was only known to the Thais and when people were just like, ew, isn't that gross fruit that, right? It was very cheap, right? And then China found out about it and they were like, we like durian. We will take your finest durian, please. And they can pay for it, right? They can afford it, right? China's a very wealthy country compared to Thailand. So all the best durian gets shipped off to China, and the rest of the durian gets sold in Thailand during durian season, which it is. I should get some more durian. The only reason I don't, chat, is because, like I said before, like this is like, I don't know, 500. Like this is like the jackfruit is pretty pretty calorically dense. The durian is even more so. The durian has the macronutrient profile of ice cream. All right. So, I mean, it's healthier for you than ice cream because it's got like a ton of vitamins and minerals and natural plant-based compounds in it. But it's, you know, it's going to have as much carbs and as much fat as you're going to find in ice cream. Right. So it's kind of like, there's only so much I can eat. There's only so much I can eat. That's the one thing that if I got really into, wait, what are you saying? Copyright? Oh my God, copyright. Yes. Good call. I guess what my cat, my cat stopped sleeping in my hair. Instead, he chooses to sleep in piles of antiques I have in a bin. Quite an FU if I ever saw one. Does your cat sleep on your hair in a way where if you get up, it pulls your hair? Frozen durians can be cheaper too. Yeah, they dry durian here. They freeze durian. They do a lot of stuff with durian. Durian, just like there's mango sticky rice, chat, there's also durian sticky rice, and that is insane. All right? As somebody who probably eats more calories than most of you, all right? I just have an insane metabolism for whatever reason, right? As somebody who eats a lot of calories, especially if I'm working out, I'll eat a lot of calories, right? I gotta say that durian sticky rice is insane, all right? To take durian, which is a meal on par with ice cream in and of itself, and to mix it with rice that's cooked with coconut milk and I think sugar and sprinkled with sesame seeds. That is like so much energy right there. So much energy. What's durian? I don't think I've ever had a durian. I ate it on stream one day. Have you ever tried durian pizza? No. There's some cool toppings here. There are some really cool toppings. Yeah. They also, like, people know about Thai fruit, I think, more than they know about Thai vegetables. I've been enjoying the fuck out of Thai vegetables, and I don't even know what they're all called yet. There's this stuff called climbing wattle that's like a acacia pinnata, and it looks like a fern, right? It looks like a fern, and you eat it almost as a flavoring, right? Because it has a flavor to it. But I feel like it's a flavor that most Americans would not appreciate. It's like, it's a funky flavor. You're making me hungry. I need to Google what durian is. Yeah, I'll buy some. Columbia Rican, I'll get some durian, and just for you, right? I've only gotten, I think, 2 durians. I bought 2 durians while I was here because I'm trying to be good. I'm trying not to overeat, but goddamn. No reaction to my pun. Wait, what was your pun? I heard they also paint them, but it's only in monochrome. They call it a portrait of durian gray. I thought you were real for a second. Because, like, I mean, a durian, it's an interesting fruit. It's got a spiky shell. What happened in DC? Trump's foot was run over by a tank. You know, somebody had to do it, Redmond Barry, apparently, and the U.S. military, you know, took that, took Trump's anger for us by running over his foot with a tank. Wow. No, his feelings are what got hurt more than anything, right? And his feelings got hurt because what if you threw, chat, a fascist parade on the fascist dictator's birthday and nobody came? And we just found out today. We just found out what happened. So we got that going on. We've got the No Kings protest going off across the nation. Yeah, like, chat, the size, the crowd size, if there's ever any like count of Trump's crowd size and then a comparison of that, like, I feel like there are cities, probably small cities, right, which had a higher head count than Trump's military parade. So it went really badly, really badly, right? It would be one thing if he did a military parade and all of his hogs showed up and, you know, they stormed into Washington and they were like, we won. And they were somehow celebrating, you know, like, we came here before with it on January 6th and we couldn't quite do it, but now we've done it, right? I mean, one could envision something like that. One could envision like a popular Donald Trump holding a military parade, right? And maybe even, like, you know, buying people tickets to come or something like that, like doing something to increase the numbers. You know, one could imagine something like that happen. Instead, what we've got is Trump spending, I believe, now I've heard different figures as far as how much he's spent. The main figures I keep hearing are like 30 to 40,000 or 30 to 40 million, and then over 100 million. And I don't know how much. I mean, it seems like it could cost over 100 million. But the other thing that he did besides just, you know, order in tanks and military equipment and soldiers is that he, let's see if I got this right. He contracted a costume maker, maybe several costume makers, to recreate military uniforms from different we'll see it today. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, from different eras of history in the United States, right? So you got Revolutionary War, American Continental Army soldiers, you know, the kind of soldiers that overthrew, you know, King George's rulership of America. He's got no sense of irony. He's got no self-awareness whatsoever. This is a dude that went to Les Mis, for fuck's sake, right? He's got no sense of self-awareness, right? All the way to the War on Terror, and they play it off like it was a big success. They do. It's like a Disney thing, chat. You know, like, and you know, Disney World.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. The Q Hogs didn't have the military tribunals for their rude kids like they wanted.
I mean, that's what they really want. I think you're right, Davy Cliff. And they couldn't get it. They couldn't quite get it. Even with Trump. The other thing that Trump is doing is, at least as far as the rhetoric goes, he's backing off of the goals of his ICE invasion, right? So if you don't know, Trump said that he was going to do mass deportations. People voted for him based on that. But the way that he sold it was with Lake and Riley. Like, this is what the immigrants are like. They brutally murder people and stuff, right? So I'm going to take all the brutal murderers that Biden is just coddling and giving hotel rooms to. Oh, you brutally murdered an American citizen? Great. Here's a key to a room in the Ritz-Carlton. Knock yourself out, right? That was the fucking narrative that people were sold, and they bought it. They believed Taco Trump. Was the Barbary Pirate War part of the parade? Yeah, it should have been. Was that before or after the Coinbase was the sponsor. Yeah, we'll get into that. Didn't King George fight a dragon or something? He was German. So nobody knew what he was saying the whole time that he was king. It was a weird thing, right? He'd be just like gesticulating in German and stuff, and people are like, okay, what, go put down the rebellion in America? Okay, we'll do that. You think his approval number scared him enough to back off the ice raids? I feel like yeah, because like if you get granular, right? If you ask people, do they want deportations? Do they want illegals out? They will say yes, right? But if you start to ask them, what about day laborers? What about hardworking immigrants, right? Then the numbers go from being over 50% to being single digits very quickly, right? There's very few people that have an interest in, kicking out good people. They just have, this, because of this moral panic that Trump has created, they feel like there are no good immigrants, when in reality, like, if your gauge is like who's committed a crime, then you would have to say that immigrants are better than citizens. You would say that undocumented people are better than citizens, right? If that's how you're judging people. So yeah, it's just a big disconnect, and that reality check has finally bounced. So yeah, he dropped 6 points in a week. Anyway, chat, I've been edging you for far too long. Far too long. We gotta get to what we're doing. Okay, so like I said, we have some goals here, right? We have two goals that I want to mention right now. The first goal is a goal for YouTube, right? That is the super chat goal. That's the superpower that YouTube has, right?
Cliff super chatted $9.99. His devotion to capital was always going to stop him from doing the kinder of fact he wanted to do because it messes with the bag.
That's true. Yeah. So yeah, Donald Trump, when he got caught molesting the money, the business leaders let him know. Mainly, it was the bond traders that told him no more molesting the money. They wouldn't let him do it, chat. They wouldn't let him. They wouldn't let him diddle the daughters. Dollars. The dollars is what I meant to say. Chat, that's too funny, given who Trump is, and given the weird shit he said about his daughter. I didn't mean to make that joke. I am not trying to make a joke about Donald and Ivanka, because that's just gross. And Ivanka have anybody noticed? Ivanka and Jared, they're just gone. Like, did they just not want to be associated with Trump anymore? Like, what went on with that? Oh my God, chat, I said daughters, I meant dollars. He diddled the daughter. The dollars! I did it again. He diddled his daughter. No, chat, I'm not making that claim. All right, please don't sue me. Please don't. I'm gonna give Trump an actual way to successfully sue me for defamation, despite the fact that defamation is fairly hard to prove in the U.S. at least. By alleging that he diddled his. Anyway, see the footage from Haifa. Israel is deadass trying to get Trump to attack Iran and calling it fighting for justice. Probably why he stopped the deportation, because the small business tyrants are losing their workers. Yeah, I don't know. Davi, do you think he cares about the small business tyrants? Like, I mean, it's more than just them, right? I mean, there's some large business tyrants as well, meat packing magnates, for example, who are losing their workers as well. I think Jared is in Saudi Arabia right now. Jared, the subway guy. Yeah, where did he escape to? Good question, Columbia Rican. Okay, wait. Somebody... 75? It was 75. Wait, oh my God, I'm so confused. I feel like it's more than that now. But anyway, we've got the chance to watch bonus content tonight. What I've got for you tonight, all right, just let me give you a little preview. All right, what we're actually going to watch, we're going to watch the Trump parade. We're going to watch the fail parade because I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious, right? And especially hilarious is the cosplay element, right? In addition to actual troops, right, which he does have. He has real troops there. And tanks and airplanes and horses and a dog. There's a dog somehow. Don't tell Gnome. Yeah, don't tell Chrissy Gnome about that there's a dog there. Is it 85? Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you, chat. In addition to all that stuff, like all the actual troops, he's got some people cosplaying troops as well. Like I told you, he contracted with costume shops to render the uniforms of various eras of American military service, right? Starting with the Revolutionary War, starting with the Continental Army. Did you see how the leaders from hotel industry and agriculture went to Trump and said, "What are you doing?" Well, I saw his response. I didn't hear about the actual, discussion, but yeah, he's backed off. Well, formally, chat, we got to be really careful, right? Because Trump loves, the misdirection, right? He's doing this with one hand, and then he's doing something else. He's diddling the daughter. No, I did it again, chat. I did it again. The dollar. He's diddling the dollar with the other hand, right? He loves misdirection, right? So just because Trump says that he's not going to go after day laborers, he's not going to go after hardworking people, he's not going to go after farm laborers, agricultural laborers, and the like, hospitality workers. Just because he said that doesn't mean that that's what Kristi Noem is going to do, right? Because they love to lie. That's his brand, is lying, right? So keep your eye on what they're actually doing. But he is signaling a change, and it's a change that's going to piss Stephen Miller off, right? This all happened because Trump had a campaign promise that he was going to do mass deportations, right? Even though he said mass deportations, people didn't think that was crazy. If you know anything, you know that, the kind of deportations that he's talking about, 1 million people in 1 year, would require literal concentration camps to do, right? Or eschewing due process, but probably camps, honestly, right? Because they were eschewing due process and they were behind on their quota to get to 1 million, right? They were way the fuck behind. They were so far behind, chat, that for the first 3 months of his administration, he had deported less people than Biden. All right. He had deported less people than Joseph Robinette Biden. And he's still way behind, and will not catch up with the high score holder that is Barack Obama, the deporter-in-chief. He has the highest score of all time. And so, yeah, Trump's drag name is Misdirection. God damn. He is a zesty queen. I want to know the queenie gay men who made those costumes, right? So there's the, so anyway, at some point, Stephen Miller looked at the numbers and he got pissed. Stephen Miller got pissed. He was not having it. He yelled at ICE. He yelled at the ICE agents. So you're not going hard enough. You're not, like, I want you going to every 7-Eleven, to every Home Depot. I want you, going out on those fields and chasing those workers around the strawberry, fields. And so you're like, right. He was like, you're just gonna, they were like, okay, I guess so. Right. So that's what's caused this escalation. That's what caused the ICE invasion into LA. Right. And, yeah, the fact that Trump has stood down on this issue, if that ends up reflected in the policy, chat, you're going to have one very angry Stephen Miller, right? Stephen Miller, his main thing was to mass deport immigrants and people who don't support Israel. If you don't say "Am Israel hi," chat, you will also be deported, right? You have the wrong opinion If you say anything good about Palestine, you will also be likewise deported. Wait, the cocaine didn't help, I suppose? Wait, was Stephen Miller? So yeah, I mean, Stephen Miller's gonna be pissed, ostensibly. But yeah, they're gonna go through the different eras of the U.S.'s military service, and yeah, it's like Disney. It's like a Disney parade. He's basically set up like a Disney parade of some kind, and you know, it's cringe. It's cringe because they've got to tie it all in and make the constitutional, the Continental Army just as dignified as the war on terror response, despite the fact, chat, that part of the reason that Trump is president to begin with is because, unlike other Republicans, he was willing to say the obvious, that the war on Iraq was a big mistake, and that, you know, we're wasting money invading foreign countries, right? Whether he'll stick to that, right, we're going to find out, given what Israel has done. So anyway, these are the topics. This is the bonus goal. This thing goes up every time somebody does a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, that's how you get weasels, by the way. By gifting memberships, you make more weasels. You give more people. More people have emotes, right? If they get members, if you get a membership, you can post weasels. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Or if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch and become part of the Jellyfish Army. And if you're asking, you know, how do we get jellyfish? That's by gifting subs. So, you know, if you get yourself a sub, if you gift a sub, if you use Twitch Prime to get yourself the jellyfish and the weasels for free, right? And on Twitch, the jellyfish and the weasels, they move around, they dance, they move back and forth, they do a little wiggle, right? They do the weave. So if you want those weaving jellyfish and weasels, you know, just get yourself figure out a way to get yourself a membership for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or for $6 if you have $6, or if you're lucky enough to be gifted a sub, because that does sometimes happen. And on Twitch, chat, the sub gifters can choose who they gift subs to, so that is your incentive to be active in the chat. I feel like I've explained most of everything. The other thing I need to do is to thank my Patreons, because I have a special appreciation. I am especially thankful to my Patreons, right? Because, you know, supporting me on a platform is great, but we know that these platforms can be taken away from you with no notice, right? People get demonetized, people get banned, etc., etc. I mean, this is where my income is coming from. So I really appreciate that some of you have taken your support off of the platforms where I actually get more of your donation. You know, if you support me on Patreon and are supporting me monthly on Patreon. If you're supporting me at the $5 level or higher, I also give you a fancy shout out. So let me do that now. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to 00X, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Chat, with that, we must go. We must do the thing. Oh my God. I feel like there's a lot going on today.
Welcome to the weekend. I'm Jonathan Capehart, along with Eugene Daniels and Elise Jordan, filling in for Jackie Alamany, who is on maternity.
Okay, yeah, so I guess we can start off with this. Oh God, I forgot to put up, there's a Jink clip too. There's a Jink Uger clip. I don't know, maybe I should have used, anyway, chat, I guess we can cover that tomorrow. All right, so I guess we'll start off with the military parade. Are you
who is on maternity leave. Today, we begin with a split screen of dueling visions for America at a critical inflection point. Here in Washington, tanks and artillery launchers will roll through the streets of our nation's capital in the first military parade since 1991, when the U.S. celebrated the end of the Gulf War. Today's spectacle is officially meant to honor the
end of the Gulf War. Oh my God. Chad, if you don't know, the Gulf War was not much of a war, all right? Like, the Gulf War was the United States, like, rolling into, you know, just blasting Iraq, quote unquote, back to the Stone Age, and then, you know, rolling into Kuwait and all the Iraqi troops retreating, and actually a little war crime with the highway of death, right? In terms of the United States turning its fire on retreating troops, right? There wasn't a lot to the Gulf War in terms of like actual resistance, right? The United States had built Saddam Hussein up. The United States had given Saddam Hussein what he took to be assurances that his invasion of Kuwait would be fine, because Saddam Hussein was a U.S. ally. Saddam Hussein was the U.S.'s guy against Iran. He actually went to war with Iran in the 80s, and so, you know, they supported him. Up until they didn't. And largely the reason for the Iraq war was not about an alliance with Kuwait, was not about, you know, even really oil, right? The real purpose for the Iraq war was to break what was called Vietnam syndrome. Vietnam syndrome happened when Americans started to not like the troops, right? Started to be anti-war and think of war as a bad thing, right? The Vietnam War obviously left a very bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. And although some of the stories of soldiers after Vietnam getting spit on and stuff, a lot of those stories were made up, not true. It wasn't, you know, them getting spit on. It's really hard to find actual incidents of that. But the thing was that they weren't like, oh yes, welcome home, you war hero, thank you for protecting our country. People didn't view Vietnam as protection of the country, and indeed it wasn't. Vietnam was supposed to be a domino, which if it fell, then every other country in Southeast Asia would go communist. And that's not what happened. Vietnam did go communist. Thailand, for instance, did not go communist, right? So the domino theory wasn't true. We tried to impose a puppet dictator on the Vietnamese in the South. They did not like it. You know, we made collaborators out of the government that was even in place after I think the United States ended up assassinated that guy, and it just wasn't you know, it wasn't a war that was possible to win. For the United States, and it was really just an imposition on the Vietnamese people. It was a violation of their self-determination, and it was a continuation of the French/Japanese colonial project in Vietnam. And, you know, the United States was just on a long list of colonizers that the Vietnamese kicked the fuck out of Vietnam. So anyway, because of Vietnam, the United States had Vietnam syndrome. People were anti-war. People had bad associations with war and, you know, thought of soldiers as being potential war criminals. And so in order, the Gulf War was just an easily winnable war that the United States could fight without having a lot of body bags sent home, and to get people to be like, you know, support our troops again, right? And it worked. It worked. It shook off the Vietnam syndrome. That was the real purpose of the Gulf War. Wrong button.
250th anniversary of the Army. But it also happens to fall on President Trump's 79th birthday. Roughly 7,000 soldiers will march, and big crowds are expected to line Constitution Avenue to watch the parade. The Army estimates the cost of this grand display will be $45 million. And not everybody is happy about it. according to a brand new NBC News Decision Desk poll out this morning.
Not everybody is happy about, massive understatement. Yeah, not everybody, right? There's 36 people, or 36% support it.
64% of Americans oppose the use of government funds for the parade. Meanwhile, in very different scenes playing out across the country, organizers are staging protests in hundreds of cities and towns in what they are calling a nationwide day of defiance. Dubbed the No Kings protests, demonstrators are taking to the streets to oppose Trump's agenda and what they see as his disregard for the Constitution and autocratic-style leadership. The protests come during a week of heightened tensions over President Trump's immigration raids, a week that saw Democratic Senator Alex Padilla, the senior senator from California, forcibly removed from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's press conference on Thursday. Joining us now, MSNBC political analyst and Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist.
I'm sorry, was that their sizzle for that? Was that their transition that I heard?
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's press conference on Thursday. Joining us now.
Does a transition really need that sound? It made me think, chat. It made me think that, like, I don't know, dishes had fallen in my kitchen. Like, right? I don't. It sounded like when you drop a bunch of pots and pans on the floor.
MSNBC political analyst and Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist Eugene Robinson and former Democratic Congressman Max Rose of New York, senior advisor at VoteVets and a U.S. Army veteran. Eugene, Max, thank you both very much.
Chat, he's a troop. He's a troop. Cheer.
Coming to the weekend. Max, let me get your reaction to what President Trump said on Tuesday, responding to what will happen if there are people protesting, protesting the military parade here in Washington. Watch this.
We're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protest that wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force.
Now, I hope they have this right, because his press secretary was asked about this statement that he made. He just said, if you protest, not if you get violent or if you riot or, if you do civil disobedience even, you'll be met with big force. But if you protest, right? This is the president of the United States telling the American people, threatening the American people if they should choose to protest, a immense waste of taxpayer money and a disgusting Banana Republic style, publicity stunt, right? The kind of thing that weak militaries do to make themselves look strong.
Max, he's talking about people who just show up and exercise their right under the Constitution to freedom of speech, freedom of expression.
American citizens, mostly.
Right. Of course, it's amazing he didn't have that same opinion in regards to January 6th protesters. But, we can't look at this military parade in a silo, right? This is not a conversation about whether or not we're celebrating the Army. I've given a big chunk of my life to the Army. I love the U.S. Army. But there's actually a technical term for what is happening today, and it's not a parade. It's a show of force. And that's a technical military term. You could celebrate the Army with just some simple soldiers walking down Pennsylvania Avenue. You don't need the tanks. You don't need the Stryker vehicles. You don't need the artillery equipment. And who is the audience for that show of force? Certainly people will be viewing it globally, but also protesters, peaceful protesters, United States citizens protesting, standing up for their constitutional rights throughout the nation.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Trump is also German and no one understands what he says. Like King George X Files theme.
That would file under, the King George the Third. Oh, X-Files theme. Okay, that's what you're saying. I'm still pissed that it's not putting your chats up, but thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. Are we at 90 now?
And that's the problem. Donald Trump doesn't look at the enemy abroad. He's looking at his political opponents
chat.
here at home as his enemy.
Butterfly time.
Mr. Robinson, because I can't call you Eugene. Call me Eugene. It's too Eugene. We'll go there. One of the things that has been kind of nagging at me, and I think, the congressman spoke to it really well.
Does this one look okay?
Audience. One of the reasons that the military officials, the folks in the Pentagon, his advisors, did not want him doing this in the first term is, in their words, is that this is what dictators
We're at 100. Damn.
Bastille Day, which is where he kind of got the idea. This is not something we see in democracies, right? Because the audience is the domestic audience. When we see this happening in North Korea, that is because Kim Jong-un is telling the folks of his country.
He likes tanks. He thinks they're cool. Yeah, but he knows that the German tanks were better. Right? He wouldn't if Trump was like a normal dude. Wouldn't he be one of those dudes that like puts together German tank models?
This is who I have. This is what could happen to you.
Exactly. They stage a hell of a parade in North Korea.
Right.
Also in China, every 10 years they do hundreds of thousands of people. These are shows of force, as Max said. They're absolutely. And this is so antithetical to the way the Army was founded. 250 years ago, it was founded by the Second Continental Congress after Lexington and Concord, reluctantly. The First Continental Congress had not wanted a standing army, but they said, okay, well, we need a standing army because the British are indeed coming. But they did it.
The British are always coming.
The whole sense of what they were trying to do is we're not like Britain. We're not going to have this sort of overweening army that is a.
Yeah, we're not like other empires. That's clearly the United States is not like other girls.
It's a factor in our political life. We're not going to use it that way. We're going to use it for our defense and ultimately for our independence. This is not what we do as a country, and we're doing it today.
Okay, I want to play devil's advocate here.
Oh, the devil don't need no lawyer.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Right. He's got plenty working overtime. So in general, one of my most controversial opinions is that
Reeve says, "I'd do that, and I'd be British."
I don't like ceremonial. I think cemeteries are a lot of good real estate in a lot of cities. Like, I'm not one for like the ceremonial necessarily. Okay.
What did she just say? Like, that sounds Trumpian. Like, the idea of, like, nice cemetery. I would love to take that real estate and turn it into a big, beautiful golden building instead. What do dead people need the cemetery for? No, we can just put a big tower, a big Trump tower. What is she talking about? Okay, let's roll her back. All right, that was weird. I think she just came off weird, probably.
Is that I
don't need no lawyer.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Right. He's got plenty working overtime. So in general, one of my most controversial opinions is that I don't like ceremonial. I think cemeteries are a lot of good real estate in a lot of cities. Like,
Look, I didn't like having to stay for my graduation, right? Like, I felt like it was ridiculous that they made us like line up and rehearse and like wait and just like I just wanted to get my diploma and get the fuck out of there, right? And like, some people, really like that sort of thing. Like, I don't know if you're like, try telling that to people's families that are there, right? They want to see the whole shebang, right? So I don't say that stuff out loud, but I resented to having to spend, 4 hours of a perfectly good Saturday morning that I could have been, I don't know, buying berries at the farmer's market, picking berries in the forest. There's so many other things, like riding my bike around the city. There's so many things that I'd rather do on a Saturday morning than graduate. But graduate I did. So I relate to that not liking ceremonies, but holy shit, of all the examples to mention, some cemeteries, that's good real estate. They should move those stiffs the fuck out of there. We should dig them up and rebury them somewhere on cheaper real estate.
Not one for like the ceremonial necessarily.
Okay. Good luck with your feed.
So I'm saying
She's trying to go viral. She's trying to do a Takemeister.
That just to say, but are we missing the point here and we're letting, what's happening with Trump overcome what should be a celebration of the U.S. military?
But see,
and there are 7,000 troops.
Oh my God, I hate her.
Orders today.
Sure.
I hate her.
What is the balance between recognizing that this is politicized, that this is a waste of taxpayer dollars, which I just said, cemeteries, like you don't have to talk to, me over here about wasting taxpayer dollars. But how do we still support the troops?
But to be clear, it isn't happening in a silo, like you said. None of this is happening in a vacuum. You have the president of the United States. This was planned, right? We all knew this was coming. The military was always going to do something for the 250th
Exactly. The Army had
anniversary.
plans.
They had other plans, but in February they changed their plans because they knew that Donald Trump wanted this, and the folks in the Pentagon, Hegseth and his team, made those changes. Now, I'm a military brat. I'm an Army man. My dad was military intelligence for 21 years. I was in Fort Bragg twice. Both my siblings were there. We bounced around.
Is that Elise Jordan? Or yeah, if not, it's Michael. If it is, it's Michael Hastings' widow.
Everywhere. So I am pro-military. I'm pro the Army. I'm a fan, right? It has been a part of my life. The thing is, you can do that without having this happen while in LA you have the Marines there, right? Okay. Donald Trump knew when he had on this Saturday was going to have this parade that there was going to be a problem when he sent the Marines in, right? If that wasn't happening, right, people will still have an issue with it. But the fact that it's all happening at the same time is the problem, I assume.
1,000%. Responsible leadership would involve a president, a commander-in-chief who sees the entire...
Yeah, burying the dead being inappropriate use of taxes, goddamn. But what is that even about? You're not even talking about like the national debt at that point, right? You are talking about that you want real estate people to make money off of that. Off of the real estate that the cemetery is occupying, right? You're not talking about something for us. You're talking about something specifically for a random, rich person to become richer. That's wild.
Chessboard. It understands that we're living in a moment right now of unprecedented tension that he himself catalyzed. And this is the moment where you don't want to exacerbate those tensions with this massive, unprecedented show of force, but rather try to bring the country together. And you don't do that by rolling tanks down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Speaking of tensions that the president is stoking, this isn't new. Right. What the president is doing, his rhetoric. Let's play what Donald Trump has said over the years in terms of his rhetoric and the violence.
Here comes the highlight reel.
He seems to condone through his rhetoric.
Do you know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. That's true. Honestly, I hate to see that. Here's a guy throwing punches, nasty as hell, screaming and everything else when we're talking. And he's walking out, and we're not allowed, the guards are very gentle with him. He's walking out like big high fives, smiling, laughing, like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. So if you see somebody getting ready to throw it to me.
I would like to see Donald Trump try to punch somebody in the face. I would love to see his form. I would love to correct his form. Because I feel like you'd see his punch coming. The only way he's going to punch somebody is if his goons are like holding them in place, right? Because that's the kind of punch he's going to punch like this. He's going to be just swinging, chat. This guy doesn't know if even that, this guy doesn't know how to throw a punch. This guy's never thrown a punch in his life.
Tomato, knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees, I promise. These are anarchists. These are not protesters. They're bad people. They don't love our country.
Seeing that montage, Max, if if you are not concerned about what could happen today, you're not really paying attention.
No, not at all. And look, it also strikes me that this military parade, this army parade, is Donald Trump's personality incarnate. Remember, this is a draft dodger. This is a guy who dodged the draft 5 times, made up personal ailments, physical ailments, so that he himself would not put his own life at risk while
That's the one thing I gotta say, though.
We're doing exactly that. We all know he's actually never been in a fight himself, right? But loves to stand up with all his bodyguards around him, instigating others to get into a physical altercation. That's why he loves these tanks rolling down Pennsylvania Avenue on his birthday, because he's so insecure. It's always the insecure guy who talks like that. But, we are not seeing the country come together in a moment of strength. We're seeing it divided because he is pushing those very divisions for his own ego.
And the other thing that just
He will not divide us.
gets to me and has gotten to me, frankly, since
As a hairstylist, I would love to save the box color so he remembers which box color to buy. Oh no.
I was in college covering protests against the Vietnam War, is they don't love our country.
Right.
That is no. You can't, the idea that he gets to define what love of country is. Those who were protesting the Vietnam War loved their country. They did not love what the country was doing at the moment. And the idea that if you protest against him, you don't love the country is, well, it's out of some dystopian authoritarian society. It's not out of the United States.
Dudes like Trump, it's so hard to teach them how to jab, right? You basically gotta put their left shoulder against the wall and be like, all right, now throw a punch like this. And they're gonna jam their elbow into the wall. Like, be like, no. Have you ever seen one of those nuns? One of those little nun puppets? And they're just like, they punch like that, right? Just like that, right? So I could have a wall up against my shoulder. I can still punch, right? Because I'm punching straight. The shortest distance between 2 points here and here is a line. Punch in a line. Like, that's what I'm trying to. It's a jab. It's a very basic. Anyway. So yeah, there's what people are feeling about this huge waste of money. Let's take a look at the event itself. Now, Chad, I said before that protests were boring. You remember that? How is there no wind in Washington, D.C.? Yeah, that's a live shot, or that was a live shot earlier today of the White House. Okay, so yeah, no, you're just joining us. We're going to have some fun today. There was a parade in Washington. This parade is ostensibly to celebrate, I think, the 250th anniversary of the United States Armed Forces. But it's also Trump's birthday, and Trump has always wanted, ever since he went to France on, I can't remember what event he saw. He saw a military parade in France, and he was like, why can't we do that? Why can't we just be like be like a dead empire trying to flex its power, right? Its relative power over weaker countries, right? That's what France is doing, right? It's just pathetic. And they told him, Donald, that's a huge waste of taxpayer money. You know that if we bring tanks into the street, we have to repair the street. And yet again, like the military didn't want to do it. The people that would be involved in the parade and the the upper echelon, the upper brass of the military were like, no, dude, what the fuck? Get the fuck out of here with that, right? And back then, that was enough. That was enough, right? Donald Trump knew that he was over his head as president, knew that he was only a reality star, and not anyone who belonged in a position of power and knew that if he was going to have any chance of, governing the country, he was going to have to listen to people who were experts in their field. So at that point, he listened to the generals. Well, chat, since then, he's fired the generals. He's threatened to prosecute the generals. He hates the generals because the generals stopped him from doing what he wanted to do, which was to just spray and pray against protesters in the streets in 2020. Fire on American citizens exercising their First Amendment rights. And the generals told him no in 2020. And that was the last time he listened to anyone. So yeah, this is before it starts. You can see, the preparation. They've got the road fenced off there. They've got, I don't know what these trucks are doing. They look like they have their snowblades on. And yeah, it's a normal day in Washington, D.C. It's not, it doesn't even feel like anybody is like noticing what's going on, right? What is this, tourists? Oh no, she's here. She's a hog. She's there for the protest, chat. The hogs have arrived. You can see you can tell by the Oakleys. MR hogs. MR not hogs. Oh my god, can I even make a southern joke? You're supposed to say like OSARCD. I can't think of a way to... I can't land this dad joke, chat. Help me. Alright, so the hogs have found their way. That's good. We wouldn't want the hogs to get lost in Washington, D.C., wind up in the wrong neighborhood. That wouldn't end well. There's more hogs. We got the hogs. They're out to see their military parade of their favorite president. So anyway, yeah, this was earlier. My understanding is that the parade got rescheduled, right? There were, I think, thunderstorms in DC in the afternoon, so they had to kind of move everything up, from what I understand.
He's the real deal. That's the thing I like. He can be good on the field.
Wait, what's this conversation about?
Yeah, that's the fact that Kenny's dad. And I said, and he had a humiliation was his favorite, so yeah, he's got a sign.
I'm sorry, I just want to see if this is like interesting or not. It kind of looks like no. Jesus is my savior, but Trump is my president.
We went to. He loves the military.
If you want to stop math, if you're around. We're gonna have like football skills and drills.
Oh, well, can you sure now?
Yeah.
Oh god, chat, this is the best part. Football skills and drills. They're gonna do football skills and drills. All right. I don't know. I don't think that's an interesting conversation. It's probably just two old dudes going off. One of them, I'm assuming, is involved with the march itself, with the parade itself. The other, this guy's just like a hog that showed up because he's a Trump super fan. Oh, here we go, chat. Here we go. If you've ever seen the CrossFit World Competition, that is like the only framework I have for what we're about to witness here. Look at it. Does look like CrossFit. It looks exactly, chat. I need to know more about this. It looks like the CrossFit Games. So look, there's hogs that showed up. There's not a lot of them, right? It's a pretty empty field here. It was pretty embarrassing. There were a few ads that were seen of, they were willing to, they were advertising, they were asking people to come to the protest and sit in the bleachers and get paid to do it. I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that ever got verified, right? But it makes sense considering that the attendance at this event is massively underwhelming. Now, I'm talking both about in terms of the American people and in terms of the United States government, Trump's Republicans, his party, right? Very few of sitting senators or members of Congress actually stayed in town this weekend, despite this being the president's birthday, this big event, the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Armed Forces, and the first North Korea style military parade in the United States since the ridiculous. I think the Gulf War was the last time they tried to do like a ticker tape parade.
Okay.
Oh, here we go, chat. Are you ready? Now, I don't know. Oh my God, that music is so bad.
Our teams. It's starting to get a little tough.
What's going on? Who got the music? Who ordered the music? This is definitely copyright free, chat. No, this looks exactly like the CrossFit games. Anybody want to back me up on this? Chat, this is worse than music I could find on YouTube. I don't know. Maybe we should put some different music, just to make sure that I'm not getting copyright claimed. I'll try to find some other copyright free music. There we go, chat. This is the vibe. Okay, I'm gonna take that back. I feel like this is more cringe than anything that CrossFit has ever produced, right? And chat, if you don't know, CrossFit produced Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's wild, chat. Now look, I've got some respect for combining weight bearing exercise with, cardiovascular. I think that the separation between cardio and weight training that we do, or anabolic, it's a little bit artificial, right? And it's just not a very functional exercise, right? I'm a proponent of functional exercise, to a certain extent. The parade is a humiliating embarrassment on America. True, Heaney. They aren't getting any oxygen. Oh no. It looks like chat, you could see this in any LA Fitness with boomers there. Like, it's just... What were they thinking? Oh no. This is embarrassing. Chat, if we get attacked by like China tomorrow, you're gonna know why, all right? Like, this is the strength that the US armed forces are projecting. Where is this being done? This is Washington, D.C. This is I think the opening event or something. This is like the opening act for the parade. See, now that guy's pretty fit. He's got some solid gains. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it, troops. I'm gonna rewatch this with the Village People playing. Yeah. What do you think, chat? Is there another good song that I could How does this display military prowess? It doesn't. It projects military weakness. It projects poor leadership and, you know, questionable. I mean, and chat, like, these are their best and their brightest as far as physical fitness goes. And it just looks like a amateur CrossFit event or something. It's pathetic. Somebody's gonna throw out their back too. I don't think their form is great. And also you know, their lifts, right? Like, I feel like, I don't know how much those bars weigh, chat, but like, these would be impressive lifts if one person. Oh, they're not even together on it. Oh no, chat, they're gonna bust their backs. Oh no, that's terrible form.
Communist invading radicals.
This is the problem when you have them switch back and forth from cardio to deadlifts.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Like, I could do any of this. I can do all of this. What are you talking about, Sean Parton? I've got my certification. I could teach you to do this, Sean Parton. Can we sign you up? Can we sign you up for some personal training sessions today? I'm salty because I can't join? I'm not in the right country to be in this military. Oh no! Oh no! Come on, help him over! Help him over! He can't do it! He can't do it! Chat, this is terrible! This is terrible! Look! I'm not saying that, like, I don't know, that these people are, like, weaker or less physically fit or less coordinated than the average person, but these are the troops. All right, and if you're gonna flex the troops' physical fitness, you better be bringing some physically fit troops. Marjorie Taylor Greene, chat, a sitting congresswoman, could do better than this.
Underscore by super chatted $10. Be careful or you may get froganed on Twitch.
Wait, froganed for what? Really? They're worried about me getting froganed. Okay, let me just say, like, I have immense respect for our fighting men and women, for our troops. All veterans, chat, they're a class of people better than you or I could ever be. Okay, here, let's get more. Why don't I try? Because I'd rather watch them fail. Okay. Wow. Oh, you have to lift it with your knee there. That's, I don't think that's how the exercise is supposed to be performed. That's cheating. You're cheating yourself. You're taking away your own gains when you cheat at an exercise. Understand this, right? If you're gonna do an exercise, do it with the right form. When you know, like, you know, for instance, chat, dumbbell curls, right? A lot of people, when they do dumbbell curls, they kind of swing. They kind of, you know, they get this swing going, right? Where it's not them lifting the dumbbells, it's like them swinging the dumbbells, right? They're not in control of that exercise, especially the eccentric portion of the exercise. When you're, you know, there's the concentric, and then there's the eccentric, and the eccentric's actually really important. It's really important when you do an exercise to, I mean, you can benefit a lot from controlling the weight back down, right? You can actually, like, a lot of your gains actually come from that eccentric movement, right? And they're just cheating themselves out of gains. Oh no, did you see that? It got away from them, chat. Like, look, we better hope that there's never a time where American troops need to grab a large sandbag and hoist it from one shoulder to another, because I don't think that our fighting men and women are quite ready for that. That being said, veterans are great. We love our veterans, chat. We love our veterans. We're not like Frogan. We're not trying to get banned off of Twitch for making fun of the veterans, okay? But these aren't veterans, they're enlisted, so we can make fun of them, right? Oh my god. So yeah, I mean, this is what the hogs came to enjoy. And by hogs, chat, I'm talking about a very small number of hogs. Oh no. Oh no, what are they doing? Are they jumping over this thing? Okay, now they're gonna do bad forearm push-ups. Ooh. See, look, if you want to flex your armed forces, right? If you look at like what North Korea does, or what any of the countries, China does, you know, occasional military parades, they're coordinated, they're practiced, right? They're doing this to flex. It's pretty pathetic. They shouldn't do it, but they're but they drill on it enough so that it looks somewhat impressive, right? Their marches look good. They're you know, they're coordinated. They're all doing it, whatever they're doing at the same time, right? I mean, that if you want to be a dictatorship, that's how you do it, right? You got to take some lessons from Kim Jong and North Korea, Trump, if you wanna do this kind of pathetic, you know, display of force of a dying empire, which is what the United States of America is. An empire in its twilight. And don't think that other countries aren't watching this. They are watching and they are laughing. I wouldn't survive a day in basic. Bro, basic would be basic for me. I would be asking them, can we do anything harder? Like, if I was in basic, chat, I'd probably have to bring like a heavy bag with me or something just to get enough exercise to feel like I got a workout. Have you seen the guys that pass basic? Have you seen how much they've lowered the standards in terms of enlistment? You know, it used to be a pretty difficult thing to do. They used to you know, wash people out of it. Now they're lucky if they can get enough people to recruit. All right, so what are we doing here? We got a helicopter. We got a dummy. What are we doing? Are we just taking pictures of the kids in the helicopter? Little Black Hawk Down. Yeah, maggots. MAGAs. I'm not trying to make you mad, okay? I'm just watching Donald Trump's parade, and I gotta say I'm not impressed. Right, if they're gonna have a physical fitness component to this thing, they really should have thought about this more. But I think this is just, yeah, you put your kids in the helicopter, take some pictures. I mean, that's pretty wholesome. All right, let's change the music. I feel like it's no longer appropriate to make fun of our troops. All right, well, I mean, that's good for them. Look, I'm not going to make fun of people's kids. They didn't ask to be here. They didn't ask for their parents to be hogs. It's not the kids' fault. Let's see what else they got. What else you got for us, Trump? You got some American flag clothing. You got the troops. Is that a troop? Here's the, there's another kind of hog. The hogs get sweaty. That's why they need to fan themselves off. All right, what else you got for us, Trump? What else you got?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals. Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
It's boring. Okay, so we're gonna take more pictures of the kids with military equipment. Great. Okay, I'm gonna look. We got 10 hours of footage here. I'm gonna try to find the more exciting stuff. What do we got here? Oh, we got a very American-looking family over here. Check this out. Look at that. They love America. It's that Marjorie Taylor Greene! Chat, it's my CrossFit hero. It's her. She's in her exercise. Where was she? Where was she when our troops were fucking up their form on the exercise? Look, nobody can fuck up their form on CrossFit like Marjorie Titan Greene. She should have been there. You can get your picture taken with Marjorie Titan Greene. That's amazing. Chat, do you think she bites her like arm and turns into a Titan after? Wait, is this the first? Oh, there she is. Oh my God, I am fangirling so hard. And no joke, chat, she is in very good shape for her age. I'm not even. Wait. Wow, you can get your picture taken with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Give us a good smile, Marjorie. Let's see some more gums. Sorry. All kinds of hogs attending today's festivities.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Trump should have hired at least one person who produces Iowa State Fair. They would do it so well.
Damn. Who produces Iowa State Fair? They would do it so well. Yeah. Vietnamese people being Trump fans is pretty sad. I mean, there's a lot of people immigrated to the United States, especially if they had collaborated with the Americans during the war, right? So and it should come as no surprise that the people who did, right, the people with the most to lose in Vietnam from the end of capitalism would be rather conservative. So that's the explanation for that. Here, let's find something else good here. How about go. Oh, hell yeah. We're here with Marjorie Titan Green at the scene of the soon-to-be United States fascist protest, fascist parade. You think that military parades are just for North Korea and countries like that? Wrong. Wrong. Our big, beautiful president has deigned that we should join in the festivities in the twilight of our empire. As the United States loses the little bit of respect that it once had in the world, we're going to do so in style. Like any fallen empire, flexing our once great military might. With Marjorie Taylor Greene. I just don't understand, why wasn't she there correcting the form of our troops, right? I feel like even Marjorie Taylor Greene would have been able to coach those troops to not do the lift. Like, you know, when you assist your lift of a sandbag with your knee, you're really just cheating yourself. Right? You want to get those gains, you got to do the exercise right. And Marjorie will tell you that. No, chat, who am I kidding? She'd have them going so hard, they'd be vomiting and getting rhabdo. I said I've got my certification, but I don't have my CrossFit cert the way that Marjorie Taylor Greene is. So I must defer to her greater knowledge and skills as a proponent of CrossFit. I can't do one of those kipping pull-ups, chat. I do actual pull-ups, not the weird hanging off of the bar, jumping around pull-up.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That must have been a funny joke. Wait, do we get to hear what her joke? Oh wait, is she actually talking?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are
Can we hear her?
communist invading radicals.
No. Oh, I thought we would be able to hear what she had to say. Oh wait, so she's taking a picture of him now? I'm sorry I'm hanging up here, chat. I know it's boring for some of you, but she's my hero. Okay, it's starting to get boring again. We lost track of Marjorie. See up what else we got in the Trump parade. Like I said, chat, we got 10 hours of footage to pick through, see what's fun. All right, so more of this. The pre-parade festivities. We got some military vehicles. We got some troops. We got some troops, chat. We got the troops right there. What else are our troops doing? Nothing much, it looks like. And again, I mean, no, this is before. It's unfair to judge the crowd size, chat. I know what a lot of you are saying. This is a very small crowd size, all right? But don't judge it until it gets going, all right? We haven't even started the parade. I'm sure that the big, beautiful parade will produce a big, beautiful crowd of totally not paid to sit there and look like they're here for Trump's birthday celebration. Oh my God, why did they film this? I'm just like, who is this for? Like, this part of the live stream, right? Who is this actually for? Not for us, that's for sure. All right, there's the, I think that's the intersection right next to where they've closed off the street. So the parade's going to start, chat, I believe, at the Lincoln Monument and go to the phallic monument, the one that looks like a erect obelisk of some sort. We're back at the White House. All right, boring. Let's. Oh wait, we got some more. Do we have some more CrossFit? We get to see. Oh, here we go, chat. Here we go. This is what I'm here for more than anything, honestly. Okay, so there's the hogs. They're arriving. The hogs are here. They're here to see the parade.
I'm just gonna get you walking by when you go.
Come on, let's see the hogs.
But now they're a freaking communist invading radicals.
You can tell them by their American flag, the great respect they have for the American flag.
But now they're a freaking communist invading radicals.
There we go.
Alrighty, it looks like our first two teams are on their last lap.
Peaceful up here, but now they're a freaking communist invading radicals.
Climb those ropes. Okay, so what are they're... Oh, no. I don't think that's how you're supposed to do the exercise, sir. Let's see what the other troops are doing. I want to see how... You're supposed to carry it over, right? That's the trick. That's what makes this hard. All right, you got to carry that thing... Oh, no. We're going to put it down on the... We're just going to push it over. Yeah, at least toss it over. At least toss it over, right? That's... You know, when you don't do the exercise right, you're only cheating yourself. So, I mean, this is supposed to be some kind of competition. I think that I think they're in teams. I don't see Marjorie Taylor Greene here, despite the fact that whatever the hell they're doing is dangerously close to CrossFit. I feel like MTG could really help them out. I've seen some pretty bad form today. Come on, push it, dude, push it.
It requires every muscle group in your body to participate.
Wait, is that who's announcing?
They cannot start the bike until the deadlift bar is off the ground. And there's a strategy to it. Do you lift quickly and hold for longer? Do you lift slower and hold for less? Each team has their own strategy, their own unique plan. Each team captain is calling out commands to make sure that the bar is lifted in synchronized form, in unison, to make sure that each person carries his fair share. And it looks like the National Guard team is moving right along. Let's cheer them on, folks. Let them hear you make some noise. You can hear them shouting chants of dig, 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 pedal, 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 go faster. That weight becomes excruciating to hold as you finish the last few calories on the bike.
So they've got a set number of calories on the bike. I mean, you know, bikes measure, a lot of exercise equipment measures calories. It's not super accurate. It's usually actually juiced up to make you think that you're getting more, you know, burning more calories than you actually are.
It looks like it's pretty close between 101st and our...
But, oh my God, look at that guy on the bike.
Right now is where it starts to become a mental test. How deep can you dig?
How deep can you dig, chat?
Do you possess when every muscle in your body is screaming for rest, but you must keep going?
Speaking of how deep you can dig. Let me dig out some of these super chats and read those off.
Five more deadlifts. One hold.
Columbia Rican, thank you for the super sticker.
This is only the second event. And it looks like it's pretty neck and neck between 101st and the National Guard. Who's going to come out on top?
Davy Cliff with a super chat. I love how the biggest supporters of the Iraq War were old people. Were old people who were embarrassed they decided not to fight in Vietnam. Like Trump. Trump was a Iraq War supporter. Little known fact, right, chat? Most people only associate Trump with saying that he was against the Iraq War in the Republican primary debate in 2016. But actually, when the Iraq War was going on, Trump, just like Hillary Clinton, was a fan. Trump was supporting of the war on terror and of the Iraq War. Did not have a problem with it until after it was over.
Here comes the 101st. Are they going to be able to catch up with the National Guard team?
The 101st Airborne, the National Guard.
Before they move on to burpees.
Who's the other team?
One more clean left for the National Guard, and here they go, on to the burpees.
Oh, they're doing burpees? There we go. We got the burpees, chat.
Up together, over the worm, back down again, 10 times, 10 repetitions of burpees. Will the 101st be able to catch up?
What happened to the other team? Did they finish already? Maybe that's the Marines. I don't know.
Once again, every muscle in their bodies is screaming for rest. They want a break, but they can't. This is an ultimate.
That is MTG, right? Is that MTG calling the
As the Army's fittest soldier, the ultimate glory in the search for Army physical fitness. This is a true test.
So I don't know what they were doing before, but these look like people that are maybe selected.
And the National Guard has moved on to the final event. Here they go with their sandbags. A reminder, these sandbags weigh between 50 and 100 pounds. Each soldier must carry 2 all the way to the finish line. They must get the bag and themselves over the wall, not once, but twice, all the way to the finish line before they can be done. And here we go, the 101st has moved on to the burpees. One last strength event before they carry the bag to the finish line. And the National Guard is on to their last set of sandbags. They're going to sprint to the finish line. They're almost complete. They have to get it over the wall, over the deadlift bar.
So,
under 9 minutes right now. They could catch up to the first place team.
What's the first team?
It's going to be really close.
Yeah, these guys look tired.
2 more back.
I can't tell. Are they there because they lapped the other teams? Like, are they ahead of everybody else, or are they behind?
All the way to the finish.
Again, this like highly resembles a CrossFit competition.
All right, we're in 9 points.
Oh no.
Here they go all the way to the finish line. They're running to the finish line. It's going to be neck and neck.
Communist invading radical.
And time, an unofficial time of 9 minutes 37 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be
But now
close.
there are freaking
So
communist
close.
invading radicals.
And the 101st isn't far behind them. They're on their sandbags now. This is the last bit of grueling determination
that's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Who will be crowned the Army's fittest unit?
Yeah, who's the fittest unit?
Ladies and gentlemen, cheer them on. This is our final heat. Our last 17 will be crowned leader of the Army's
You can tell a variety of levels of physical fitness within the teams, right? Some of those guys are just like, let's get this done. Others of those guys are catching their breath, right? So if the goal was to show off the cardio, the physical fitness of the American Armed Forces, I don't think that's what's being accomplished here, right?
All he has to do is get it to the finish line. One final carry.
I don't think we're scaring China today, chat, with this performance.
All the way to the end. Get it out.
I feel like North Korea is watching this right now, and they're laughing at us.
Unofficial time for 101st with 11 minutes 20 seconds. All right, our last team of the day is our Medical Center of Excellence. They're at 11 minutes and 40 seconds.
Medical Center of Excellence, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure you stick around for the award ceremony when we will crown the Army's fittest soldiers.
I want to know who the fittest troop is. Chat, who's the fittest troop?
Just who truly is the Army's fittest.
Oh my God.
Just 2 more burpees. All right, one.
I mean, you can see here in.
Cheer them on. Let them know.
Okay, you can see here that physical fitness does not always correspond, especially cardio does not always correspond with the
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been
body composition or the amount of skeletal muscle that somebody carries.
to be not just the Army's fittest, but to be in the Army, to defend our nation, to be there mentally, physically, tough, to get after it, to grit through it, no matter how hard you work, no matter how bad it is, to make sure you and your teammates get all the way to the finish line. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what it's truly all about as we celebrate the Army's 250th birthday today.
Make George Washington proud. Come on. Chop that cherry tree. Chop that cherry tree.
13 minutes, and they're on the final home stretch.
Fly that kite for Benjamin Franklin.
They're not easy to carry.
Sign your name on the dotted line like John Hancock. Make our founding fathers proud.
All the way to the end. Over the
Proud of our troops.
This is when every muscle in your body starts screaming at you to stop, to take a break. That I need some rest. Give me a break.
Every muscle in my body is screaming at me to stop watching this. It's starting to get boring. We got the Hulkster there? Is that the Hulkster? Did you see that, chat? The Hulkster.
And you can't.
There he is, chat. Oh, that's Hulk Hogan.
You can hear the screams of determination. They're screaming it out there.
Famous wrestler.
A true fitness test. A true mental toughness test. They're going all the way.
Okay, look at even the cameraman's bored.
15 minutes.
Even the cameraman got bored. All right, the cameraman's bored. What are we doing now? All right, so we're just walking around. This is the scene there. It really does feel like I don't know, like a state fair or like a
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. This is the last over the deadlift bar, all the way to the end.
So they're not really showing the competition anymore. What else we got? Oh, we got the obelisk. Are we gonna do some monument mythos today? Does anybody know monument mythos? Does anybody know what the story behind the Washington Monument really is? Anyone know who's in the basement of that structure? Anyway, what do we got here? All right, this is the victors.
Get up here, line up. Get in your line, get in your line.
So who won? The 101st? Yes. All right, so they're getting medals. All right, well, I mean, that was the most fun we've had so far at the parade, but it is a parade. I'm wondering when they're going to start parading. When do we get to see our troops in action? Got some music. Yeah, it's just like, it kind of feels like a street fair, right? Just some merch to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our fighting men and women.
It's fun.
This is fun. This is very fun. Yeah, you're correct, sir. Wait, were those some Proud Boys? Where were those guys? Did we see some extremists there? Oh, face paint. Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm supporting everybody. We are the body of Christ.
The body of Christ is here.
No candidates. Where are you from? I'm from Tacoma Park, Maryland. Long time.
Who's he talking to?
1964 in Washington, D.C. And in Northeast D.C. called Providence Hospital.
Why is our cameraman filming another cameraman?
Got it.
All right, you got your interview, I guess. I don't know.
This is what happens when you stand up on the marble.
You got the MAGA hats. No politics. No politics. I'm Israel High. No politics. You can tell they're apolitical here because of the MAGA hats, right? That's how we know. This is an apolitical rally, chat. This is just in support of America and our troops, and it's apolitical, okay? There's no political agenda here today, even though it is Trump's birthday. Even though this is at least $40 million of your tax money going to put this parade together. Remember, chat, DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. We aim to reduce all waste, fraud, and abuse. And there's definitely no waste, fraud, or abuse here today. No, these are your tax dollars well spent. All right, so there's a line of hogs having a bite. He just bit into that ice cream. God damn, that would hurt my teeth. MAGA. Somebody's yelling about Trump. There's some more troops. Where's the freaking parade, though? Oh, you can see the storm clouds gather, chat. While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us pledge allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in this solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the valleys to the wait, what is it? From the mountains, to the valleys, to the oceans white with snow. Wait, why are the oceans white with snow? I think I'm mixing up the lyrics here. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street.
Oh, all the time the controversies will follow. So, but you need to focus on the good thing, what is happening around you. This is what I'm thinking about. Okay, yeah.
A good thing like spending $40 million on a man's ego. Yeah, that's the good things.
Yeah, God bless you. Yeah, thanks.
Like all reveling in Trump's narcissism together. Those are the good things. This is what the United States was about, right? The United States formed, chat, if you don't know, because we wanted a king. And England wouldn't let us have one.
I don't know, baby. Okay.
We wanted a singular figure to control everything. No congressional oversight.
Well, I think the 250th birthday of the Army is a very, very significant.
No judicial review. Just one man giving orders and the rest of us following. That's what we fought for. That was the independence.
And I think it's very
the war for independence.
Have that kind of a celebration. It is a big deal as far as I'm concerned. I couldn't get my.
Yeah, just ask them in North Korea. They think it's a big deal too, right?
So we will watch the parade from home. Not only because, I'm a senior citizen, we can head back. But anyway, thank you very much for being here.
Well, he came for the good part, right? That was the good part of the parade. Let's see, when's the actual parade, though? Oh, there we go. Speaking of Benjamin Franklin, here he is, chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Franklin, our founding father, our founding uncle, our creepy uncle. While the United States fighting men and women were fighting for our independence, chat, he was off in France, diddling the women.
He's coming back?
Yeah, he's
probably not just the women, though. We are talking about Benjamin Franklin here.
Service said you can't wait over there in the shade because that's the area to check baggage for
all right, sir,
contraband.
can you tell me why you're...
They don't want to have another incident like in Pennsylvania.
A couple of things.
You get a bunch of hogs together, one of them's liable to take a shot at the president.
The history of our country, every country has or should have some kind of flag, and it's a representation of, what, them or part of or a good portion of their history. I mean, might have some Egyptian flags that go back several thousand.
Go back to the pharaohs. Yeah, that's right. The Egyptian flag.
Representing what they
we don't have a pharaoh.
What they believe in.
We have a king, King Trump.
Also, it just so happened.
That's what we fought for our independence, so that we could be under the rulership of a king.
But he's still pretty sharp. He hasn't faded out like Joe.
Oh, what's the other guy? He hasn't faded out. No, he can't remember shit. But yeah, no.
Also, coming up to events like this.
No, chat. He's not got dementia, right? He does the weave.
50,000.
He's just doing the weave.
Responsible.
We get to the goddamn.
We're really looking forward to him growing up that way.
And what do you think about this
celebration? Like responsible, scared, but I know that he's going to get great training, and I know that he's going to come out like a responsible adult.
Okay, that's that. Yeah. Have the army raise your child for you. That's a great idea, ma'am. That's a great idea. All right, so here we go.
I'm not gonna make it.
Okay, so that's where the parade's gonna take place. Oh, geez, chat. You see how it's starting to get dark?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Flags were literally popularized in the Dutch Revolt in the 1600s. This moronic hog pretending to like history.
No, you don't understand, Davy. You don't understand. The Egyptians, they have the pyramids and the pharaoh in their flag because their flag dates back for 1,000 years, right?
you maybe by any.
But so the reason that it's getting so dark, chat, is that a thunderstorm rolled in here. Where is the parade? Okay, there's some cops on bikes. I want the parade though. Okay, now we got some music at least. But anyway, there's a thunderstorm coming in. That's why they had to move everything up. Wow, they put music on it because it's so boring. We gotta mute their music and put on our music. Come on, where is the wait, there's something. Is that the president? Is that Melania? There we go, chat. There's something interesting. I believe that's the royal carriage right there. Car Force One. Our big, beautiful president. There he goes, folks. There he goes. All right, so I guess is stuff gonna start now? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Anybody else notice how like our national iconography on that stage is starting to look more and more like a Proud Boys shirt? Oh, come on. Where is the actual... Oh, there we go. There's something. There's Hegseth. Let's see if he can hold his liquor for this one. Hopefully he won't vomit. That man is incredibly drunk at all times. So there's the artillery. Whenever a Trump crowd doesn't know what to say, they just go, USA, USA, USA.
America, would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem?
Wait. Is the national anthem going to be the Proud to Be Your Boy? Proud to... They're trying to do like a Disney parade.
Can you see?
I think we all know how the first stanza goes. We'll leave the other stanzas out of the equation for now. All right, there we go. Land of the free, home of the brave. Oh my gosh, she's still holding that note. She's still holding that note. Amazing. Okay, so here we go, chat. Now, if you don't know...
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill.
Yeah, so that they could have a king one day. They wanted to have King Trump.
Concord,
England wouldn't let us have the king.
Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
Keep this sweaty asshole in mind, right? He may be a candidate in 2028. That's Glenn Youngkin from Virginia.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
They didn't even have CrossFit.
Wars started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777.
American Army.
All make his move. Cannon range.
So you're going to see, in addition to the troops, chat, you're going to see, in addition to the troops, Trump has commissioned several costuming supply stores to create uniforms that go all throughout American history, all throughout the history of our armed forces, right? And that's really the highlight of this. This is Trump's, if you don't know, Trump is a zesty guy, all right? He likes show tunes. He likes costumes, right? He likes, he's a reality, television host, right? That's his deal, right? So he's commissioned these costume shops to create uniforms of the United States Armed Forces from the Continental Army prior to the Declaration of Independence all the way to all the way to now, or I guess all the way till the War on Terror, the great that we're all so proud of, that we responded to an attack on our soil, on the soul of the nation, from from Saudi people and from CIA asset Osama bin Laden. We responded to that by striking out against Iraq, and which had actually nothing to do with any of that. And we spent billions of dollars, lost tens of thousands of lives, killed millions of Iraqis, and I think we can all agree that that was a great success. Even though we didn't win the war, we also lost in Afghanistan. Anyway, chat. This is
has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Very different from that army here at Yorktown. But one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart.
This is a fucking recruitment commercial, chat. Where is the actual parade? When does the parade happen? Oh my God, that's embarrassing.
Heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States.
Yeah. So, anyway, we spent $30,000 to $40,000 on this event while military veterans suffer and die in the streets of America. While the Trump administration cuts veteran services, right? But don't worry, chat. We've got $30 million to spend on this shit. Waste, fraud, and abuse we got to root out, but we definitely need to pay for this. This is a good investment. This is your tax dollars at work here. I don't know what's going on, because this was supposed to be a parade, and we saw everything but an actual parade. Does Reuters just suck? Yeah, there's Trump. There's music. There's a stage. I am tempted to look and see if somebody else has the parade for us. That is so pathetic. 10 hours of footage. And when I type in military parade, it comes up first, military parade Russia, military parade China, military parade North Korea, military parade Washington, D.C. All right, let's see if we... Viewer discretion advised? Fox literally had a viewer discretion advised on this, right? All right, so yeah, there's the... I think this is the... wait, no? Okay, that's a parade. That's what we're looking for. There we go. This is what I was telling you about, all right? So this is, I think, the most interesting part. Wait, why do they have the red coats? What? What's going on here? All right, they ended. They must have just like run out of I don't know, chat. I don't know why Reuters is usually pretty good. All right, so here we go. I think this is the actual parade. There we go. Are you ready? Are you feeling patriotic? You should be, chat. This is the twilight of the American Empire. You should be feeling very, very patriotic. Look at that, the flag's in his face. Oh no, chat. If you're gonna do this shit, if you're gonna march soldiers through the street, you gotta have like precision drills. You can tell that the United States military is generally for fighting, not for marching, not for showing off, in other words, because traditionally, the U.S. military has been, for the last, I don't know, like 100 years, the United States military has been the, strongest fighting force, more or less. And so there was no need to show off. But as you can tell, chat, something has changed in America. We are not what we used to be. And it's correlated with Donald Trump's entrance onto the political scene.
It is officially underway. Up first, internationally renowned as one of the world's finest professional music organizations, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone. They are the premier music organization of the U.S. Army, our nation's most senior service. Stationed at Joint Base Henderson Hall, Virginia, it plays an important musical role in events of national and international significance.
The Army Band knows how to march, because that's what they do. They're for show. They're for ceremony, right?
Pulver and drum major Rob Moore.
Now, are these are the okay? So no, if I like look these the dudes that are dressed in historic uniforms, they're not troops. All right, these are people that were hired and put in costumes that Trump had commissioned. This is what he spent your tax money on, right? Commissioning different army uniforms throughout the year and putting them on actors and having those actors who apparently are kind of better at marching than the military. Because like I told you, the U.S. military is about fighting. It's not like this, the showmanship is not, their wheelhouse exactly, right? So they hired actors to portray the historical military. I can't tell though.
John J. Pershing. They're led today by Colonel Bruce R. Pulver and drum major Rob Moore. Today, Pershing Zone is playing a melody entitled "The Army Goes Rolling Along." This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Lewis.
Play Bridge Over the River Kwai.
Which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song.
Oh my God, shut up. I want to see the historical military. Come on.
Unknown soldier. while also conducting
the unknown soldier
funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery. The regiment's 50 campaign streamer stand is a testament to. In 1775, the shot heard round the.
There we go. Okay, this is what we're here for.
Sparked a revolution.
What the fuck was that outfit though?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard.
Wait, were they booing the Old Guard for some reason? What?
In 1775, the shot heard round.
Is that supposed to be George Washington, I guess?
And Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a.
There we go, chat. This is the cool part.
Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America.
Okay, so we also got the redcoats here. Yeah, we got they're playing the.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Which Civil War army they repping, gray or blue?
Right. Well, we've got the redcoats here, chat. We got the redcoats here. Again, Trump has no sense of self-awareness. Trump and Trumpism represents more what the United States broke away from in the Revolutionary War than what the United States pretends to be as a force for justice
Fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos
on the world stage.
Soldiers went to advance, treat, eat, even went to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniform.
Wait, Chad, am I wrong?
Those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments.
Why were they wearing... Okay, that's maybe who he's talking about.
The sound and spirit of the revolution through more than...
There's George Washington.
Each year, both at home and...
It may be Steven Crowder, chat. I'm not sure.
Everybody.
If it's Steven Crowder, then we're going to be treated to some his rap stylings. We all know that Steven Crowder likes to dress up.
High above, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of playing dress up,
your United
there's
States
Donald.
Parachute team, the Golden Knights. Descending at over 120 miles an hour, the Golden Knights are using flexible wing gliders to maintain their formation. They open their...
Wait, why are they not showing the gold? I want to see the Golden Knights.
Negotiate the softest possible landing.
Golden Knights. Show us the Golden Knights.
I tell you, they can't hear you, but they sure can see you. You can give them a great...
And they can probably smell you, because you are hogs.
Parachuting team in the world.
There they are. There's the Golden Knights. Not all knights wear armor. Some knights have parachutes. What? Oh, are they okay? What's going on? What is it? That doesn't look good. What's going on there? Are they smoking? Okay, these are the Golden Knights.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Oh no, are they okay?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
I mean, that looks like fun, doesn't it?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I mean, it's not exactly very orderly or precision. I mean, they don't know how to do a military parade, right? And look, I'm not bitching. We shouldn't be doing a military parade. We shouldn't be wasting money on this. We shouldn't be showing off our armed forces because that actually projects weakness more than it projects strength. But if you're gonna do it right.
Among them, 5.
Okay, so now we got the Civil War soldiers.
Recipients of a brand new.
And to answer your question, Davy,
with independence,
we do have the North represented.
Guarding settlers as native scouts lit the way.
We got Billy Yank in the house.
Buffalo soldiers etched a legacy of grit and honor across the American frontier.
Yes, the Buffalo Soldiers, famous for their grit.
As they march by a soldier's uniform.
Now there's some real troops right there. These are the troops from today.
50's official regulations outline distinct looks shaping the Army's identity and function across the force. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work and battle with brass buttons. And
they're not doing a good job.
Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated.
Okay, there's our Golden Knights.
Congress
was that a POW MIA flag? Chat, no way. What? No way.
The soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated.
What? Is that what I see? Chat, do you know about this flag? Oh my God, I gotta show you this. Okay, look.
Volunteer enlistment surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they representing the Civil War era of our nation's history is the 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado.
So yeah, look, this is the flag that you just saw. The POW MIA flag. It has a very interesting history, right? One in chat if you've seen this before, right? POW MIA. What this is about is the Vietnam era, right? In Vietnam, the United States lost to a much smaller country because they wanted to be free. They wanted to break away. They'd been colonized since the 1800s, first by France, then by the Japanese, then by the United States, right? They had been under the thumb of other countries for like years and years and years, right? So the United States, you know, they napalmed Vietnam. They used Agent Orange to destroy the jungle and the crops and to ultimately give children birth defects. The United States tried everything they could. Like they were like these strategic hamlets, right? Where they'd be like, okay, if you're a villager, you got to live in this strategic hamlet because we can't have the Viet Men mixing in with you. That's what they're actually called, chat. You might have heard the name Viet Cong, but they were called the Viet Men. That was their name for themselves, right? These were the patriots of Vietnam. These were the people fighting for the independence of their country, and they won. They beat us. They beat the United States colonial power, and we got the fuck out of Dodge, right? Nixon wanted some kind of withdrawal with dignity, or maybe, and they didn't get that. They got a nightmare where the North Vietnamese were coming into Ho Chi Minh City, is what it's now called. Back then, it was called Saigon, and they were trying to airlift like all the collaborators, right? All the Vietnamese people that in the eyes of their countrymen were traitors because they'd worked with us, right? That's like somebody that worked with the British during the Revolutionary War. You don't want to leave that person in the colonies, right? If you're, if you're Britain and you give a fuck about them, you take them back to Britain. And that's what the United States did. So the United States lost and lost badly, showed itself to be a paper tiger in Vietnam. And there were captives. There were people that were taken prisoner of war by the North Vietnamese, right? The facility that the Vietnamese would keep American soldiers in was known colloquially as the Hanoi Hilton. Very unpleasant place to be. You can just ask John McCain. And so after the war, right, there was a conspiracy theory that developed that the Vietnamese were holding on to American soldiers. There were soldiers left behind, right? And that the United States government had just been like, oh no, fine. Actually, we like the Vietnamese now. Yeah, keep our soldiers, right? Right. I don't know. It's fucking brainworms, right? But that's what this flag was about. For decades after the Vietnam War, there were a bunch of old coot conspiracy theorists waving this flag around saying we got to get our POWs and MIAs out of Vietnam. And there's no evidence that there were people there. You know what there were? There were dead American soldiers there. There were people that went to fight for their country and died a miserable fucking death. And they were convinced that somehow these people are still alive. We can get them back. If only our damn liberal government of Ronald Reagan will, it's just ridiculous shit. That's what you just saw there. I don't know what that thing was doing there. I feel like this is a flag from a different time period, right? Let me read you what Wikipedia has about this. All right. The National League of Families POW MIA flag, often referred to as the POW MIA flag, adopted in 1972, consists of the official emblem of the National League of Families of American Prisoners and missing in Southeast Asia in white on a black background. In 2019, the National POW MIA flag was signed into law. The Flag Act? Oh no. Requiring the POW MIA flag to be flown on certain federal properties, including. So this is Trump 1 that this happened, right? This is what happens when you let a reality star run your country. You get a conspiracy fucking theory signed into law. Anyway, including the U.S. Capitol building on all days, the U.S. flag is flown. The flag symbolizes support and care for soldiers, airmen, sailors who served the United States in the Vietnam War, especially those who endured capture by the enemy. They are bearing the lead here, right? This flag was not about, it sucks that, American servicemen were mistreated in Vietnam, right? I mean, given the fact that you're burning their babies with napalm, given the fact that you're poisoning their fucking soil with Agent Orange, yeah, I mean, I would expect that. I would expect that you don't get the warmest welcome in the Hanoi Hilton when John McCain's plane gets shot the fuck down, right? Oh my God. So there it is, POW MIA flag. I want to see something. Like, was there anybody? Could there have been like one or two soldiers that like I don't know that there was ever like anybody that was okay, so this is just literally about the flag. I'm curious more about the movement. I don't know, chat. This might not be the time for a deep dive, but that's a weird thing to see. That's a weird thing to see. Yeah, this wasn't about commemorating the captivity of people like John McCain, right? This wasn't about, the soldiers that were actually held captive and then, were returned as part of the agreement that Richard Nixon signed when he basically with Vietnam. This is brainworms. I wonder, there's probably people that still think that there are American POWs being held in Vietnam. I'm about to go to Vietnam, so I'll let you know. I'll let you know if I run into any American service members that are being held captive there. Okay, so what do we got here? A wagon train of some kind? What I'm most interested in is the military uniforms that Trump commissioned and the actors that he hired to play historic eras of the U.S. They're like those guys, right? That's the... so my understanding, these guys are actors.
From Port Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride. Born from the thunder of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the first team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible.
Storm Manila, that was part of the Spanish-American War?
Of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam.
And Pyongyang, yeah, that's another disastrous war. God damn, the United States has been eating L's ever since World War II, right? Eating massive L's from both the North Koreans and the Chinese in the Korean conflict, which was, I think, what they called it until they admitted it was a war.
Now, where they prove their mettle.
McNamara has to go down as one of the worst war criminals in history. Yeah, absolutely.
And you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless. The 1st Cavalry Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime. And the legacy rides on. This is the Cav.
So, I don't know, what are they juxtaposing these historical units with their, like, modern... They do have a cavalry. I think it's, like, Bradley's, is that right? Like, they do... Don't they have, like, units that they call cavalry, but obviously they're not on horses anymore?
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
Special thanks to Lockheed Martin. There we go. So there's one of the sponsors now. Chat, you're going to see one of the other sponsors is a crypto sponsor. Wondering if the particular parachuter was from Maryland. Oh, the other flag. All right, let's see what we got.
Culminate in the outbreak of the First World War.
Okay, so we're going through the years.
By opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11th, 1918.
Yeah, World War I, a very important and sometimes forgotten war. The infamous peace of which would
with more USA World War
set up the Second World War.
This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. Remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future.
They have a radio at least?
Help pave the way for the roads we rely on today, and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge touring car.
What? It sounds like they're... This feels like a commercial. I mean, it is kind of a recruitment commercial, if we're being honest. Over there.
Headquartered in New York.
Come on, you got to play Long Road to Cincinnati.
At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like...
Uh-oh, chat, that's a rainbow. Uh-oh. That's an illegal symbol in today's army. Don't let Hedseth see that rainbow.
Primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. The band is also serving
Operation Iraqi Freedom. That's something to be proud of, right?
Cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal George M. Cohan.
Did they have to alter that rainbow to take out some colors just so people wouldn't think they were signaling towards pride?
You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers under the command of General Blackjack Pershing hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but battle tough. Nicknamed the Pershing boot, on their feet was the M918, 1918 French boot. It was designed to survive the brutal grind of trench warfare. And on their backs, the field pack, rations, ammo, first aid, and a gas mask. Everything a doughboy needed to fight and to win. Incidentally, the 42nd Infantry Division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II, ultimately liberating the Dachau concentration camp. The 42nd responded to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Later, with the war on terrorism, the rainbow stretched across the world again, deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thundering into view, the pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army Artillery.
Don't say pride.
This is literally powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial
Don't say gay.
The legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong. Representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery. This is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Special thanks.
Oh, there we go.
Form Energy.
You gotta thank our sponsor.
World War II, a global fight for freedom. In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turned the tide.
So we're at the World War II era.
Fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen. Flying overhead right now. They are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell.
Is it the firebombing of Tokyo that we're talking about?
Up next, the Cadillac of the sky, the P-51 Mustang. From the sky, we're back down on the ground. In World War II, one vehicle led the charge, the legendary quarter-ton 4x4 command recon vehicle, the Jeep. You might have it in your driveway, but not like this.
Not like this.
Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of World War II and was the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive vehicle. The Army used the Jeep for almost every military activity, including command vehicles, scout cars, and medical ambulances. Fast, rugged, the Jeep became a symbol of American ingenuity.
And the inspiration for Trump's favorite vehicle, the golf cart.
From Fort Bragg, North Carolina, this is the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. The 82nd received the nickname All-Americans after a contest as it represented the diverse origins of its members from every state. This name remains today symbolized by their iconic AA patch. Fort Bragg's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause, the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band.
I'm amazed that they got Pete Hegseth to put his cell phone away, right? You'd think he'd be in a signal chat right now giving away the U.S. war plans.
But now they're a freaking communist invading radicals.
These are the World War II uniforms. My understanding is that
But now they're a freaking
in a
communist
global
invading
fight
radicals.
like World War II, the U.S. Army knew our troops needed more than courage. They needed innovation. Uniforms evolved for every environment, but
it's all about the uniforms. Trump's like obsessed with fashion.
The Army introduced 2 battlefield essentials.
He truly is a zesty king.
Built to protect under fire, and the M1 Garand rifle, powerful and fast, it gave American troops a very clear edge. General George S. Patton called the M1 rifle the
Patton
implement ever designed, and history proved him right. The 82nd Airborne Division. The unit is best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held...
Again, chat, you can tell that these soldiers are not drilling marching, right? They're not... If you want to have a military parade, right?
In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles...
Like all the dictatorships that do that shit, right?
For civil rights. In recent decades, they've been set across...
All the petty tyrants that want to flex like that, right?
Part in Operation Desert Storm.
You got to, yeah, you got to have...
In the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead...
The whole point of this activity is to look coordinated, right? And you can tell that this is, this is like, look, to give the United States military credit, it is built for fighting. It is not drilled for military parades like this, because the United States is literally got the biggest military, the strongest military, as Kamala Harris would say, the most lethal military
nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William
in the world.
Actually, he was named by the British with almost 50.
And they don't have time for that shit.
World War II. The Sherman tank was in active service until 1957. In World War II, the M16 half-track was a force to be reckoned with. It was a self-propelled anti-aircraft weapon with speed, firepower, and grit. Nicknamed the Meat Chopper, its quad 50 caliber mount could unleash 2,300 rounds a minute. Quite devastating. It served through Korea, Vietnam, and beyond, and remains in use in U.S. allies to this day. The M16 half-track brings the fight wherever it rolls.
Why do you focus so much on parade marching? Because if you're going to do a military parade, you're the idea is, look, chat, we shouldn't be doing this, all right? It's a waste of money. The United States doesn't have shit to prove. They're the strongest military in the world, okay? But if you're going to flex like this, every dictatorship knows that you would spend days and days and days drilling your armed forces on how to do it right, on how to do it coordinated, right? That's the point.
World War II.
Trump isn't even doing his dictator shit right. Like, right? He's literally failed at everything he's ever done. Everything he's ever touched, including this country, turns to shit. And it's just kind of pathetic. It's kind of pathetic. He throws a birthday party, nobody comes. This is the, fucking empty seats all around, right? This is a pathetic event, and the thing that he's trying to do, which is present a military parade which inspires fear in our enemies, right? That's the idea. If you're going to do one of those parades, right? If you're that insecure that you need to be like, we have a very tough military and it will defeat you if you even mess with it, right? If you're going to do that, then, you've got to make it look impressive, right? If you're trying to scare other nations, if you're trying to flex, then
two Chinese offensives in the spring.
You got to do it right.
51.
Which you shouldn't want to do, right? Is the point, right? This is
until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8...
Do I need to show you other dictatorships' military parades to convince you that ours is subpar? That Trump's attempt to flex is actually a display of weakness? I think that much is evident to most of you, right? There may be a few chuds in Shorts chat that just don't. I don't know. Like I said, chat. There's people walking around with their heads up their ass. There we go. Coinbase. Yes. Crypto. Yes, that's what the U.S. That's what we're all about now. Crypto. Coinbase. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Narwhal underscore by super chatted $10. In the words of another great woman, if you want to get rowdy, and think you're about it, witch, then do it. But don't be weak sauce.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get across. Yeah, but I mean, look. You shouldn't want this. You shouldn't want this, right? But there we go. Look, it's working now, chat. I don't know why it wasn't working earlier. It is working now. Now I can show your super chat. So get them in if you want to. Does anybody have an Abacus account for me?
Replacing the famed World War II G.
When Pride Parades outdo this, says Ophelia, it's going to be funny as hell. God.
1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed.
Oh my God, what is this? This is what I'm saying. Yeah, in the words of another great woman, if you want to get rowdy, and you think you're about it, which, then do it. But don't be weak sauce. You got a fucking dude with bad posture, not super fit, driving a goddamn... I mean, they said it's a mutt, not a Jeep, so I'll call it the correct name, but... Like, who is this for? Who is this intimidating? Who's like, oh no, they got the guy with... They're gonna send the guy with bad posture after us, damn! They're gonna send their incredibly, like, unfit military, service members after us. If we mess with America, we better not do that. What the fuck is this?
Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this deuce and a half, the M35A2 classic military.
They're definitely dropping a deuce.
Mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during.
They're dropping a big old stinky deuce.
The deuce and a half proved its value.
The deuce and a half.
Supplies and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything.
Who wrote that? Was this written by AI?
In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood.
How did that war go again? I'm trying to remember. Who won that war? Anybody in chat know? U.S. versus Vietnam, small little country in Southeast Asia. Who won?
The staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat.
It was not a welcome sound to the civilian population of Vietnam.
Fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect.
Wait, just a second, chat. I think there's something missing. All right, look. I feel like we're not doing this right. If they're not going to do it right, what do we have? We gotta, like, if we're gonna have like helicopters, right? We gotta do it right. All right, here we go. There we go, chat. What did I do? There we go. That's how it should be. If you want to do a military parade, you got to do it right. You want to inspire fear in the hearts of the rest of the world that we are an out-of-control, overgrown, hegemonic pariah state that does not give a fuck. You got to bring out the Wagner. Even changing the music makes this slightly more effective for whatever the fuck they're trying to do with this military parade. Whatever. Oh no. Oh no, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but these troops these troops have not earned this song. All right, this is gonna have to be. I mean, that's one way to do it. No, I'm thinking more like that's the army. That's the U.S. military. That's the U.S. empire right there.
First contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s.
Oh my God.
That quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next.
Do you really want to tell this story?
Troops numbers quickly grew as the war between the South.
Oh my God, chat. Now these may be the actors. These don't look like.
Intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,000.
These don't look like guys that passed basic. I'm sorry.
20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of 71. The last U.S. combat soldier came home March 1973, while a small number of non-combat personnel remained until April 1975.
How dare he forget our POWs and MIAs that were still being held by the evil communist Vietnamese government that are still there.
The war era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation.
Okay, I see how it goes.
Blistering.
So some of these historical units that you're seeing are
the Army. They delivered.
Some of them are actors, right? That's why you saw the guys that are in no way have passed basic training. Right? These are the actual troops.
Reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance.
Will turn today, but only 3 are the Green Beret.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle.
Oh! Tech bros rule you, chat, in case you forgot. They call it the United States, but it's really more like the United Tech Bros, the United Gulf War. There we go. So yeah, like I said earlier, Vietnam left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. That was an unambiguous defeat, even more so than Korea, right? In Korea, the United States got all the way up to right next to China before the Chinese came in and pushed them back. The Chinese and the North Koreans defeated the American army, pushing them back to I think it's the 45th parallel, right? But South Korea did remain some kind of weird dictatorship, satellite state of the United States. South Vietnam, on the other hand, fell, was completely overtaken by the North Vietnamese. The Vietnamese had enough of being colonized, just like the United States had enough of being a colony of England, right? The Vietnamese were done with that shit, right? They pushed the Americans out of South Vietnam, right? The people that remained that they were talking about had to be airlifted out of Saigon.
Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on...
God, that's a Vietnam reference.
As the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I.
But yeah, chat, the United States fucked Southeast Asia up before they left Vietnam, right? They were doing bombings in Laos and in Cambodia, which actually destabilized Cambodia to the point where a new contingent took over. This is called the Khmer Rouge, right? Which did a genocide on their country, a very confused genocide that was supposed to be about
Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in
class, I guess. But in practice, chat,
ladies and gentlemen, they are the
Pol Pot,
the 1st Infantry Division.
Pol Pot never understood what the fuck communism even was. It was just this confused mess, and it turned into an absolute bloodbath, right? They call it the killing fields for a reason. And Vietnam had to go in there and clean up the United States' mess after they left.
Fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader for Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain driven.
But the whole point of the Gulf War, right? So now don't get this mixed up, right? There's the Iraq War in the 2000s, but in the 1990s there was a Gulf War, right? This was the one, to supposedly liberate Kuwait, right? This war was against a former U.S. ally, that being Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was the United States asset against Iran, who was an enemy of the United States after they overthrew the puppet government of the Shah that the U.S. had placed in there, right? So Saddam was our guy. Saddam was armed by the U.S., and then he asked George H.W. Bush if it would be okay if he took over Kuwait, because those goddamn Kuwaitis have been slant drilling my oil, right? And essentially, he got the go-ahead. So after setting up their former ally, Saddam Hussein, bad guy, by the way, bad dude, right? The chemical weapons that Saddam had that he used on the Kurds, he got them from the United States, right? He was a bad guy, but he was our bad guy. And we let him know it's okay if you take over Kuwait. It's fine, right? The reason was that the U.S. wanted to prove a point. The U.S. wanted to show its citizenry that war could be good, right? And what better war to show that can be good than a war that you can't possibly lose? Iraq ran from Kuwait, and on their way out, the U.S. committed a war crime against retreating troops. In the rules of international law, you're not supposed to attack retreating troops, right? I mean, if they're making a tactical retreat, that's Fetterman. That's the only... Wait, is it Fetterman? He looks different. Wait, no, is that Dana White? God damn it. Oh my God, it's Dana White. I'm sorry. It's Dana White. Look at this. Listen to this squeaky. They need to oil these things. again, there's nothing impressive about this. If you're gonna do this dictator shit, you're doing it wrong. But the idea of the Gulf War was to take the bad taste left in America's mouth by the Vietnam War out of our mouths, and to make us think that U.S. interventions abroad could be positive. And it's positive in the sense that the United States didn't lose, like, you know, thousands of soldiers, and the war ended pretty quickly, right? But George H.W. Bush, unlike his son, knew that he didn't need to prove anything after liberating Kuwait. Right? There's no point, in other words, of taking the war to Iraq itself and marching into Baghdad, right? So they stopped short.
As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units.
And then George H.W. Bush lost the next election after being incredibly popular.
No division hit harder or moved faster than the First Armored. Old Ironsides really.
There was a rally around the flagpole effect that happened after during the Iraq War, where George H.W. Bush became incredibly popular. But then by the time the election rolled around again, people cared more about the economy. And they remembered that H.W. had promised not to establish any new taxes, right? He could not do that in a fiscally responsible way, so he ended up, you know, raising some taxes, and, you know, with you know, the fact that his most prominent campaign promise was a lie, and the, you know, economy being not great, and the entrance of H. Ross Perot as a third party candidate, George H.W. Bush lost. Now, his son, George W. Bush, noticed this and always blamed his dad's loss on the reticence to continue the war. In other words, he saw his dad go to war, get really popular, and then lose his popularity after the war ended. And he thought that had he continued the war, that, you know, maybe his dad would have won in 1992, right? So, you know, that's why when he got a chance, George W. Bush went apeshit all over the Middle East, right? The attack came from Saudi Arabians, okay? And yet the war was conducted in Afghanistan and Iraq. Afghanistan, you could make an argument, you know, there was arrangements between the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, but Iraq just had absolutely nothing to do with it. They claimed there were weapons of mass destruction and that it was imperative that the United States take those out. It turns out that there weren't weapons of mass destruction. I mean, there were. Iraq did have chemical weapons. Saddam Hussein did use chemical weapons on the Kurds, right? But those were chemical weapons given to him by the United States, you know, circa the Iran-Iraq war. And by the time the Iraq war rolled around, he did not have weapons of mass destruction. So they are whitewashing a lot of foreign policy failure. And it is a bipartisan foreign policy failure, right? Not just Republicans. All right, so we're getting there, chat. We're getting there. I think, where are we at now? Like 2,000? USA. USA.
The M119 howitzer
Desert Storm. Oh no, we're still in the 90s.
Lighter and more mobile than larger artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most.
Reliable, responsible fire?
Including on the front lines
okay.
of Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal.
Yeah, I'm guessing that the history that we've gone over so far is history that most of us were not even alive for, right? We're talking about like 1990s.
UFC.
UFC. UFC. I can't believe I thought that Dana White was John Fetterman. I was like, oh, look, there's Fetterman. No, Dana White looks 1,000 times better than Fetterman. Fetterman is a mess. Honestly, I'd be surprised if Fetterman wasn't at this event somewhere. There's not a lot of Congress stuck around for this weekend. Like, a lot of them left town. Even the Republicans. I think there's only 6 or so. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
The Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them.
Except for Saudi fucking Arabia.
To destroy Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda terrorist.
Except for Saudi Arabia. Jesus Christ, the actual source for the attacks. No, we're not. We're going to leave them alone. No, we're going to go to Afghanistan. We're going to go to Iraq.
Organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services.
Are you going to explain that one?
Dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government.
No! You allowed terrorist groups like ISIS to rise up. The effect of the United States conducting the war in Iraq was the ascent of ISIS. You literally created terrorism where there was none. Like Saddam Hussein, say what you will about him, he's a really bad guy. He was our guy, remember? You know, he was America's guy in the Iran-Iraq war. But yeah, no, he wasn't a state sponsor of terrorism. That's just a straight up lie.
To this day, the campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the 2-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less percent of the American population, deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members.
So yeah, chat. The Afghanistan war lasted from, I don't know, like early 2000s to, what did they say? 2022. The plan was to withdraw troops under Trump. Trump made the plans, but he didn't have the guts to execute those plans because he knew it was going to be a messy withdrawal. He knew that whatever you did in Afghanistan, it was going to go back to the Taliban. And so he left that part undone. Joe Biden withdrew the troops and yeah, you got the Taliban back in power. The United States spent billions of dollars on that war and, you know, achieved very little.
Of the United States Army.
Funny enough, Osama bin Laden was actually taken prisoner in Pakistan, where he was for most of that war. And what you're starting to see here, I'm gonna mute this. Barracuda, did Hart? See, there's a whole history of like Trump using music of bands that don't like him. And them being like, Mr. Trump, please never use our music again. I would guess that Heart might be one of those bands. There's JD Vance. I want to see Fetterman. Is anybody seen Fetterman? I gotta think that Fetterman's there somehow.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right. Nope, we're still playing, There we go. Look, chat, I would love to, I love Heart as much as the next girl, but, we gotta stick to copyright-free stuff. Here comes the tanks. Chat, what is it that they call supporters of regimes like the old Soviet Union or what is that name that they call those people? People that are super fans of the Soviet Union? Like they're communists, but they don't mind you know, the kind of authoritarianism that was they really like tanks. I can't remember what they're called though. The birthday sucked. It kind of did, yeah. Yeah, I guess we're the tankies now, chat. We're all tankies under Trump. Yeah, I think that makes us tankies. We're a nation of tankies. Look at that, we're tankies. I mean, look, our president's rolling in the armed forces into American cities to put down protests, all right? Oh, I didn't remember that I set the music to be extra loud. Let me take off the filter. Are we the tankies? Aren't tankies like guys who like aquariums? I mean, that's another kind of tanky for sure. Tankies are people who love wearing tank tops? Oh my god. Base Trump putting down riots? Frederick, they've made one arrest. Or sorry, it's not even an arrest. The Marines made one detention. Right? They didn't need them. There was nothing for them to do. They stood around. They twiddled their they stood around with their thumbs up their ass. Right? Trump didn't even have a place for the National Guard to sleep. The National Guard slept in office buildings, all right? On the floor, you know, on top of each other, because there wasn't even enough room in there. Right? There was no provisions for food, no provisions for water, no provisions for fuel, right? This is how Trump treats the troops. This is what he thinks of the troops. He thinks of them as losers. Average femcell? What are real femcells like, chat? I don't know any femcells. Aren't they like weird right-wing chicks who browse 4chan or something? Femcells? Anybody want to explain femcells to me? I missed the whole trend. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Sidekick Starter. Sidekick Starter, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Somebody explain femcells to me. I don't understand. Also, do we have anybody that's got an abacus count? Because I've totally lost track. I think we're kind of closing in on two bonus topics. And we're gonna watch the we're gonna take a look at what's going on in LA after this. Yo, jellyfish and weasels together at last. They believe in gender roles. Wait, femcells do? Far more than they believe in themselves. What are femcells like? I barely understand incels. Hey, have a good night, Joshua Keller. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hitler at least gave his soldiers plywood beds, right? Yeah, yeah. Why are you getting this in your timeline? Because I'm fucking hot. Because I'm algorithmic catnip, okay? I hope you're okay with that. 153? Damn, we are closing in on possibly 2 bonus topics. Are femcells pick-me's? I don't know. They like don't have sex somehow. Both femcells and incels are people who never learned that being shocking isn't cool or impressive. You gotta find me some femcell content, chat. I don't think I understand. I don't think I understand femcells at all. I would love to understand femcells. Maybe we could even hang out with some. My bestie graduated from the local police force and they marched thousands of times better than this. Look, I'm not a fan of war. I'm not a fan of the military. All right. And I'm definitely not a fan of gross displays of power, which is what this is supposed to be. But even I know that if you want to be intimidating, then you gotta have they gotta like, I'll see if I can find like a North Korean march or something. Please don't report me for glorifying state sponsors of terrorism, which I believe North Korea is considered. Although, what does North Korea do in terms of sponsoring terrorism? I've never heard of North Korea sponsoring any terrorists, but I think they are considered that. North Korea military parade. Oh no, somebody made a slow motion. Look, I mean, I'll show you what Trump is trying to do and just not doing very well at all. All right. And they even, I guess they slowed this down because it's like that impressive. There's Lenin. All right, so this is what Trump is imitating, right? This is what Trump is trying to be. That shit, right? Look at that. It's all in unison. See what I mean? if you want to do this shit, that's how you do it. You can see there's a massive difference between what American forces are doing and what's going on here, right? Now, again, like I said, even for like a fighting force, marching, you know, in unison, I don't think actually like helps you, right? It doesn't make you a better armed force. And, you know, I mean, but this is a flex, right? And if you're going to do this kind of flex, it's how it's supposed to look. There's the tanks. Look at that. Even the way the tank driver or the people in the tanks are like, they're all at the same angle, right? This is the idea. There's the Juche flag. Oh my God, Chad. We're not beating the tanky allegations today, are we? Look, I swear to God, I'm not into this shit, okay? You show off your weapons. And the reason that North Korea does this...
Narwhal underscore by super chatted $5. Imagine the bizarre psychology of Mark Robinson, but focused on gender, not race. Internalized misogyny with misandry.
Oh, that's for understanding... Oh, wait, did that one come from Shorts Chat? It's not showing up in the other one. Let me see if I can find it. So you're explaining femcells to me. Okay, imagine the bizarre psychology of Mark Robinson, but focused on gender, not race. Internalized misogyny and misandry. Mark Robinson? Wait, I don't know anything about Mark Robinson. What did he write? Oh, that guy. I forgot about him. Yeah. Okay. This guy... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Mark Robinson at chat, if you don't remember, this was the guy that... This was Trump's favorite guy in North Carolina. He said that he was better than Martin Luther King. Like, Pearl Davis is a femcel? You're telling me that Pearl Davis is not getting any? Like, she's going on to all those right-wing podcasts and she's not getting any? I thought she was just a pick-me, and that was her. Yeah, the Africa Nudes guy. Oh, crap. All right, there we go. Yeah, so People's Republic of China founding anniversary. Right, this is what a military parade is supposed to look like, right? Countries that do it generally have something to prove. And with China, I mean, they are a rising power on the world stage. They got a lot more to... But this was like 10 years ago, I think. I don't know if China is going to do stuff like this going forward, because they actually are considered a near-peer military force to the United States, right? But yeah, that's what it looks like, right? This is what Trump is trying to do. This is what Trump wants. He's not getting it out of our armed forces, because our armed forces don't spend all day drilling formations, right? But and that's why I'm saying that the countries that he's trying to impress are straight up laughing at us, because they've seen it done better. They've done it better, right? This is the... There's Xi. See, he's not even that happy with them. He doesn't think they're doing that great of a job, right? He's like, you could be doing better. You could be more in formation. They got high standards, is what I'm trying to say. Whoa. Do you see the difference between what we're looking at here and what we're looking at in Omega Star? Thank you for the gifted sub to Snooze. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Oh my god, I've lost track again. I've lost count. So this is what I'm saying. I should have just pulled this out earlier while our friends were with us on Shorts chat. It looks like they've left. So chat, with that, I am going to consolidate us all into one chat again. And we're gonna what's the word for it? Like there's a French word for when you like get back together and like yeah, raid, that's one way to say it. Yeah, I guess we're gonna raid in. So yeah, click on that. I put it in the if you're on Shorts, right? The short stream is ending, at least for now. We're gonna be all getting back together in the full scale stream, in the horizontal stream, and I can't remember this French word, this really useful French word. A rendezvous? Are we doing? Is it a rendezvous, chat? Is that what I'm looking for? Yeah, we're gonna rendezvous. That's right, Kyle. Thank you. Thank you. You knew exactly what I was talking about. All right, so click that button, and I think the mods will be spamming the link, so you can click it there if you want. Click that button if you want to make sure that you get rated in. You want to make sure that you join us in the stream. We're also going to be we'll probably do another short stream later on today when we do the LA protests. Shit is getting serious once again. And you know, you actually got 2 protests today in LA. Both the No Kings protest and the, oh my god, what do you call it? The LA ice out of LA protest, right? So I'm going to end the stream. Hopefully it'll raid you in. If not, click the link, click the link, click the link. All right. If you want to stay with us, click the link. All right. Cause we got more, where this came from. We've covered, I think, the Trump, was there anything else with the Trump thing? Yeah, I mean, you got the idea, right? You know, this is different. This is different. Right? That's what the United States is doing, okay? And this is what the countries that Trump is trying to emulate are doing. Just so I'm really clear about it, all right? Right, that's how it's supposed to look. This is how Trump's doing it. And it is, again, because the United States Army does not have anything to prove. They are, at least right now, the strongest army on the face of the earth. We are called a global hegemon for a reason. That's why you don't need to do this kind of display in the United States. But if you are going to do, as might be appropriate, we are a dying empire, right? You know, you may see more and more of this, right? The United States right now doesn't have anything to prove. They may have a lot to prove in the future, but that's how it's supposed to look. That's how coordinated it is. Look at that. You could measure those dudes' heads, and they're all like equidistance, right? If you want to impress somebody with a march, you do this, not this. Not this. That's pathetic, all right? But again, you know, it's not what the U.S. Army is. It's not what the U.S. Armed Forces are for. Anyway, I'm going to call it and that stream. And there we go. There's Trump. And Hegseth. I don't think there's more. I don't think there's that much more to watch, chat. I mean, like, there's more, you know, there's more hours, right? Oh, look at that. See what I'm saying? When you saw the Chinese, or sorry, the North Koreans dudes in the tanks, right? They were all at the same angle. They were saluting at the same angle, right? These guys aren't. Not that you should, not that that means anything, right? Not that there should even be a goddamn military protest, especially one that you waste $30 million on. But if you are going to waste $30 million, what the fuck? What was that? If you are going to blow $40 million on a military parade, right, you better make it look good. Because I'll tell you right now, chat, all those other countries are laughing at us. All right? They're all laughing at us. Anyway. How we doing? What's that? Yeah, it looked like Shroom Vision for a second there. But yeah, I don't think there's any point in watching more of this. How much? Wait, where are we at? 4 hours and 31 minutes. All right, so like I said, chat, that may not be accurate. I feel like there's probably the number probably should be higher. If anybody's got a what time do you normally stream? Usually 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm trying to hit earlier, right? But I live in actually the same part of the world as the U.S. Fought the Vietnam War in, right? I live in Southeast Asia, so you know, like I wake up right around the time that the sun sets in the U.S., so it makes it a little hard. But I'm trying. Most of my audience is in the U.S. or at least the Western Hemisphere or in the EU area. So I try to be there when people are there, and I don't do a very good job of it. Someone supercut footage of Jay Leno driving that tank down a suburban street. Apparently Trump's speech was really pathetic. Wait, do we want to watch that? Should we watch the Trump speech? There's the Trump speech.
And thank you for everything that you do for our country. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of the United States Military, President Donald J. Trump.
Chat, I thought he was going to say 45th and final President of the United States. All right, get it over with. Come on, let's see.
Thank you to our wonderful First Lady. And above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. Because the Army keeps us free, you make us strong, and tonight...
The Army keeps us free. The Army keeps us free as he sends the Marines in to quash a protest in Los Angeles. The Army keeps us free. As he threatens anyone who protests in Washington, D.C. on this day, right? The Army keeps us free. Motherfucker, we're not free. I don't want to hear the Army keeps us free from a fucking dictator wannabe.
Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud.
That's right. We are watching you from all over the world.
Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight.
He doesn't get it that the U.S. doesn't do this shit because they don't have shit to prove. They are the global hegemon.
And watching this magnificent display,
yeah, chat. We are the global Pokemon.
Are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. So to every veteran across our land and right here in our nation's capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor, we love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country. As we celebrate tonight, we also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world with the creation of America's Army.
Celebrating the military as Israel attacks Iran.
Liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword.
What?
First Army patriots in the American Revolution.
Is he telling a bedtime story?
Fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great.
I'd be worried about Vance would bring down the market value.
And they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe.
I don't know if there's something wrong with this feed. Bloody Fist?
Into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads.
Oh, no self-awareness.
So well, it's done so much and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned.
Chat, are we bored by this?
The American people, our soldiers, are coming for you.
You just threatened the American people. Trump, our soldiers are coming for you. I hope you know. Your downfall will be total and complete. Trump has just predicted his tyrannical rule ending,
never surrender, and never,
with the intervention of the U.S. military.
Fight, and they win.
Oh no, that doesn't quite sound as good as it did last summer.
No institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Excuse me? Whoa. Say that again.
Names.
I want to hear that one more time.
And that's why no institution in history has entered more names.
Okay, no institution in history. I don't know what institutions he's talking about.
Into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the
No institution has entered more names into the roster of U.S. heroes than the American military. Would you expect the Canadian military to? Would you expect the Albanian military to? What is he talking about?
Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War General John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander. I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip the hell out of all of them.
Lest we forget all our great Confederate generals as well.
He stayed on the front lines, it seemed forever. In
Stonewall Jackson.
World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, they've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards. This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed, and it will never, ever change, because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an
infantryman. Who was saying earlier that he's not, you don't think his brain is Bidened?
From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan.
What do you think, Chat?
The Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage.
Is he boring?
Sacrifice and
I'm getting Charlie Brown teacher from this. Wah, wah, wah.
Soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge.
Pouring out those buckets of blood.
Normandy and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later.
I'm sorry, Donald, but that was the war that you dodged the draft for. Da Nang, Chat, is a town in Vietnam. All right? A war that the United States never should have taken part in, never should have jumped in as the like a tag team with colonial France, right? But when it came Donald Trump's turn to serve, he faked bone spurs to keep his rich ass out of that draft.
America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now.
No, I'm sorry. I'm the hottest country in the world right now.
And our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion.
It's not instilling me with national pride, says Not ID.
And tonight we affirm with unwavering certainty that in the years ahead and in every generation hence, whenever duty calls and whatever danger comes, the American
I'm going to grab
will be
another sparkling water, and I'm going to take a pee.
No matter the risk, no matter the obstacle.
And then I'll be back, and we'll wait. Let me get something started though.
Into the crucible of fire, and they will see.
This speech makes my country ice frigid. Damn.
The States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better.
We love our country.
God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America. And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, on behalf of the United States Army, the Army Golden Knights, I would like to present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall during the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna yeah, is she gonna talk? Wait, her hair looks different. Does she have my stylist, chat? Lockheed Martin, we gotta do an ad for Lockheed Martin first, right? No, sorry, no time for Melania. We've been a lot of parades over the years. Oh my God, this is Lockheed Martin. This is the literal military industrial complex, right? When people talk about that, they mean companies like Lockheed Martin. Anybody who thought Trump was going to be a break from the past. Oh no, we can't. Is this proud to be an American? What is this? It is, isn't it? Okay, we can't. That's Lee Greenwood, I think. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Sorry, I can't. Oh no. We're gonna get hit with a copyright ray if we're not careful. I mean, I know that this performance maybe isn't copyrighted, but the melody is copyrighted. I'll get hit for that. I don't want to mess with it, chat. I'm surprised. Why doesn't he play Ave Maria? Like, do you remember that weird Trump rally where he got bored? He got tired of speaking. He's like, we're just gonna listen to some music now. That's what we do here. We listen to let's put on the YMCA, and then like, oh, Ave Maria, that's a nice song. Yes, let's listen to. All right, so what was the point of bringing Melania up just to shut her up with a Lockheed Martin commercial and a Lee Greenwood song? I don't understand. All right, wait, was that his whole that was his whole speech, wasn't it? God damn it. Somebody's singing happy birthday to Trump. Okay. MAGA forever. Yeah, no politics. I'm Israel high. No politic. Remember, this is not a political protest, or this is not a political event. This is the celebration of our fighting men and women, the U.S. Armed Forces, and it's a no politic. What else happens? Why is it there's like an hour left? Oh, it's the fireworks shit. God damn it. Chat. You want to see what's going on in Seattle for No Kings? Okay.
I think Trump is.
I'm gonna put this on.
This isn't about.
I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna take a pee, and then I'm gonna grab myself a nice cold beverage, and I will be back, and we will cover both the LA Out of Ice protest as well as the No Kings protest. This is No Kings in Seattle. Squid Tips has been going to these protests too. Definitely check him out. Maybe at some point we'll watch. It's just like chat. It just reminds me of home. Whenever I watch Squid Tips at Cal Anderson Park, it like, I don't know. Look, I definitely don't miss America. A little part of me misses Seattle. Be right back.
This is about connection and us standing up together.
Millions marching from coast to coast. In all 50 states, people hit the streets to protest the Trump administration. A massive turnout in Seattle. According to police, an estimated 70,000 plus protesters of all ages and backgrounds marched from Cal Anderson Park to the Seattle Center today. Hi, everybody. Glad you're with us. I'm Michelle Esteban. The protest of No Kings Day was in response to President Trump's military parade tonight. The No Kings nationwide protest coincided with Trump's call for the parade billed to honor the 250th anniversary of the Army. The fact that the parade falls on President Trump's 79th birthday and opposition to his policies. We have team coverage tonight on the rallies here in Seattle. Senior reporter Chris Daniels went to the University of Washington for a demonstration on campus. But we want to begin with KOMO's Ryan Sims, who was at the massive rally that took over much of downtown Seattle. Ryan, a huge amount of people that stayed peacefully.
Yeah, we keep checking with Seattle Police, Michelle. So far today, they have issued 9 tweets. None of those tweets mention any unrest. None of those tweets mention any violence. So that is obviously good news. So really the takeaway here is that as the sun ends on this day, this was a Saturday of peace, as so many people packed the streets.
Stand up, fight back!
On a day meant for no kings, well, this right here was royally huge. Protesters pounding the pavement. Dedicated, determined, and downright proud to do so.
Democracy is precious and fragile, and we have to support it.
This sea of people was truly astounding. Seattle police tell Como at least 75,000 people participated. The line of protesters spanning 1.5 miles all the way from Seattle Center to Cap Hill.
I can't believe the world that we are living in right now, and what I don't recognize our country. So this is just going to be therapeutic for so many people, and this is the beginning of something big.
That is an expression of our democracy working efficiently, and I think it's a great thing.
Before this march started came a call for action in the middle of Cal Anderson Park.
We save us! We protect us!
Among those taken to the stage were employees from the state attorney general's office.
In case Trump tries to do here what he did in California with the National Guard, and we will be ready.
Throughout the day, the president and his policies were prime topics.
He's having that military parade for his birthday, and that's just ridiculous. What is happening to defunding of our national parks and our federal workers? I mean, there's just too many to name.
We can't let this happen.
No King's Day in the Emerald City. Packed streets for more than a mile, all while everything along this route remained peaceful.
And again, the current estimates from Seattle Police, about 75,000 people are believed to have participated. But again, that's an estimate. We should know final numbers in the day.
I'm sorry, saying tens of thousands, which is what one of their chyrons read. I get that 75,000 is tens of thousands, right? But like when you say tens of thousands, I'm thinking 20,000, 30,000. Yes, 75,000. It's more than I expected.
Days ahead. Coming to you live from Seattle tonight. Ryan Sims, Como News.
Ryan, thanks very much. As we mentioned, the epic gathering started right here at Cal Anderson Park. Look at it, just wall-to-wall people. There were approximately about 1,000 people just packed into every part of the park for more than an hour. They listened to speakers, took to the stage, including
That's as full as I've ever seen Cal Anderson.
Representative Pramila Jayapal, who delivered a fiery speech.
Now listen, the best way to fight wannabe kings and authoritarians who don't listen to the Constitution, who don't listen to Congress or the courts, is to build the strength and the power of the people. To remind those wannabe kings that power does not flow from the top down, it flows from the bottom up, from we the people.
Downtown Seattle wasn't the only spot for protest in the city. A large crowd also gathered at the University of Washington's Red Square this afternoon. It coincided with graduation day and commencement ceremonies. Senior reporter Chris Daniels was there at what also turned out, Chris, to be quite a peaceful protest.
There had been some concern here at the University of Washington because of past history with violent political protests and the fact that today is the university's commencement.
It's a weird confliction of emotions.
It is one of those days where the future collided.
I wanted to attend graduation, but I needed to stand up to fascism. This is important because this is our future, everyone's future.
Patricia Hirschberg stood here as others walked by, cutting through a protest to get to the pomp and circumstance. Close to 1,000 people crowded Red Square to visually and vocally
That's University of Washington, yeah.
Their unhappiness with presidential policy.
It's kind of poetic, though. I wish it wasn't happening at the same time, though, so everyone could be here, because I know a lot of people at graduation, especially my peers, would really want to be here.
Just down past the fountain, thousands of other people attended commencement without an issue. There had been some concern, given the UW's recent history and pro-Gaza occupation of an engineering lab, that politics would overshadow the ceremony. But it did not. The purple, the gold, the no kings, the protesters all coexisted, with Hirschberg believing the message about that shared future has been heard.
We're being loud. Everyone's being loud, but I think, they hear what they want to hear. So we just got to keep being louder.
The people that had gathered here in Red Square actually went on a march towards 45th in the U District, the exact opposite direction of where the commencement event was. That's the story here at UW's Red Square. I'm Chris Daniels, KOMO News.
Chris, and congratulations to all those grads. Multiple cities in Western Washington saw protests. Large crowds came out to Kirkland this afternoon as well. Another protest took place on the ferry as it headed from Seattle to Bainbridge Island. According to the official website for No Kings organization, about 80 cities in our state held protests today. There have been no reports of any unrest at any of those rallies. But a different story here. This is in Tukwila. This protest at the Department of Homeland Security office got pretty heated. Police say that the protest here actually escalated into a confrontation with law enforcement after protesters threw things at officers. KOMO's Karina Vargas tracking this one for us. She joins me now live with the very latest. And Karina, fill us in. What are you learning about what happened here?
Yeah, Michelle, we spoke with one business owner who tells us that he saw what started as a peaceful protest quickly escalate this afternoon. And I want to show you some of that video of that moment when protesters clashed with police. Tukwila police said that they were requested by Federal Protective Services after officers became barricaded inside the facility. A large group of demonstrators had blocked the south entrance, reportedly using street signs and other materials to create makeshift barricades. Police say that before they got there, demonstrators had already caused some property damage, and officers say that they gave several warnings to clear the entrance. And while many complied, others refused to move. That's when officers say that objects like frozen water bottles and rocks were thrown at them. And that's when officers deployed pepper spray and pepper balls to disperse the group and remove the barricades. Homeland Security officers also assisted in the operation. And one business owner right across the street said that he saw it all unfold.
I heard some shouting, and I stepped out of the office to see what was going on, and I saw people throwing some water bottles and stuff to the cops' car, and I felt that tear spray that police used on the people.
Activists say that immigrants received instructions to come to the DHS field office for appointments today and had fears that they would be taken into custody. One protester tells me that that's the reason that they came out here today. Tukwila police said that their role was not to enforce immigration law, but to clear the public roadway, and added that their officers do not engage in immigration enforcement. According to Tukwila police, no arrests were made today and no injuries were reported. But coming up at 10, we'll also hear more from protesters about what they witnessed here today. But for now, reporting live, Karina Vargas, KOMO News.
All right, Karina, thanks. We'd like to hear from them.
Our special coverage continues as we watch the military parade for the Army anniversary in Washington and ongoing No Kings Day protests that were basically aligned and choreographed as a response by protesters to Donald Trump's celebration of military force here. Jacob Soboroff has been reporting for us out of Los Angeles and has more on that spot near the federal building where so much has happened over the course of the week. Jacob?
Ari, tactical officers from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department have moved in, both in on the back of these pickup trucks, and they've got tactical vehicles and on horseback as well. As the horses start to make their way in here, actually, JB, let's go this way so we can show them. It looks as though they're establishing perhaps a line here because people are in the street in front of the federal building, and I don't know if the plan is to declare an unlawful.
I gotta say, Chad, although, Vosh is not exactly my idea of the best comrade to have at a protest, I feel like he might be useful against the equestrian officers, against the officers on horseback. I feel like he might be able to distract the horses somehow.
Assembly or to move people out, but I'm going to see if we can just get into a position that gives us an idea of what's going on here. If you look, come on down, JB. If you look down the road here, you can see many vehicles from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol. That's a tactical officer from the Highway Patrol. These are officers obviously dressed in their tactical gear for the LA County Sheriff's Department. The Los Angeles Police Department has formed a line on the other side of the street. And what they've done is where we were before, where the Marines are stationed in front of the federal building. They have essentially formed a line blocking the people who are on the inside from coming out, and these Sheriff's Department tactical officers are blocking anyone from coming in. You can see that they have their less than lethal rounds ready to go. And when we've seen this in past days,
notice when the media is embedded, right? This is true about an armed conflict. This is true about
or fashion. I want to reiterate, this looks very
quashing a protest.
Remained 100% peaceful as far as I have seen. People are out here with their signs. Here, may I show your sign, ma'am? Can I? You said your sign says.
We are not criminals.
Whoa, let's go.
Peaceful protest. We're not doing nothing wrong. We have the freedom of speech.
Go. You want to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself. So you can see, whoa, they're messing with the horses, guys. Let's go.
No, it's Fosh. I told you, chat.
Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to.
Oh no.
Trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Okay, wait.
Let's go. Hey, Ari, we're okay. We're gonna keep going. Stay with us if you can. JD, want to move a little faster back. They're pushing people with horses, which obviously gets people freaked.
It gets people freaked. I wonder why.
Go ahead, Ari.
I wonder why after people saw horses used to trample people.
Whoa. Let's go.
Okay, it's getting kind of dicey.
Let's go. Whoa. We're good.
I didn't even see that. I was trying to set something up on.
We're good. Whoa.
Like they're gonna not shoot him because he's saying we're good.
Let's go.
It's okay. We're good. We're not protesting. No politics. No politic. I'm Israel high.
And this is crowd control tactics by the Sheriff's Department, the Highway Patrol, LAPD. It's an effort to move people out of that area by the federal building. And obviously, it's been pretty effective to get people off of that bridge.
He said they're messing with the horses. Yeah, it looks like the horses were messing with them. Anyway, mods, are we ready to kick this into gear again?
Freeway. That's the federal building where we were talking to you from earlier. We're good, buddy. And the people that were in front of the federal building have now moved further up to that line with the Highway Patrol and the LAPD and the sheriffs who just, with those flashbangs and officers on horseback, cleared people, including us, obviously, off of the freeway as they attempt to get people away from the National Guard and from the Marines who are stationed there in front of the federal building. Ari.
Yeah,
so if you're just joining us, we're going to be covering two different protests today, right? The continuation of the Los Angeles ICE out of LA protests, right? Which started about a little bit more than a week ago now. And the No Kings protest, which is a protest against Trump on the day of his military parade, his birthday military parade, in every city except for DC. Why except for DC? Because Trump threatened the protesters if anybody shows up to protest his big day. All right? He literally said there better not be any protests. He didn't say there better not be any riots. He didn't say there better not be any violence or disorder. He said there better not be any protests. That's the kind of country that we live in now, chat. We are an empire in its twilight with an authoritarian madman doing his best to consolidate power. Right? That's what you're seeing. That's what the invasion into LA represents. And that's why he's doing these, these kind of shit right out of the playbook of an authoritarian country. We already watched the Trump parade and compared it to other dictatorships and decided that, yeah, they got some riz that Trump just doesn't have, right? If you're gonna do a military show of force, right, you gotta drill your soldiers. They gotta be perfect, right? They gotta march in unison and everything. And the United States Army just isn't built for that. The United States Army is the largest fighting force, is the largest military force on the face of the planet. That's why they call the United States a global hegemon, right? That means that nobody, is close to us, right? With the exception maybe of China, but that's, still even compared to China, right? And we compared so when you are a global hegemon, you don't have anything to prove. You don't do military parades because you're not trying to impress anyone. You're not trying to scare anyone, right? Everybody knows what you're about. And, it's not great when it comes to the United States, when it comes to the United States' military intervention in the world, when it comes to the war on terror, what the United States has subjected Iraq to, what the United States subjected Afghanistan to, and the ultimate failure of those missions, just like the failure of the mission in Vietnam, just like the failure of the mission in Korea, right? You've got Trump adopting the optics of a much weaker country, which it looks like the United States may be. The way that Trump is running things, the United States likely will not stay a global hegemon. And that's why I say that, I greet you here at the twilight of empire. Let's go. Let's see what's going on in LA today. This is
Jacob, we're keeping our cameras on you, and I'm glad you and the team and the people there are safe. Give us your context on what we just saw and how that relates to the day. Was that more
pretend it's a
sort of interaction than you?
Wait, how do you Nyochi protest?
That's the first that we have seen.
Or Noki.
Aggressive.
How's it pronounced, chat? Naki?
Control tactic, other than the National Guard and the Marines pushing people off the steps of the federal building there. Obviously they deployed the flashbangs. I don't think that they actually shot the pepper balls, but what they were trying to do was get people off of this bridge, this overpass over the 101 freeway. The question is, what's going to happen to the protesters in the area where we were earlier in front of the federal building? Are they going to declare an unlawful assembly up there and arrest them? You can see there's the CHP officers, California Highway Patrol, starting to move in towards those folks. What we can do actually is, JB, let's go across this bridge.
It's funnier if you don't pronounce it right.
But Ari, again, as you can see here, this is a peaceful protest. We the people serve no king. How you guys feeling?
Horrible.
Horrible. What was it like to hear those flashbangs just now?
Unnecessary. It was peaceful. We were in front of the federal building. We were peaceful. It's not right.
What brings you out here?
My privilege. I've been here for a long time. My family's been here for a long time, and what they're doing isn't right.
When you see what's happening on the streets of LA, not just this law enforcement presence, but ICE, what neighborhood do you live in?
Noki?
We live in El Monte, California.
So in El Monte, just east of where we are right now, there have been reports, not exactly in El Monte, unless correct me if I'm wrong, but there have been reports in and around a lot of different parts of LA County of ICE rolling around and through the streets. Have you guys heard anything? People you know, people you care?
Chinese do not have bases all over the world. Yeah, they're a lot more about soft power, which is what, something the U.S. used to do well as well.
Morning until nighttime.
But hey, that got doged. The United States soft power got doged. Right, apparently that was fraud, waste, and abuse.
People, go ahead.
No key.
Yeah, Jacob, thank you. And it's very striking to sort of see, as you move around, you're giving us even more of a reality check on what it looks like, and also, as you've observed, where most of the protesters are, with signs, with insignias, but largely assembling peacefully.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna check out a few reports, just try to get our I haven't had my eye on this. The No Kings protest is God, I want them to show the map of that, right? It's in LA, but it's in almost it's everywhere, right? There is a
Los Angeles now where hundreds are out at a protest in that city. NBC's David Noriega is on the scene where we just saw some police, David, responding to the crowds there. Talk us through what's happening right now.
Yeah, here, come with me, I'll show you. I'm on Temple and Main in downtown LA. The federal building where the Marines and National Guard are posted up is there. Here, what you see is the remnants of the peaceful protest of thousands of people that started at City Hall, which is that building right behind me, earlier today. And I'm gonna speak a little slowly here, guys, because every time I take a breath in, it's labored because of the gas mask that I'm wearing, which I'm wearing because there, what you see is members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department who have been deploying a number of chemical agents, tear gas, pepper spray, in addition to flashbang grenades. A number of mounted units just went to the line behind the tanks and the riot officers in the front there.
Now I'm assuming we don't mean like tanks, right? I think he's talking about like Bearcats.
Protests are out here today, of course. But I want to tell you that every single gathering that I've seen today,
although it may be, chat, the militarization of the U.S. police forces
Marines and National Guard
is kind of astounding.
That is the most aggressive action I've seen by a protester. The dramatic images you see behind.
Sorry, what was the most aggressive action?
Organizing Marines and National Guard. I tell you that every single gathering that I've seen today has been 100% peaceful. I've seen people antagonizing Marines and National Guard troops with their words.
Okay, so saying, yelling at Marines and National Guard, that's the most,
That is the most aggressive action I've seen by a protester. The dramatic images you see behind me right now are not the result, as far as I've seen, as one person standing out here, are not the result of the actions of the protesters, but the result of the actions of the police, and specifically the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, who moved very aggressively to disperse this crowd.
Where's the music coming from?
Federal building. The context for this, you guys, that's important to remember, is that the local law enforcement agencies that you see, the Sheriff's Department, the LAPD, the California Highway Patrol, which is about a block that way protecting the 101 freeway entrance and exits, are under the control of Democratic officials who are walking a tightrope between, on the one hand, showing their support for the protesters and their opposition to indiscriminate ICE raids in Southern California, and on the other hand, preventing the kind of riotous behavior that we saw last weekend. People setting Waymos on fire, dropping things off of highway overpasses onto police cars. They want to make sure that you and everybody else watching doesn't see anything that would justify the presence of National Guard troops and Marines in this city. From what I've seen in the last hour and a half, those law enforcement agencies and the officials that control them are erring dramatically on the side of preventing any kind of riotous behavior by not allowing groups of protesters to congregate.
So what he's low-key saying, let me give you the subtext here, chat. Right, he's saying that they're walking a tightrope between, on one side, they want to make it clear to the people of Los Angeles and to the protesters that they are on their side, that they stand with them against this invasion of the feds and ICE into Los Angeles. But on the other hand, they don't want, things don't want property damage to happen, essentially, right? And when he says they're erring on the side of preventing property damage, the subtext is that he's saying that they are in danger of losing the optics of being in support of the protest against ICE and against Trump, right? So that is the Bass, Karen Bass and the, police department, the LAPD and the sheriff's office, in some ways making concessions to the Trump administrations, in some ways more afraid of the Trump administration than they are of their own people. And that is not acceptable.
On streets or at intersections for longer than a few minutes at a time.
Is that Jesus? Chat, did you see Jesus just skateboard by? They just shot Jesus! You bastards!
There are guys firing pepper balls.
They just shot Jesus with a pepper ball. Oh my God.
I should stress also that they don't seem to be making a great effort.
Chat, they shot Jesus.
Last point I'll make before I toss it back to you guys. It's important to note that we're dealing with different law enforcement agencies commanded by different people with different cultures. I saw LAPD on the other side of this building successfully disperse a crowd without deploying any kind of chemical agent, a single mounted officer, without deploying any...
he's pointing out the difference between the tactics of the LAPD on the other side versus the sheriff's deputies on this side, and that the sheriff's deputies are using a lot heavier of a hand, using a lot more force against the protesters, whereas the LAPD was able to successfully disperse a group of protesters without any of that shit. Now, don't start looking at the LAPD as the good guys, because they are not the good guys. The LAPD has a long history, a long and sordid history of racism and police brutality and all kinds of shit, right? But in comparison to the sheriff's office, you're seeing maybe smarter tactics from the LAPD.
Munition. This is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and I want to stress this. This is what I've seen. I cannot account for the actions of any protester, but what I saw was LA Sheriff's Department very quick to use less lethal force, chemical agents. We're all getting alarm notices on our phones, probably about street closures here in downtown LA. I thought this was going to happen about 8 p.m. It started happening around 4 p.m. That's how quick the law enforcement agencies were to make sure that nobody could congregate outside that federal building where Marines and National Guard troops are posted up.
So, chat, this was
a few minutes at a time. I think there were protesters out there.
This was like 6 hours ago.
And I'm going to toss it back to you guys because I want to make sure we're positioned well here.
I want to kind of catch up with what's gone on.
We'll be out here.
I am going to ask you another question. I want to give you a chance to sort of move if you need to as you're doing that. And I'm curious, we heard from Jacob Soboroff a little bit earlier that a dispersal order had been given in the location where he was. I'm wondering if that is something that is universal across this area where protests have been happening. Have you heard a directive for people?
NimXA says, I don't understand why they are destroying their own homes and businesses. This isn't going to help anyone. NimXA, with all due respect, you will see clearer if you pull your head out of your ass. You are getting your information from viral clips that are made to get clicks, rather than looking at the entirety of the situation. If you think that Los Angeles is burning, if you think that people's houses are burning, you have your head up your ass and you're not seeing clearly. So with all due respect, please proceed to pull your head out of your ass. There may be a little bit of a schlupping sound as you do it. Don't be alarmed by that, all right? That's just the sound of you coming back into reality from a very dark place where you can be easily manipulated to, to spread lies. Nobody's house is burning down. Nobody's house is burning down. LA is okay, all right? There's a protest. There's two protests, actually, today in Los Angeles, because the people of Los Angeles do not like the feds coming in and pulling people out of the community. Fathers, mothers, cousins, nephews, nieces, grandmothers, grandfathers, ripped away from their family, disappeared, right? That's disrupted the city. People are mad. But they're not burning down their freaking houses, all right? Please understand that. Please understand that. As far as property destruction, we've seen Waymos get torched. We've seen police vehicles burned. Nobody's house is burning down. LA is not on fire. This is all going on in a, very small area of Paramount and Compton, right? Although here, we may be in downtown LA here, given that it's the No Kings protest, right? But I just want people to understand, because when you see representations of the protests, you're seeing a very zoomed in view of something that they think it's designed to get you emotional. It's designed to short circuit your thinking, right? It's algorithmic, right? What's more interesting, A peaceful protest or a car on fire? Of course it's a car on fire. Of course they're going to show you the car on fire. Of course you're going to get the double chunk chocolate cookie, okay? You see what I mean? Of course that's what's going to bang in the algorithm. But understand, that's not representative. You're seeing the tree, all right? Now pull back, pull your head out of your ass and look at the forest. Look at the whole situation, all right? There's been some, confrontation of law enforcement. There has been some destruction of property, but there hasn't been people's houses getting burned down. This isn't this isn't 1992. This isn't the, LA riots from the 90s. This isn't the Watts riots from the 60s, all right? This is present time, present day, and people are rightfully upset about the feds coming into their city and fucking shit up. And Trump himself has caved in. Trump always chickens out. He's chickened out on this one, right? He went in there with the intent to go arrest people at Home Depots, to arrest people that are involved in agricultural work, to arrest people that are in the hospitality industry. He has seen that is a failure. He has seen that the American people, Los Angelinos and people in California are not going to put up with that. So he has now come out and said, we gotta change how we're doing things, acting like he's saving the day when he's the one that set the house on fire in the first place. If there is anybody setting a house on fire, it's Tyrant Trump, all right? And these protesters are your friends. They are fighting for you, and they have backed down a dangerous dictator from his power grab. And you should thank them.
To go home, is that potentially the alert that came to your phone here, and now these officers are taking action based on that?
Yes, I'm looking at it now. LAPD, avoid the area of Los Angeles and Temple Street. That's one block that way.
Okay.
Directly in front of the federal building. From what I've seen, I heard them declaring
just Chrismate says rioters. You mean, see, we have another person walking around with their head up their ass. It's kind of interesting that you can do that. I'm a little bit amazed, right? I don't know if I could ever be that flexible to get my head up my ass in the first place, and certainly not to be able to walk around like that. That's kind of amazing. However, I want to remind you that you will see the world more clearly and more accurately if you pull your head out of your ass, right? What you're going off of information that you've seen on viral clips. You saw one clip, you saw one car on fire, you saw a dumpster on fire, you saw a Waymo on fire, right? And you were like, oh yeah, that's clearly what all of Los Angeles is like right now. Because why would they be showing this to me otherwise? Why would they be showing this to you otherwise? Two reasons, all right? One, the perverse incentive of the algorithm. Yeah, what are you going to click on? A car on fire or just a bunch of protesters walking down the street? Obviously, you're going to click on a car on fire, right? So that's one. That's understandable, though. We all live and die by the algorithm here on YouTube.com. So that's understandable. But the second one is a little bit more darker. It's a little bit more manipulative, right? And that is because that's the narrative that's convenient to Tyrant Trump. He wants to send armed forces into every city across America and take control from your local government. This is happening right now. And these protesters, as much as they might not look like you or talk like you, they are the thin line protecting you from a dictator. So please, let's see a little gratitude. Let's see a little gratitude, chat. Can we see a little gratitude? Can we hear some schlupping sounds? I want to hear those schlupping sounds as you pull your head out of your ass and start to glimpse reality and start to see the forest and not just the trees, and realize that you've been manipulated, and realize that you've been turned against people that are not your enemies. Also, that a bigger enemy could grab power over you, right? That shit is dangerous. We watched the military protest or the military parade in Washington, D.C. today, and what we saw was a very inept dictator trying to emulate countries like North Korea. You know, that this is he's doing his best to do it. You know, they're not quite as sharp as the soldiers marching at you know, the other military parades, but we're seeing the start of something very ugly. All right, and we've got limited time to stop it before it gets too far, and that's going to start with all of you pulling back and looking at the big picture rather than being convinced that a 30-second clip of a burning dumpster fire in the middle of an intersection is representative of the entire city of LA. I have had people tell me that people are burning down their houses. No houses have burned down. I have had people tell me that there is violence going on. The protesters doing violence. There's no violence going on. Nobody's gotten hurt except for by the cops. And yes, the cops have trampled protesters with their horses, right? They've, you know, you saw them shoot a reporter with a rubber bullet. She's just sitting there giving her report. They turn around, boom, right? For funsies, right? That's what that's what Trump's feds are like. That's what these Gestapo will do to you. That's what they will do in your neighborhood if you let them. The only chance, the only thing that's going to save you from that is if you have some solidarity. And that solidarity starts with understanding the actual situation on the ground. It is incumbent, Chad, I cannot emphasize this enough. It is incumbent upon all of you right now, if you are one of those people walking around with your head up your ass. First of all, I got to say, I'm impressed. I'm not that flexible. I don't think I could get my head up my ass, and I certainly don't think I could walk around like that. That's pretty impressive, all right? That being said, you will see the world more clearly, and we need you. We need you. We need you with us. We need you to see the world more clearly. We need you to see Trump for what he is, all right? Before things go too far, because we've got precious little time. I need you to pull your heads out of your asses and to join us in reality. Please, please. We don't have a lot of time.
Unlawful assembly on the other side of the federal building on Alameda between Aliso and Los Angeles, and they just declared it on, between Aliso and Temple, and they just declared it on Los Angeles between Aliso and Temple, which is the other side of the complex of federal buildings. I'm one block over from that on Main. I haven't heard them declare an unlawful assembly here. I haven't seen a notice of them declaring an unlawful assembly here. But they are, as you can see at this intersection, using a number of less lethal tactics to disperse this crowd.
All right.
That's
David
what I can tell
Noriega.
you so far.
All right, David, we appreciate your reporting there in Los Angeles. And, of course, keep us apprised if things develop further where you are. We'll try to get back to you if we can here as the evening goes on. David, thank you.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated.
Okay. So this was what, 6 hours ago? The clip we watched before was from 5 hours ago. We're kind of catching up with what's gone on in LA. We have been watching the Trump military parade, a great thing to see in the streets of Washington, D.C. and the United States of America. Global hegemon with nothing to prove, acting like a banana republic, acting like a pathetic dictatorship, you know, trying to flex its military might and doing such a bad job at it too.
These protests have been peaceful, and that is what we have seen all this afternoon is peaceful protesting here from these demonstrators making their way through the streets of Van Nuys. And they're now, as I said, we're on Van Nuys Boulevard walking with them. We've been following them in the van for at least 30-40 minutes now. So we'll continue to stay with the group and keep you updated on what's happening here in Van Nuys. Rick and Irene.
And this is, Lindsay, this is the type of thing that we saw in downtown LA for hours earlier today. This crowd seems very vocal. They seem very excited to be getting their message across. And this was what the case was in downtown LA before everything went south about 2 hours ago. Do you get any inkling at all that things here in Van Nuys may change as well?
You know, I don't at this point, Rick. I will say that we have seen some certain skirmish lines of officers. We did see some police officers that were blocking the entrance to one of the freeways here as these protesters made their way around, and you can see that there are some folks that are in cars that are following and kind of helping to block traffic because they're, as I said, sort of snaking their way through. We have seen, the LAPD chopper overhead monitoring the situation, and we've seen plenty of officers, but they have stayed basically on the outskirts of this demonstration. And so
Sign said Jesus was a refugee. Would you cage him?
as of right now, everything is absolutely peaceful.
Ron Stanley, super chatted $5. You're appreciated, and so are your mods. Solidarity rock.
Solidarity.
We'll continue monitoring things.
And thank you for the super chat.
Safe as we approach the 6 o'clock hour.
Are we closing in on 200?
Across Southern California, Kareem Winter here with Rick Chambers, Kai Goldberg. You're seeing a shot right now downtown Los Angeles, and this is where our coverage has been focused.
Okay, so now that's where shit went down, apparently.
4 o'clock today.
I still haven't seen what caused the sheriff's deputies and the LAPD to
confirming that they had to issue that dispersal order.
To issue a dispersal.
Came under attack, that people in the crowd began throwing bricks and objects, and they had to maintain order and issue that dispersal order, declaring it an unlawful entry in sections of downtown Los Angeles.
What does his sign say?
Quite chaotic, very
autonomy, something, taxes.
Going off there. At times, officers have had to use non-lethal force, non-lethal means to try to control the crowds, but you still have a strong number saying that they are staying put, while a lot of the demonstrators have left. Those behind the movement, No Kings movement, said that their events there have concluded. They're going to be emailing us a statement.
This is 3 hours ago.
Still in sections of downtown Los Angeles, being on road, being disruptive. They want to make it clear that that is not a part of their official movement.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate what we're seeing right now. My daughter was down taking part in the earlier protest that they had there, and when she called me, she said she was inspired by what she saw in the streets. And then as she took off, I had to text her that things were changing at 4 o'clock and that she should stay away from the downtown area. And you get the feel that a lot of the people who were there earlier and may have gone home have to be shocked by what they're seeing right now.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That was
I'm not seeing any protesters doing anything that is, I don't know what this is KTLA 5.
Big focus that they wanted to.
Oh, wait, this is that one station, right? This is that station we keep on running into, and they're super right wing.
Really send across to the whole community, to Washington leaders, that we can demonstrate peacefully. We have a message here that we want to get out. Now that message gets lost when we're seeing the coverage saturated.
Yeah, RIP sign guy.
Chaos on the ground there. People clashing with police.
Get out of there! Get out of there, dude! Oh no!
Taking away from that. So this is the last thing they wanted. We see. Look at what's happening right now on the ground.
So, chat, he was waving a sign.
This is exactly what the movement.
That's what he did wrong.
Have been out there for hours demonstrating peacefully. Say they did not want, but unfortunately things have taken a turn. Perhaps those who want to be agitators and want to.
You're not showing us any agitators other than the sheriff's deputies, right? Those are the agitators that I see in this picture.
From that message, and we're seeing it unfold right now in some of the violence that's unfolding.
The violence! I'm seeing the cops be kind of violent.
Yeah, we're not sure what that gentleman was doing prior to him being grabbed by the sheriffs.
She even says it! He even fucking says it! Well, I know it must have been something he must have secretly been threatening the sheriff's deputies with violence.
You can see the gas that is in.
I'm not sure what that guy was doing, but must have been doing something bad. Otherwise, the cops wouldn't have tackled him to the ground. Haha.
The smoke and the gas that is in the streets right there. That, I think, Irene, is the second time we've seen.
I love that smoke is blowing back at them. That's beautiful. Look at that. God is against you. God is against you, Sheriff's Department.
Back by the police, and no doubt that
God has sent a mighty wind to blow your chemical weapons back in your fucking face, in your cop faces.
Handcuffed as we speak. But this.
You are on the wrong side of history.
Where the sheriffs are showing their strength. They're moving down. They're trying.
They're showing their weakness is what they're doing.
What we have been calling the agitators out of the street. Now we see a number of people in there as well that may be just, with the best ideas in their mind.
Oh, they're gonna fuck up the media now too. You better get out of there.
Young lady earlier saying that.
You see that cop waving?
Right to get out there in the streets, but when things start getting dicey like this, just for your own safety, it's probably a good idea just to back up and maybe take a stand.
Well, tell your cameraman that he better get out. They're gonna fuck him up.
Type of thing. Backing off from the lines,
being with the media has not
away, and even those were
kept
peaceful.
other reporters safe.
One thing we have to point out, we keep our
okay. He's moving off.
Less than 2 hours away from that curfew. Things are
not fast enough.
Pretty soon, in just a matter of hours, and so that has to be at the forefront of law enforcement's minds to try to control.
Hey, give these reporters some credit though. At least they're not embedding with the.
Just going to really make this more challenging.
They're not embedding with the cops.
Things may even take more of a turn, so we'll have to just see how it plays out. But it looks like this crowd, the people who remain in downtown Los Angeles, they are not moving. They're in a standoff right now with sheriff's deputies.
Yeah, and as the sheriff's deputies, the LAPD, the other officers that are out there, as we look at a shot from above in the Grand Park area and right in front of City Hall, this seems to be fine. When the people are gathering like this, we don't see any problems there, but it's as the people approach the police lines and the folks that just won't back up, that's when we start seeing problems. That's when most of the gas and the rubber bullets and that type of thing start being sent into the crowd. But over on the left, for the most part anyway, we've seen kind of a calm on those streets there. And the crowd is still reasonably good size, but they're staying away from the police lines, which is a great idea at this 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, they want the crowds to disperse. But one thing our Rachel Menitoff told us a short time ago is as they continue to push those crowds away from certain locations, intersections,
I mean, chat,
they're moving to others because they don't know where to go.
Declaring a curfew is a sign of weakness, right?
That's adding to the confusion.
But
yeah, we heard the
declaring an unlawful, declaring a curfew,
on the air with us,
and then declaring
about one problem they have is getting all these cars, these vehicles that are still stuck in some of the streets there.
Look, declaring a curfew, that's a sign of weakness, all right, from the cops, right? But declaring a curfew and then dispersing protesters, declaring an unlawful assembly before the curfew even starts, that's a real sign of weakness, right?
They're trying to come up with some sort of a plan to move the vehicles through the downtown area and get them out of the situation that they're in with people running and moving in all directions, trying to avoid some sort of a problem if we have pedestrians that start getting struck by vehicles down there. So far as we know anyway, no, that has not occurred. No one has gotten hurt. But you can see the clouds on the right of your screen. This is right in front of City Hall now. And the smoke and the gas starting to drift over parts of that crowd that we were just talking about that seemed to be peaceful. Now that has changed at that location as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion also among those attending today's protests as to why they had to leave at 4 o'clock. And we spoke with an official with the LAPD saying it was because their officers came under attack. That, of course, caused a lot of tensions, to be
citation motherfucking needed.
Elevated with people saying we're demonstrating peacefully. Why are they pushing us out? Now we know the reason, but there may be a lot of
like you're just gonna take that. This is what I love about the media. We are just going to take the police said that they were being violent, and we're just going to take the police's word for it because we know the police never lie. They're not allowed to lie to you, chat.
Perhaps still down.
If you're ever in a situation where you think somebody might be an undercover cop, all you have to do is ask them, "Are you an undercover cop?" And they have to tell you if they are, because police aren't allowed to lie. They're bound by duty to always tell the truth. Does anybody fucking believe that?
Down there or who've since departed from the area who are agitated and upset that they had to leave at the time that they were told.
And if you were in the middle or the back of that crowd and you did know what was transpiring, half a block ahead of you, you may have gotten angry. The fact that you were there, you were doing what you were allowed to do.
Again, chat, remember, this is KTLA 5. This is a very right-wing network from what we've seen so far. So
suddenly they were being pushed back. I'm guessing that some of those people later on today will realize that they were there, but there were some others in the front of the line that maybe...
Must have been. It couldn't be that the cops just declared an unlawful assembly out of nothing, right?
Didn't have the same purpose to be in the streets today. But yeah, what we've watched unfold.
It couldn't be that they just got sick of people expressing their First Amendment rights and
It's unfortunate, and a lot of the people who had the best intentions now are feeling as if things have gone sideways.
Yeah, and we see the police lines.
You can tell the narrative that they're crafting here, right? To be fair, chat, this isn't what I've seen from other stations. Like KTLA is kind of an outlier.
Deputies there, LAPD on another side, LAPD saying they're going to be as patient as long as possible until they have to move in. So it's just a matter of time. We just don't know when. We're going to head back down on the ground. Rachel Menitoff, who has been in the thick of things with law enforcement as they try to move those crowds from one section of the city to another. Rachel.
Rick, we're right in front of LAPD headquarters where traffic is moving somewhat smoothly. The tension is starting to die down a little bit. I would say the police officers have set up this perimeter all around the police department, and the crowds are starting to thin out here on Main Street. I would say that there is somewhat of a large group that's congregating right in front of City Hall on the lawns outside of City Hall. So people are walking down Spring Street and...
Okay, so Yo Daddy 82 says the narrative, you mean like burning a city being called peaceful? Yo Daddy, I tell you, from the bottom of my heart, the city is not burning. Nobody's house is burned. Nobody, you've seen, there's been Waymo cars that were torched, I think, a week ago, right? They're not burning the city down. LA's fine. Ask anybody from LA. LA is fine, all right? The protests themselves have been confined to a small area of the city, and it's not, what you're operating off of is viral clips, right? You've seen a picture of a car on fire, of a dumpster on fire, of something on fire, and you've just made the assumption that, well, since they're showing me this, like, this must be like all of LA is like this, right? When in actuality, it was kind of a one-off, all right? I am telling you, with all due respect, you will see the world much clearer if you pull your head out of your ass, all right? You'll be able to see a lot better if you see the forest rather than zeroing in on a tree on fire, right? You're not getting shown a representative sample of the totality of the event that's going on right now, okay?
Kind of gathering in front of City Hall, but there are perimeters all around this area, trying to keep people in sort of this central area and then eventually have people disperse. You know, you were asking why people are staying out here. Why are people deciding to stay even though they've been told this is an unlawful assembly? I just spoke to a man, Taylor, who says he plans to stay out here through the night, that it's his right to demonstrate, and he...
You saw an old man about 80 punch a horse? Cool story, bro. I saw a horse trample somebody, and he was not okay. He was not okay, and the cops didn't need to do that. The guy was down. The guy was not resisting arrest. These cops on horses trampled a dude for funsies, all right? That's what I saw.
Feels that his protest was cut short, that this dispersal order at 4 o'clock was preemptive, and so he's going to stay through the night. Of course, we know that there's an 8 o'clock curfew initiated here in the downtown area, but people have been asked to leave now. The curfew is kind of a moot point at this point because people have been asked to leave the area now. Traffic is starting to move here on Main Street, so people are able to get out of the area. I do feel sort of the tension levels starting to die down. People are starting to cool off a little bit, and I think that...
I don't think it was the people that got heated. I think it was the sheriff's deputies, right? That, from what we've seen so far, that's what it looks like. It looks like even the LAPD didn't lose their shit the way that the sheriff's department did. The sheriff's department just decided to go ham on people with chemical weapons, with flashbangs, and with rubber bullets, right? And, you know,
police officers while very calculated and obviously in tactical gear, are also moving very cautiously. So I do feel as though the tension is starting to die down a bit, at least for the time being.
Funkmaster Koss says Waymos are like a healthcare CEO. Most people haven't heard of them, but immediately agree with their destruction upon finding out. Yeah.
Order. That gentleman saying that their demonstrations were cut short, but do they understand that officers were coming under attack? Maybe it wasn't someone from their movement, but that bricks and objects were being thrown, and that...
Yeah, no, it must have been. If the cops went ham on the protesters, it must have been bricks and objects were thrown. They must have had a secret like gun tucked up under their bandanas, right? You know, that comes out and it secretly snipes at the... I don't know. There must have been something the protesters did, right? Clearly that must have been it, because the cops wouldn't go off on them for no reason at all. It's not like cops hate protesters, right? Right? They don't enjoy violence, right? Nobody would sign up for a job like a police officer, chat, because they used to be a high school bully and then they grew up and they couldn't get a good job. And so they remember having power over people. And they like that feeling, and they want to feel that. That wouldn't be the motivation for somebody to become a cop, would it?
Necessary move.
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, there were upwards of 25,000 people out here today. Downtown LA had one of the largest crowds. And so I think communication from, you know, the start of the demonstration to the finish line is spotty. And I don't know that everyone realizes that officers were actually coming under attack, that people were throwing rocks and other projectiles. And I think that the communication is unfortunately somewhat sporadic because I'm
sorry, KTLA 5. All right. Show me the clips, show me the images, show me the protesters throwing rocks or whatever they were doing, right? You were filming. Let's show you this earlier. The moment where this protest escalated and got out of hand, the moment when the crowd got unruly, let's show you them throwing the rocks and shit like that. And what you'll probably see is you'll see the cops shooting tear gas, shooting pepper balls, shooting flashbangs or rubber bullets, and you'll see one or two protesters picking up those canisters and throwing them back. And in the mind of KTLA, that is the protesters starting it, right? That is even though they're not throwing bricks, they're throwing canisters of gas. Where did they get those canisters of gas? The police shot them at them. Who's doing the escalation? I think there is a certain group of people that do not understand the concept of a police riot and do not get the fact that most riots that you hear about, most disorderly contact kind of situations are initiated by the police, right?
Large group of people out here today. So, the message that one crowd is receiving might not be the same message that another part of the crowd is receiving. And that's
we got to have an explanation. Yeah, the crowd just doesn't understand. I mean, it seems to them that everyone's being peaceful and the cops are just shooting them with tear gas for no reason. But in reality, that couldn't be possible. They must have been doing something. No, there was protesters that they didn't see up ahead of them, even though they were at the front of the line. There were invisible protesters, chat, I guess, throwing invisible bricks at invisible cops. And that's why shit got out of hand. Okay, I got it.
Over the weekend, Rachel, we saw the crowds as the sun went down. They started the tagging just about every...
Digital, keep telling yourself throwing bricks is peaceful. Digital, they haven't shown us throwing bricks. They have the news that's making this assumption. They haven't shown us the footage of what they're talking about. And I would assert that it's because that footage doesn't exist. Because they're selling a narrative, and people like you walking around with your head up your ass. Okay, granted, you are very flexible. You're more flexible than I am. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could twist around and shove my head up my ass, all right? You're also very talented. You're walking around with your head up your ass. I don't think I'd be able to walk if I had my head up my ass somehow, right? But what you can't do is see. What you can't do is perceive correctly. You're getting a distorted view of the world because your head shoved up your ass. And I would ask you, please, please, for the love of all that is good, please pull your head out of your ass. There may be a slight schlupping sound as you pull it out. Please do not be alarmed by that, all right? That is normal, right? The lights may be very bright outside of your ass, like when you leave a movie theater after, watching a long movie and you're like, whoa, the sun, damn, I didn't realize it was still daytime. Yeah, no, that's what reality looks like. It's very bright out here, all right? But if you let your eyes adjust, I promise you will be able to see more clearly, hopefully with eyes unclouded by hate. Hopefully.
Everything that they walked past, and there was some looting that's going on. Have you seen any of that on the periphery?
Have you seen any of that?
There are people that are taking advantage of what...
Look, I'm sorry. If there was looting going on, if there was anything like that, anything that exciting...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
We would have seen it. They would have showed us the clip, right? This is the news, chat. I mean, they got a reporter on the scene.
But now there are freaking
But they're also in the studio, right? If this stuff had happened, ostensibly, they would have video of it.
Communist invading radicals.
And they'd be showing us that video, right? Like right over there. Look, they're showing us the cops standing in front of City Hall. The U.S. flag's up there, and the POW MIA. Oh God, that fucking flag! God damn it! This is the second time we've seen that today. But anyway, they would put the image of whatever they were talking about, the outbreak of violence or whatever, the looting. That would be what was on screen right now if they had that, right? Instead, we're getting a narrative, we're getting a story, and we're getting zero in the way of proof. We're getting these assholes taking the cops' word for it. And I hope you all know that contrary to popular wisdom, cops can lie to you, all right? If you ask somebody, are you an undercover cop? They don't have to say, oh, yes, you got me. Goddamn. Call off the operations, you guys. They know that I'm undercover. Yeah, we're going to have to call off the operation. God damn it. We were going to bust you were going to sell us the drugs and we were going to arrest you. But you asked me if I was an undercover cop. So I got to tell you, because I'm a cop and I'm honest. It's the law. Cops have to tell the truth. No, they don't fucking have to tell. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. Even Mr. Only Smiles knows this. And Mr. Only Smiles doesn't know shit.
Happening in the streets right now?
Even Mr. Only Smiles knows that cops will lie to you.
Looting, I'm not seeing any graffiti. I would say that the handful of people who are taking advantage of the situation are those people who are coming up against officers, having kind of tense standoffs between officers, shouting, trying to push their way through, but no physical damage that I'm actually seeing.
No physical damage. I was told there would be violence, chat. I was told these were violent rioters. They were dangerous people. We need to bring in the National Guard. We need to bring in the Marines. We need to order a nuclear strike on the city of Los Angeles because there's some very dangerous people and they have to be controlled, right? I was told that there was violence going on. No, there's not even property damage. That's KTLA, the shittiest fucking channel that I have witnessed during all of this stuff, right? Telling you straight up, they don't even have the property damage. There's literally nothing happening except for cops provoking protesters and escalating an already dangerous situation, an already tense situation, right?
Well, the crowd has gotten
I
much
would say people take advantage of the situation. Yeah, I would say people are taking advantage of the situation by...
There has been violence. Crappy Robot, what do you mean by crappy robot? Sorry. What do you mean by violence? What is violence to you? Right? To me, violence is like that, you know? Like, to me, violence means hurting someone, all right? I've seen people get hurt, but they were protesters and they were being hurt by cops. All right? That's the violence that I've seen so far. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about violence towards Waymos. You know, you're worried about the driverless car being violated. Maybe you've seen Cars. Maybe you're a big fan of Cars. And you're like, that's just like hurting Lightning McQueen. How dare you hurt that car? Oh my gosh, look at the violence. Look at the violence. These protesters are violence. Please call in a tactical nuke.
Hanging around by instigating.
Setting cars on fire is dangerous? Yeah, especially electric cars. That's dangerous. Yeah, that's dangerous. But you said violence. That's different. That's different. And the difference is important. All right? And I want you to start noticing these things.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I want you to develop something called media literacy, where you start noticing the difference between something like violence and something like, you know, some dumbass bashing away to Waymo and lighting it on fire and maybe not realizing that electric batteries, when they go up, they that's a special kind of fire. And it is dangerous. It is dangerous. I would not recommend that you stay around an electric car on fire, right? Again, the battery is very dangerous, right?
Instigating encounters with officers. I've seen a couple of those where people.
But the important part that I'm making, the point that I'm making right here is she's talking about right now. She's trying to give you the reason that the cops disperse people, that the cops turned this into a riot, right? A police riot, to be specific, right? You know, there was violence, yeah, by the police. That's what happened, right? Or at least that's what we've seen. She's like, but there must have been something that the protesters were doing. The cops wouldn't just go off on them for no reason, would they? Would they? Oh no, of course not. They're to protect and serve. That's what the police are here for, right? That's what they're here. They're not just overgrown high school bullies that couldn't get a good job out of high school, that were used to bullying people and bossing people around, and now they get out of high school and they have no status, so they decide to sign up for the police force. No, that's not what cops are, right?
Come face to face with an officer and kind of antagonize the officer, but no looting, no graffiti.
No looting, no property destruction. She's talking about today, chat. She's not saying that there hasn't. This is KTLA, all right? If there's looting, trust me, they're on it. If anything catches on fire, they are on it. They will let you know. These people very much want to sell you Trump's narrative, all right? So they have no, but she, from KTLA, the pro-Trump, local news network here, is telling you that in this situation where the police have escalated things, there was no violence, there was no looting, and there was no property destruction. So I want you to get it through your head that those things are not necessary for police to turn the situation violent. We have seen various images of police doing violence to people for funsies, shooting an Australian reporter with a giant rubber plug. I mean, they call them rubber bullets, chat, but they're like this big. There's this big, heavy ass, thing that they're supposed to shoot it at the ground, and it's supposed to ricochet and kind of scare you away, or maybe it glazes you, or like it doesn't hurt as bad once you shoot it at the ground. But they're not shooting them at the ground; they're shooting them at people. They straight up shot that lady in the ankle and the calf, right? And she's got a big old bruise from it, right? But yeah, I mean, like, you've seen cops running over a dude with a horse, right? This dude wasn't resisting arrest. This dude wasn't doing shit. And they ran him, they trampled him with a horse for funsies, chat, for funsies.
Graffiti in the way that we saw last weekend.
And while many of those demonstrators or those people who are behind you, who you've been speaking to, have vowed to stay as long as it takes, we can't forget about that curfew in less than 2 hours. It's been in effect all week, and it's in effect today. Officials during a news conference yesterday made it very clear that come 8 o'clock on Saturday, they want the streets of downtown Los Angeles clear. So we have no idea what's going to happen leading up to that, Rachel, but they definitely will not be allowed to assemble on the streets much longer.
Yeah, and there's a tremendous show of force down there by you, Rachel, as well.
I'm not sure she knew who I was, but...
All right, we lost Rachel there for a moment.
Shouldn't be rioting in first place, says DeMuffin Shake. DeMuffin Shake, I'm sad for you. You don't believe in the First Amendment. You don't believe in the right to protest, right? If you're seeing this and you're saying this is a riot, shouldn't be rioting in the first place, you don't have any conception of free speech. And that's sad.
And we'll get her back in a second, but you can see this crowd there.
The cops are doing what's needed, Martin Fuentes. Is that what you think cops do? Is that what you think? That's the naive worldview that you come at this? The cops are the good guys. I've seen it from movies.
As I mentioned before, just a tremendous police presence in the downtown area. But the folks in the background there, you can see the flags waving, folks kind of milling around, nothing really going on at this location except the protest. But as Irene mentioned before, it's already been announced that there's an unlawful assembly through a number of blocks around the downtown LA area. Many people have already left. We heard about the folks that organized the No Kings March today. They've said that their part of all of this is over and that they were encouraging people to go home, leave the streets. But on the left of your screen, you can see that
they're doing the right thing. Valera, do you think that running over innocent people with horses is the right thing to do? Is that what you would do with power? Is that what you would do if I took control, became dictator of this country, and handed you license to a monopoly on violence? That's the right thing to do. That's how a society should work. People know to listen to the cops because if you don't, you'll get run over with a horse. Is that the world that you want to fucking live in? Because it's not the world I want to live in.
message just was not absorbed by these folks that are now coming under the police flashbangs and the gas and the little pepper balls and all of that. And you wonder why it is that they're staying there. We know they have a message, but
they're not innocent, genius. Henceforth, that's why the horse is running over them. And that's great. That's great. That's wonderful. You know that they're not innocent because a horse is stomping on them, is trampling on them, and you know that the cops would never do that to an innocent person. Oh, my sweet summer child. Oh, my poor naive chatter. What a twisted mass of worms are writhing through your brain at this very moment to make you say those words.
At some point, you just have to decide, okay, it's time to call it a night.
And you see the strategy there from sheriff's deputies, at least from what we're seeing. They'll stage that line, they'll wait there for a bit, and then they'll continue pushing the crowds further and further away. I do want to mention that we are in line.
Rioting is violent. Protesting is not protected under the Constitution. You mean like January 6th? Nick, please tell me, what is violence? Can you please define violence for? I want to see what kind of definitions you're operating with.
To hear from LASD Sheriff Robert Luna momentarily, so he's going to be able to...
Didn't accomplish anything with these protests? Adam Funk, you're wrong. Trump has backed off. We accomplished everything with these protests, okay? Trump has backed off his attempt, or at least he said he will, backed off his attempt to go after day laborers, go after hospitality workers, people who work in hotels and stuff, people who do housekeeping. He's backed off going after agricultural workers, people out there picking strawberries to feed your dumb ass while you bitch about protesters. Yes, the protests have accomplished a lot. That wouldn't have happened if everybody just sat down. Oh, I guess he's going to take, I guess my grandmom's getting arrested. I guess my uncle's getting disappeared. Oh no, there goes my friends. They're taking them all. They're good people. They're hardworking, but Trump's taking them. I guess they didn't have their paperwork. None of this shit, none of what Trump has caved on, none of what Trump has chickened out on would have happened if there wasn't opposition. Trump fucked around and he found out, and that's why he has changed his policy. Right? I'm sorry, but like in a lot of protests, you might be able to make that accusation and say the protests haven't changed anything. Because a lot of times you don't see the effect of a protest. Look at the civil rights protest for a while, for instance, right? You didn't see the effect of the civil rights protest till after Martin Luther King had been murdered, okay? Till quite some while later. And you could say that, you're like, hasn't accomplished anything with these protests, right? In this case, you can see a change in Trump's rhetoric. based on what these people are out there doing while your coward ass sits on YouTube Shorts and complains. Get up, get out there, and help these people out. These people are your friends. They're fighting for your freedom. If that means anything to you, if you want to live in a free society going forward, you should show some goddamn gratitude to these people, and you should show some goddamn solidarity. Or else there will be no one left when they come for you.
Weigh in on exactly what's happening right now, the coordinated efforts there, what they're going to do exactly to move these crowds out of these pockets of downtown Los Angeles, especially as we go up against that curfew there, because where was that location? Along Temple, we saw a significant amount of people stage there. And as they leave from one location, they go to another. And so you have these pockets that continue to form.
Yeah, we saw that older gentleman.
Right, that's from 4 hours ago. We got some... I mean, these protests are going on all around the country now, right? Both in terms of the anti-ICE protests are going on in cities that are getting invaded by ICE, getting invaded by the feds, getting invaded by Trump, and in terms of the No King protests, which have started today. A protest in response to Trump's authoritarian power grab, protests in response to the gigantic waste, fraud, and abuse by the Trump administration in holding an unnecessary military parade that is impressing exactly no one in order to fillet a man's ego. All right, so here's the AP. So if you don't know, AP is a news organization. They kind of feed information to other news organizations, and AP stands for Associated Press. They have their YouTube channel does kind of long form content where they put a cameraman in an area where something is happening, and then they upload the or they live stream the video of that, right? So what we're watching now is a live stream that I think started 10 hours ago. And the question that we're kind of asking is, like, how did shit get out of hand, right? Because what even KTLA was telling us was that the protests were peaceful, everything was copacetic, right? And until it wasn't, right? And they've guessed that, the protesters must have done something to the cops, right? That's the only way that the cops would go off on them. They haven't showed us any evidence of that, and I'm kind of curious. Like, what we see here, right? If we can see the moment where the where the situation turns into a police riot. LIB, MR Pigs. Is that Trump? It looks like David Bowie. I don't think Trump has never looked that good. Okay, so this seems to be maybe I'm guessing the No Kings protest that we're seeing. There's two protests. So chat, this is from earlier today in LA. There's two protests going on, the No Kings protest as well as the LA Out of ICE protest. They were kind of close together, and I think there might have been... I'm curious, right? Because from the scene I saw earlier, it almost looked like the cops were trying to keep the two protests from meeting up. Seen all kinds of flags here, all kinds of signs here. No human is illegal. No ICE. What does that say? We something. We the people serve no king. That's what it says. Being brown does not make you a criminal. True. United we stand. All our ancestors calling us to cleanse away la mala vibra. The bad vibes? Is that what that means? Is la mala vibra like the bad vibe? The evil vibe? I think I saw a Chinga la Migra sign earlier. Abolish ICE. Chance of ICE out of LA. LA will not, what does that say? Will not something? Will not bend? Eggs are expensive because what? There's another Trump. It looks like a South Park Cartman more than a Trump. Because all the blah, I can't tell what that sign says. I bet it's funny though. All the chickens are in the White House. Yo! Yo, Taco Trump. Again, chat, I don't support the Taco Trump thing. I feel like, you know, when you say Trump always chickens out, it's almost like you're daring him to fuck up even worse, right? Right, you know, people started saying this about the tariffs. Trump always backs down on the tariffs. That is the market trying to cope with a very bad situation. In thinking that, you know, they should go ahead and invest because Trump at the end of the day will back down on the tariffs. I would not make that assumption. And I would not, people have told him about the taco thing, right? All that's going to do is make him, you know, make him want to stick to his guns on the tariffs, right? The church said, love thy neighbor, and then called ICE? No. Off with... They're waving. I have friends everywhere. Is it a peace dove? Yeah, this is No Kings, according to AP. They're at the No Kings protest here. They tried to bury us. They didn't something. They didn't know we were seeds? Is that what that says? Chinga la migra. That's a banger. That's a... ICE out of our community. Donald Trump is a something racist. Oh God. The sign says Donald Trump is an R.A. blank I.S.T. and there's a little stick figure with a C on one hand and a P on the other hand, and he's trying to decide if the C goes in there and it's Donald Trump is a racist, or if it's a P and Donald Trump is a rapist, right? That's cute. America was built by immigrants, true. Jesus said, love our neighbors, true. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Rob. Do we have my nail? Oh, people like my nail color. Thank you. Do we have a count on the... I feel like I've left some off. Trump is a papist? That's what they meant to say, yeah. He's a papist.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now they're a freaking communist invading.
We got a Nazi account saying America was built on victors. I'm sorry if you're not a Nazi, but your name is SS. I don't know what else to assume. Why not call it what it is, a riot? Okay, so what makes this a riot, unknown user? I want to know. You are unknown, but I want to know. It'd be one thing if we were watching, you know, people burn stuff or destroy property or, you know, like people, I don't know, getting violent and stuff like that, right? That's what I think of when you say riot, but that's not what we're seeing. So that makes me think that you'll call any protest a riot, which makes me think that you're full of shit, or maybe you're incorrectly perceiving the world because you're walking around with your head shoved up your ass and you can't see reality. You're just seeing your own dirty colon, right? And the world looks kind of nasty from there. So you're saying, yeah, the world is shit. But in reality, that's the view from inside your ass. That's your own shit that you're perceiving. So if you could, please just pull your head out of your ass. Even though we are all impressed by your flexibility. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. See, that's you kind of debunk yourself when you look at a situation like this and you say, oh, that's a riot. That's a riot, right? When you look at a situation with absolutely no violence going on, no property destruction, no loot, no nothing, right? And you say that's a riot, what that means to me is that you think that protests should not be allowed. You are anti-free speech. And some of you are bitching about free speech when you get banned by my mods. I hope you know that free speech is about your treatment by the U.S. government, not about your treatment in YouTube moderation, you silly ass. You fucking crybabies. You have a right to free speech, okay? That means the government's not supposed to take you away for expressing your point of view, and yet this government is taking people away. And you're in my YouTube chat acting like this is the big This is the big violation of your civil rights. This is the big violation of civil rights. The fact that you got banned for being a fuckhead in my chat. What do you expect? I guess you were confusing rioting for protesting. KT, I could say the same thing to you. Or maybe you're saying that to another chatter. I don't know. In which case you might be right. There are people in here confusing protesting with rioting, okay? Because if you're going to call this a riot, that means that word doesn't mean anything anymore. That means that you think that protest should be illegal, right? If this is a riot, then you're not allowed to protest. And the next time you say something is a riot, I'm not going to believe you. Because I've seen you lie to my face, all right? You're discrediting yourself. No, riot is when awesome music. Wait, is there like a... Oh, it's like an inflatable. Wait, is that like a killer clown on her back? What is that? You see the inflatable? Anybody got an Abacus count? I don't know if all of our Abacus users have gone to bed, but we are closing in on possibly double the bonus content, and I want to make it official. I just don't know where we're at because I have not been keeping track, and I don't think I could count at this point. I know there's like definitely some Twitch subs that I haven't counted yet. Anybody got an up-to-date count on the bonus goal? I come here to avoid mouth, says play something. Hey, that's valid. I only ask because I think we're really close to double bonus content, and I would hate to only give you one bonus topic when you really deserve two. So what I'm trying to figure out, this is the No Kings protest, right? That's the now this is the LAPD here, I believe, and they do have a skirmish line. LAPD go to hell. I can't tell. Some back and forth between the cops and protesters here. Yeah, that is LAPD. Oh, wait, that's okay, so there we go. Let's chat. Han shot first. So who's escalating things? It kind of looks like the LAPD. Should we go back a little bit and see how this developed? I don't want to jump to any conclusions, right?
Up here, but now there are freaking communists.
Because God knows you're getting enough of that shit from the media.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Here, I'll roll it back a little bit just to see if we can tell how this developed.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Who are these communists and why do they keep invading? And why do they make me feel radical? What is this radical feeling, chat? I'm starting to feel like the power belongs to the people. That's radical. I'm going to turn it up a little bit so you can... God, I wish there weren't so many cuts here. Like, I really do want to just kind of see how this develops. Okay, the police are pushing. Wait, I can't tell, are they pushing or are they just moving? Are they just on the move? They do tend to run even when they're not. Actively pushing the protesters. Yeah, it just looks like a movement of the cops here. Okay, this is the one that we're looking at. Like, so what we heard from KTLA was that things were calm, and then the protesters threw something, threw bricks, threw rocks, threw something at the police officers, and that's what caused the order to disperse. We just haven't seen any proof of that. And I'm not the kind of person that's going to take a cop's word for it, right? I have had a ton of cops lie to me. In fact, it's kind of what they do. we take a minute and talk about who ICE is? Who is ICE, chat? Does anybody want to posit an answer for that? Who is ICE? Who are we talking about? What do we mean? Who is ICE? Who are these people? I can't figure out how to find the subs received today. Am I a Democrat? No. My grandmom was, but I'm not. Right? My mom was a Republican. My dad voted for Republicans and Democrats. But my grandmom was a Democrat. She was a pretty nice lady. So who is ICE? Anybody want to? ICE is Immigration Control and Enforcement. Yeah, correct. That's the acronym. But who's behind? Who are the people in ICE? Anyone who wants a job there? They are definitely hiring. They are definitely expanding. From what I've heard, there's the ICE agents proper, and then there's people that they just deputize, right? There's people that they just, are like, all right, you're with us now. Right, and that's something that Trump's done. That's unique to Trump. That's a good noise gate? I thought the stream had frozen. Wait, what do you mean? Doug, says Rob. What I'm trying to ask you is who is behind the mask, right? Because you all know that ICE, when they come in to rip people out of their communities and disappear them with no due process, with no trial, with no lawyer, with no nothing, they're wearing masks. So the first thing we can say about who is ICE is they don't want us to know. Anytime someone tries to identify even the place where ICE agents are present, they get gone after. They get harassed, right? You saw this with LA Scanner on Twitter last week, right? So whoever they are, they don't want us to know. Because I think even they realize that there's a possibility that they're doing something. 157 from current shorts and regular stream, the first live. Oh, you're right. You're right. Wait, sorry, I'm trying to see what Spicy is saying. Because you still you get still. Oh, that's why you thought I was being still. And I'm sure. Wait, but how does that tell you that my noise gate is good? I feel like there's at least a couple of Twitch subs I haven't counted yet. We're asking the question to chat, who is ICE? And I'm curious if anybody has answers. Play Something says Proud Boys. Yeah, now that's possible, right? So we know that Trump pardoned people that were arrested in January 6th. And we know that the architects of what happened in January 6th was a combination of the Proud Boys, I think the 3%ers, and the Oath Keepers, right? So, these are people that went to jail, some of them with pretty severe sentences, and then were offered a mass pardon. In other words, every single person Every single person arrested on January 6th was set free with a pardon by Donald Trump. Right? So the answer to who is ICE is we don't know, because they don't want us to know, because they're not proud of what they're doing and they are afraid of the consequences of being identified as the people doing what they're currently doing. Right? They know on some level that history will not look kindly upon their role in it. And we also know that Donald Trump has freed a whole bunch of criminals. So if you want to, make the leap of logic that Play Something is making and say that that ICE is Proud Boys, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong. It would be amazing, chat, if none of the people that Trump pardoned on January 6th made it into at least being deputized by ICE, right? So you've got criminals who tried to kill cops in Washington, D.C., criminals who tried to abduct senators and members of Congress, criminals who wanted to apparently to kill the vice president, Mike Pence, because he would not help Trump cheat at the election. And the idea that these people would be not only set free, but also empowered to get revenge on their perceived enemies is just the kind of nonsense that Trump would pull. All right. We don't know who's behind that mask, chat, but it's definitely not anyone good.
Gas
117 Sims Racing says, wait, there'll be a big staged incident? Wind Hansen says, are these people being sent back to Mexico? Do we know are they disappearing? Are we seeing any evidence of mass graves? When I'm saying disappearing, Wind, I'm thinking more along the lines of being deported to a hellhole like the fucking nightmare fascist prison in El Salvador, or to Libya, or to Sudan, right? That's what this country has admitted that it's doing. 200 people were sent to CCOT. They were given no trial. They were not allowed to see a lawyer. When I say they're disappearing, what I mean is that their friends and family don't know where they are. The worst case scenario is, yes, that they end up in mass graves. We don't know that yet. All we know is that they've disappeared, right? Yeah, Trump has been threatening Guantanamo Bay a lot more recently. Fuck Newsom. Oh, this is beautiful, chat. These people are... We need a Discord link, says a Megastar. Okay. Oh, yeah, I probably also need to let some people into Discord. If you've been waiting to get into Discord, wait, I'm supposed to let, oh my God. I can't find, I was supposed to mod some people too. I can't find them though. Let's see, Discord. Oh geez, there's a fucking shit ton of y'all. Y'all have been waiting so patiently too. All right. Lucy Purr, you just got let into Discord. Big ol' cake mix. You just got, oh my gosh, chat. I might need some more Discord mods. It looks like the ones with perms to let people in have not been hell, may need to be replaced. I don't know. Yeah, this is like the 5th time I've come to Discord and just seen, like, nobody's... Alright, so let me give you the Discord link and Twitch chat. There we go. You're not one, Omega Star. That's not your fault. It's just people that are probably busy right now. But you know, if they're busy, then maybe somebody else should be a Discord mod. I don't know. It's not a bad thing, right? You know, it's like people got busy. No, I probably just need to give permission to more people that are more active in the Discord. It's just something that you got to do from time to time. It's no big deal. I'm not actually. I don't mean to sound like I'm upset with anyone. We haven't covered the Minnesota thing yet, have we? If you don't know, I believe a member of the state legislature in Minnesota was unalived by a real right-wing weirdo. This guy apparently owns a security company, drives around in cop cars, has a cop uniform, and was dressed as a cop, was impersonating a cop when he shot 4 people in Minnesota today, right? I think 3 of them survived, and one of them did not survive. So, you want to talk about violence? It is happening, but it's not coming from this side of politics. It's coming from the pro-Trump side of politics, which should not surprise you if you've been paying attention to how Trump ran his rallies when he started running, saying, "Get him out of here. I would punch him in the face. If you beat them up, I will pay for your legal bills," right? If you've been paying attention at all, you understand why that's the side that the violence is coming from. Okay, so they do look like they're backing off. Oh my God, I missed what happened. The cops must have either said something, which is probably the way that they should be handling their shit, or there's a possibility that they started firing. There we go. So they're getting flipped off now after they shot at protesters. Wow. Do you see that umbrella getting torn to shit? I mean, that does help. An umbrella, you know, can deflect an object. It doesn't necessarily prevent you from getting hurt, but that's why people are there with umbrellas. So I don't know, chat, did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Does anybody want to tell me that the protesters somehow caused that? Is anybody going to claim that? All right, so I'm looking at the time and I'm realizing we really got to get to our bonus content. What is winning? Oh my god, I don't know. I know there's like I feel like there's like 2 subs on Twitch that I didn't count. There could be more though. Oh no. We don't have a reliable abacus counter in chat, do we? I want to give you credit for double content if that's what it is. I'm just not sure. I don't know what the score is. Either way, chat. Either way. I'm going to give you, if you're watching us in the live chat, I'm going to give you the chance to hang out with us. The stream is not ending. However, the shorts stream will be ending, right? So this is your chance to join us over on the other side, should you choose to do so. There is the link. I'm like, where's my phone? Oh, there's the phone. All right, if somebody can show me the math that we did get double content today, I will cover 2 things. Oh my god, chat, I think we got like 200 new NCC followers. So yeah, I'm about to end the stream on Shorts. All right, so if you're watching on Shorts, you got a little bit of time, a tiny amount of time to jump in, click that link, and join us on the horizontal stream. Otherwise, I'm going to say goodbye to you for tonight. You might get raided into... Oh wait, no, not unless I actually set up the raid. What am I, silly? What am I, goofy? Here, let me... There we go. All right, so we're ending the stream on Shorts, end stream. I'm going to put the protest back on, and then we'll decide what we're doing for bonus content. It's like Chapo. Chapo has won, chat. Wait, NCC is going to be on MSNBC? Okay, look, the best I can do is like, I think we're at 165. All right, that's my best guess. I could be wrong. I hope I'm not. I hope I'm not, you know, shorting you on this, but that means there's 35, we're 35 points away from double content, right? We unlocked the Chapo content. What is the next? Is somebody playing Rage Against the Machine? No. I thought I was hearing, wait, no, that's not even Rage Against the Machine. Anyway. I think I was thinking of another song. Oh my god, of course. Gotta change the thumbnail to the short stream. This thumbnail too. I'm in the mood for some Chapo. I don't know if the rest of you are feeling it. Ooh. Alright, looks like we got a copyright claim to deal with. That's gonna be fun. How did I get copyright claimed? You know what we could do? We could actually keep watching this and put on Chapo over it. Let me try to do that. It's time for your daily Chapo. Yeah, they covered I don't know. Let's at least listen to this clip. I think this is with Ada Chavez. Aida Chavez.
Elementary schools, immigration courts, and is certainly promising more violence to come. Similar clashes happened in New York. And I guess like I'm thinking about this happening at the exact same time this weekend where the Madeleine flotilla, the ship that was sailing to Gaza with Greta Thunberg, Liam Cunningham, and other activists.
Yeah, it looks like 4 gift subs. Yeah, that's definitely like the total count. I feel like I counted 2 of them, but not the last 2.
Was interdicted in international.
But wait,
waters.
what did you? What your count was 157 plus the 4 gift subs. That was your count. 157 on the. Oh, and the one thing you didn't have was the anything that happened on the first short stream. I can maybe check that. Maybe we will get an accurate count anyway. Chat. You might get double content today. Who knows?
By the Israeli military.
Jesus is still rolling. Is Jesus okay? He is risen. Wait. Did we see Jesus just now? Do I need to roll this back? Oh my God, chat. I was too busy with Mr. Chapo to notice our Lord and Savior returning. He's come back.
Seized, and they're currently
Jesus is back. Wait, you saw Jesus?
Let out of the country, but like these things all seem somewhat connected in my mind in terms of like both who's being targeted by ICE, but also just like the fact that they're targeting schools and courts. And
I mean, this may be the same.
It all seems it's all coming home to me is what it seems like. And whenever something like this happens,
chat, did we have a Jesus sighting?
Or there is, violent clashes between
I'm not seeing him
and federal law enforcement in this case. I think there's always this like round of debate about whether this is helping
20 seconds ago
the cause of immigrant rights in America or immigrant communities. And rather than debate that, I just like whenever I see stuff like this, it's just like it's not a matter of whether it's justified or not, or whether you think it hurts or helps strategically. All those are other debates. This is just inevitable.
Okay, so BCAT, you said 157
this way.
on
Fight back. And like that, and that's what we're seeing right now. And
on the mainstream and the second shorts, right?
It didn't have to be this way.
And then
like
for
the way ICE is behaving,
on
like they're
Twitch,
they're asking for it. They're recording this, and this is just
is that right?
Reaction,
or is
when people see the law being turned against them in such an unjust way.
Yeah, I mean that whole conversation about like whether it's people saying that they should be waving American flags or
have a good sleep, Polyhedron.
Thinking about the Buttigieg 2028 campaign,
I thought I saw him long flowing hair, white robe. Yeah.
Because
I mean, he is at the protest.
Okay. Look,
chat. Do you think
we shouldn't expect unaffiliated protesters to have the Democratic Party's best interests in heart?
Do you think
but it's so unfair that the Democratic Party?
Do you think that the Grand Inquisitor is gonna kiss him on the lips?
Gets affiliated with these protests no matter what happens, which
like that's what I mean, Chad. If Christ is here, do you think the Grand Inquisitor is as well?
This larger narrative of the Democratic Party as like Gil from the.
What I'm asking you, Chad, is are we in a Dostoevsky? Wait. Yeah. Are we in a Dostoevsky novel?
Simpsons. There are these lovable losers who just all these bad things keep happening to them. Not that this is like a consequence of them co-opting every protest movement besides.
Grand Inquisitor, you mean from Star Wars? Looks like somebody hasn't read the Brothers Karamazov.
It's the ones that had anything to do with Israel.
Sorry.
In the last 20 years that had any popularity for their own electoral gain. They just did that 5 years ago. Obviously, I think it's ridiculous to say.
Is he on a skateboard? Yeah, I think he's on some kind of rolling device. Wow.
With like, fucking George Soros to create chaos in cities for what? I don't know. But if an internal poll comes out that like 65% of Americans support these protests, they will.
What are the Inquisitors or like the Sith that go after Jedis, right?
Activists on the scene there. They'll produce a slate of candidates that like arise from the movement.
God damn.
Leaders that we've never fucking heard of before. But secondary to that, I mean,
I missed this whole thing. I keep on looking away at the wrong moment.
Before anything,
what happened?
Everyone's favorite thing to do
right here.
Is to,
what happened? Okay, there's a cut. That's why.
They only know people who are exactly.
No, we just turned.
Exactly the same experiences. But all they ever do is just game out how the hypothetical, median American will react to everything. With October 7th, it was all these people going, this is the end of any pro-Palestinian activism because Americans will just, everyone will just be so disgusted by this.
Okay, 157
end of the left, and
plus,
obviously that is not what happened. I mean,
24
there are similar themes in how Democratic primary voters will often vote
It's
based on what
181.
they assume other Americans will consider too liberal or moderate enough. But it's especially
181
now,
plus.
fucking pointless exercise. This thing of just constantly gaming out what is the exact right thing, what is too scary, what is the right amount of resistance for the average American, as if the last 10 years have not shown that public opinion is completely amorphous.
Oh, it's not going to show me.
All these opinions that poll a certain way, they don't seem so deeply held that they can't turn on a dime in 8 months. And like, just the idea that the protesters in the first place, that their motivation is attracting public support, as if that is the be all and end all, that someone in Virginia sympathizes with them, and not what I think was kind of the point of these protests, which was to put the actions of ICE front and center.
Look, we know it's 181. I think it's either 186 or 191, right? Because I know that there was I think Narwhal did a super chat in the shorts chat, and it was either a 5 or a 10. So like, we'll put it 186. That's the middle. That's splitting the difference between those two. All right, so 186 means we're 14 away from having double content.
To make everyone,
and also to impose a cost
Yes.
on these lawless gangs of like these lawless press gangs of like masked, without any identification or warrant or whatever, these masked thugs.
Yeah, Columbia Rican. I don't think we hit it yet, but we're kind of close. Asuka killed 2 inquisitors. Cal Kestis killed. Wait, Ahsoka. I'm sorry. I thought you said Asuka. I was thinking, because that it sounds like Evangelion, right? When you say inquisitors, I don't know. It sounds like it could be Evangelion.
That are like, we all saw the videos this weekend of them just like tearing people off the streets, arresting, seizing people at an elementary school graduation. Like, I would think the purpose of these protests is to enact a cost on, I'm sorry, these lawless gangs for their behavior. But
wait, who are these
I wanna get you
fucks?
in here because, like, to Felix's point about like, well, how is this all going to poll? You recently covered the DC Welcome Fest. Like,
what's this audio? This is, oh God, we gotta cover Welcome Fest, chat. We're listening to Chapo because that's the number 1 on the bonus content, right? We're really close to unlocking number 2, though. We're only 14 points away from that. So
centrist,
hold on to your butts.
Extravaganza, the centrist Fire Fest, and I'm just wondering, like, how is that section of politics? Like, how do they metabolizing these ideas about like, is the American public pro or anti-immigrant, and like, are ICE detentions popular or unpopular?
Well, they're just totally unequipped to deal with the present moment. Their obsession with polling and data and the numbers and like the positions that they claim like regular people want, it breeds us like especially out of touch when you have protests like these or things like the genocide in Gaza, and then Abiza bans, like they'll go through the entire thing without even slight mention or reference to it.
Because like, I think they will point to polls that show that like, oh, Trump's deportations are popular, but then like when it's revealed that like they're deporting people without criminal records, and in fact they're seizing people at immigration courts who are going to apply for citizenship or check in on their visa process, and they're being the ones seized, it becomes very unpopular. Like, it's very popular when people imagine that these ICE is seizing like Pablo Escobar or drug cartel sicarios, but like not their neighbor or friend or spouse.
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation about immigration during the last election. That like, okay, sure, I guess this sort of immigration restrictionism polls in a certain way, and it was never like 70-30. It was like 55-45. But you go back 4 years, and it was completely the opposite. Then, of course, like, obviously, when you adjust for torturing random people with green cards, stripping citizenship from people with green cards, sending people to these fucking unaccountable forms.
Sorry, chat's saying this is AI. Does Felix Biederman sound like AI to you? Has anybody else experienced this, right? where you've been subjected to so much AI. You've been subjected to so much AI that you start to hear and perceive and see AI where it's not even there. Because I definitely heard a weird artifact in there that made me think AI too, although I don't think it really is.
Hellhole prisons. What we said at the time was, when people actually see practice, you may get a different result. But at the time, I don't think we even imagined how like truly horrifying it would be in practice.
In terms of like imagining how horrific this all is,
I want to blow your mind for a second, all right? The thing about an issue like immigration is that when you're polling public sentiment, you're not polling policy, right? You're just asking a question that means something to people, and they're answering given in a lot of ways the vibe of the question that you ask. So depending on how you ask the question, you can get very different answers, right? Take for instance, a question like, should illegal immigrants be deported? Well, when you say it like that, you make it sound like they're criminals. They're involved in a crime. And yes, Americans don't want people generally don't want dangerous criminals around, right? So you'll get a high response. But if you ask something like, do you think that day laborers, the people, standing in front of a Home Depot waiting to maybe help somebody out doing some landscaping, right? Do you think they should be deported? You get a single digits answer. And if you ask something, like, do you think somebody who's been here for 20 years is working a job, is paying taxes, and is causing no problems, you get like 3%. 3% want that person deported, right? Or like 5%, right? There's always a contingent of MAGA that just want everybody deported, right? They probably want liberals deported if you really ask them. Oh God, it's getting bad out here. But yeah, it all depends on how you ask the question. So getting hung up on, it's an 80-20 issue, right? Well, it depends on how much information, like, first of all, how much of the public knows that undocumented people, for the most part, have jobs, and that when they have jobs, they are paying taxes. They are paying taxes, they are paying Social Security, and they are paying for, they will not get Social Security unless they become citizens. They are paying into your Social Security fund, right? Which is a little bit hurt by a demographic crisis. Chat, we don't have enough young people going forward. It's not an issue right now, but we don't have enough young people to support the number of old people that are about to retire. Now, that doesn't mean Social Security is going to go away. As Sam Cedar always brings up, even at this point, you'd be able to fund Social Security at like 80%, even with no change. And there's a really easy change you could do that wouldn't hurt any of us. It wouldn't cut the funding for Social Security. It wouldn't make our life more precarious, because if you don't know, Social Security does not pay you enough to survive, right? So we don't want to cut the benefits, right? That'll hurt people. That'll kill people, if I'm being real. But what we can do is we can raise the cap. Rich people only pay Social Security up to a certain percentage of their, up to a certain level of income. Beyond that, they don't pay Social Security. If we lift the cap, problem solved, right? In fact, there's not many problems budget-wise that would not be solved by rolling back the Reagan tax cuts, by making the wealthy do what we used to make them do and pay their fair share for the society that they are inordinately benefiting from. If they're gonna exploit us all, they should pay for our lives not to be fucking misery at the very least. That's just social democracy. That's not revolution. That's not anything crazy. That is just the way that things worked in the United States up until not very recently, but fairly up until the 70s, let's just say, right? So yeah, like if you start to inform people about what the real situation, just like if you start to inform people about trans people, right? when people say, should men be able to compete in women's sports? Like, I would answer that question, no. But I'm not thinking of that question the same way as a chud is. A chud is, when they say, should men, they are including trans women in that group because they don't know that trans women, unlike men, have a estrogen dominant system, whereas which, you know, if you're going to divide up, like, you know, sporting divisions like that, according to really what you're inquiring about is what sex hormone is dominant. You got one that is anabolic but weak. That's estrogen, right? Helps you build skeletal muscle, helps you build your bones, but not as much as testosterone does. There is an advantage with testosterone. So what they're answering is, the question they're answering is, do you think that testosterone gives you an advantage? And obviously, yes, right? But they're uninformed about the fact that, you know, if trans women are on medication, that they are estrogen dominant. They have low testosterone, they have high estrogen. What class do you place them in? Certainly not the class with high testosterone, right? If you really want to be fair, if it's about fairness, right? So yeah, I mean, like, these numbers are mushy, and these numbers are created in a lot of cases in a vacuum of knowledge. And when you fill that vacuum with truth, you might find that the numbers shift, right? Look at Martin Luther King. His movement was unpopular, massively unpopular. It was associated with violence, and it was, you know, supposedly, according to most Americans, not helping. It wasn't doing anything for Black people, right? People feel very differently about Martin Luther King now. So yeah, that's what the abundance freaks don't get. They are completely missing the fact that these numbers are mushy, and that the truth is the truth, no matter if it's 80% of people against it. All right. And truth has a way of outing.
I think a lot of you probably saw that clip from over the weekend of police in Los Angeles just shooting an Australian TV reporter with a less than lethal round. And, like, not accidentally. Like, Felix, you pointed out, like, you can see the cop in the video line her up, take sight, and
Did we F?
So if they're doing that in broad daylight, like being recorded on a live news broadcast, what do you imagine is taking place in the areas that you don't see and never will see being carried out by these same people? And then, like, once you imagine that, what do you think the, like, appropriate, strategically sound response to something like that is? Or do you think maybe that, like, the people targeted by this aren't thinking about essentially, like, this issue in those terms? Like, perhaps they're just afraid and angry and have a right to defend themselves against this kind of lawlessness.
By the way, does this conversation about optics extend to them? Does that extend to ICE agents?
Never.
Officers?
Never.
The Marines that will probably end up killing at least a few people? Or is optics only a consideration for the people that are being fucking terrorized?
Things are heating up in the nation's capital today. The Trump-Elon Musk breakup is in full effect. And guys, whose side are you taking in this breakup?
It's like, oh, Elon Musk covered up Trump. It's like, okay, he's gone. And sure enough, boom, out of here.
I mean, who lasted longer, Steve Bannon or Elon Musk? I'm just saying, like, whose number do I have to delete from my phone?
Well,
which group chat do I have to leave?
Steve Bannon got kicked out, like, immediately. He did, like, 3 interviews where he's like, I'm actually inspired by Darth Vader. And then, like, they immediately fired him and, like, put Jared Kushner in charge of everything. And, like, didn't do anything that Steve Bannon wanted to do. But Elon...
I feel like I know now what got, you know, it was Trump's parade that got my video. It got blocked. some of that music that Trump was playing was copyright, and yeah, it got the video blocked. So I'm gonna have to. We're talking about the short stream. I think it's the first short stream, and it'll be back up as soon as I can get it back up. Let's see. I think this is the podcast that segment we just listened to was from. Although this one's 9:42. Wait, which is this one? Let's try this.
On today's episode, Felix and I are joined by journalist Ada Chavez, who was at last week's Welcome Fest in Washington, D.C., to tell us about her time there and all the wonderfully abundant things that she saw and experienced. Ada, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. So good to be here.
And yeah, and then at the end of the show, we will be sharing some music with you, some recently commissioned music that I think that you will quite enjoy.
Are they talking about Neff?
But before we get into that today,
I wish I could show you that music.
I think it would behoove us to talk a little bit about a couple of the events that happened over the weekend. I'm thinking specifically of the just violence that's happening in Los Angeles right now as people begin to basically fight back against paramilitary federal law enforcement, which has been targeting, elementary schools, immigration courts, and is certainly promising more violence to come. Similar clashes happened in New York. And I guess I'm thinking about this happening at the exact same time this weekend where the Madeleine flotilla, the ship that was sailing to Gaza with Greta Thunberg, Liam Cunningham, and other activists, was interdicted in international waters by the Israeli military. Their cargo was seized, and they're currently being held in Israel. I'm sure they're about to be let out of the country, but these things all seem somewhat connected in my mind in terms of both who's being targeted by ICE, but also just the fact that they're targeting schools and courts and just picking people off the street. It all seems it's all coming home to me is what it seems like. And whenever something like this happens and riots occur or there is violent clashes between people and federal law enforcement in this case, I think there's always this round of debate about whether this is helping or hurting the cause of immigrant rights in America or immigrant communities. And rather than debate that, I just whenever I see stuff like this, it's just it's not a matter of whether it's justified or not, or whether you think it hurts or helps strategically. All those are other debates. This is just inevitable. When you treat people this way, eventually they're going to fight back. And that's what we're seeing right now. And you can wish away that, I wish it didn't have to be this way. But the way ICE is behaving, they're asking for it. They're courting this, and this is just an inevitable reaction when people see the law being turned against them in such an unjust way.
Yeah, I mean, that whole conversation about whether it's people saying that they should be waving American flags or that they should be thinking about the Buttigieg 2028 campaign. It's particularly nauseating right now because I saw someone say look, we shouldn't expect unaffiliated protesters to have the Democratic Party's
Did I miss something on the visual?
Best interests in heart, but it's so unfair that the Democratic Party
I feel like we saw the moment where things shifted. I didn't see the protesters doing anything. But I do see the cops throwing, I believe, tear gas canisters. So the things that are coming out of their guns. God, I wish I knew more about these less than lethal weapons. I guess it could be a flashbang too that they're throwing.
Affiliated with these protests, no matter what happens, which there's this larger narrative of the Democratic Party as Gil from The Simpsons. There are these lovable losers who just...
Wait, Gil? Anybody want to remind me who Gil from The Simpsons? Who is Gil?
All these bad things keep happening to them. not that this is like a consequence of them co-opting every.
I will remind people that we're at 186 out of 200, which is very close to double bonus. I feel bad not giving you the double bonus when we're this close.
Protest movement, besides the ones that had anything to do with Israel.
Oh, he's the salesman? Oh, I vaguely remember this guy.
20 years that had any popularity for their own electoral gain. They just did that 5 years ago. Obviously, I think it's...
Our No Kings protest was so libbed up, they wouldn't even let Pete Buttigieg. What? Because they didn't want the rally to get fired up? Like, wait, what is up with No Kings? Look, I mean, I'm glad we're... What? 206? Wait, what? What happened? What happened, Columbia Rican? Did I miss something?
It's ridiculous to say that, like, Chuck Schumer is in cahoots with, like, fucking George Soros to create chaos in cities.
Oh, shit.
What? I don't know.
It did.
But if an internal poll comes out that like 65% of Americans support these protests, they will be all over it. They will have like in-house activists on the scene there. They'll produce a slate of candidates that
I'm trying to show your sticker, Sarah.
Rise from the movement as movement leaders that we've never fucking heard of before. But secondary to that, I mean, this sort of reminds me of October 7th when people just before anything, the moment it happened, everyone's favorite thing to do is to act as their own Frank Luntz. They only know people who are exactly like them, have exactly the same experiences, but all they ever do is just game out how the hypothetical, median American will react to everything. With October 7th, it was all these people going, this is the end of any pro-Palestinian activism because Americans will everyone will just be so disgusted by this. It's probably the end of the left. And obviously that is not what happened. I mean, there are similar themes in how Democratic primary voters will often vote based on what they assume other Americans will consider too liberal or moderate enough. But it's especially now is such a fucking pointless exercise. This thing of just constantly gaming out what is the exact right thing, what is too scary, what is the right amount of resistance for the average American, as if the last 10 years have not shown that public opinion is completely amorphous, and all these opinions that poll a certain way, they don't seem so deeply held that they can't turn on a dime in 8 fucking months. And like just the idea that the protesters in the first place, that their motivation is attracting public support, as if that is the be all and end all, that someone in Northern Virginia sympathizes with them, and not what I think was kind of the point of these protests, which was to put the actions of ICE front.
Is this Chapo coverage? This is Chapo's, this is their podcast from earlier this week.
And center. To make everyone,
and also to impose a cost
Yes.
on these.
I'm just trying to figure out, did we already hear this part, Chad? I can't tell.
Lawless gangs of like these.
We already listened to this, right?
Like masked,
press gangs
without any identification or warrant or whatever. These masked thugs that are like, we all saw the videos this weekend of them just like tearing people off the streets, arresting.
Okay, so we did listen to this.
And I think we should be clear here. All of this is for the crime that is a civil misdemeanor. Like if you have driven in a car over the legal speed limit or over the legal limit of alcohol, you have committed a more serious crime than overstaying a visa. So like, what is their answer to this? Do they just think that, well, hey,
wait, Felix doesn't vote though? Yeah, I think what happens, Chad, is that was like that was a clip of a bigger segment. And there's more to, they talk more about it, so.
They have a point, and we do need to crack down on.
I'm still trying to put Sarah's super sticker on the.
Like, is the answer, we just, you need to elect better Democrats?
Both. I think a lot of the people I spoke with and a lot of the speakers on stage are really that far right, where they see these images and they think oh, that's good, actually. Like, Democrats should support this or, try to outflank Trump on the right on immigration issues. But I did encounter a lot of people who were, not to like project too much on them, but they did seem quite ashamed of the immigration issues, of the Gaza issue, and kind of this awareness of what the Democratic Party.
So she's talking about the situation at Welcome Fest. Welcome Fest is like the Fire Fest or the Dash Con or the it's like the Lollapalooza of the abundance crowd.
Has been doing.
Were those people that were like more ashamed, not who didn't just like cheer at the idea of like protesters being ejected? Did they like trend on the younger side, like the college kids who fell in with a bad crowd?
Yes, it was basically all college kids and early 20s where I would ask about Gaza and then like just pretty quickly they would go silent. They would think about it, they would avoid eye contact, they would stutter. And so I could feel a real sense of shame. And like, their voices would get low and, sometimes they would say like, oh, well, it's an issue that, Democrats just shouldn't run on. They should stick to the domestic. But there were some who would, get a little closer and kind of like whisper this forbidden idea at the centrist rally that like, it might help Democrats to have a little bit of empathy for migrants, for Palestinians.
You quote someone in your piece for The Nation when you asked them about Gaza. You quote them as saying, showing some empathy to Palestinians is probably good for the Democratic Party. I think they'll probably need further polling before they, really get out too far over their skis on that one. But what does that say about the mentality here about how they perceive political issues? Because look, I mean, you should always be careful about treating politics as morality, but there is a moral valence to all of these issues. And it's just like, whether it's in 2016, it was a crisis that Trump was putting kids in cages. And now 8 years later, they're like, oh, well, actually we need to build more cages. And we need to ask the question, do all kids deserve to be in cages? No. But what is the correct number of kids that should be separated from their families in ICE detention centers? Do you get the sense that these people believe sincerely that immigration is bad for America and that undocumented workers need to be purged from America by force? Or is it that they just they regard it as a problem for the Democratic Party and it's getting in the way of their zoning reform that they really care about?
Yeah, that second one. I think at least with the younger.
Emily French, I don't care what's good for the Democratic Party. I care what's good for ordinary people. Yeah. Yeah, the Democratic Party gets so caught up in politics, they don't recognize that it's not a team sport. This isn't the Super Bowl. You're not getting a trophy, and you shouldn't want a trophy. It's about policy. And policy is important for what Emily just said, how it affects ordinary people. That's the end goal. Nothing else. You keep your seat, you lose your seat. That should be secondary. If you're in this game for the right reason, otherwise, I don't want to vote for you. I don't want to vote for you if you're going to put your own, your own electoral, your own political career over the well-being of the people that you are supposed to be a representative of. That's what you're doing. You're representing people. You are not playing team sports against the Republican team.
People. And it was quite revealing just in the way they spoke about the issue. Like the guy you just mentioned who was quoted in the piece about saying how
So this is real with an AI no trust filter?
Democratic Party. When he spoke about the horrors of Gaza, he never spoke directly about the people and the violence being inflicted. It was more just the images. We've all seen the videos, everyone's seen the images. And so that just shows the detachment on how they just think about these things in terms of messaging, pulling issues for Democrats and kind of annoyances standing in the way of their abundance agenda.
Well, getting into that abundance agenda, and like, I mean, I think it is. I mean, we had scheduled your appearance for Monday because we definitely wanted to talk about Welcome Fest, but like, I think it actually pairs perfectly with the events of this weekend, which were, like I said, crises involving outright warfare, slaughter, horror, and you want to talk about crossing the Rubicon. Now, the specter that the Marines, active duty military, will be deployed to quell civil unrest in an American city. For Rubicon heads out there, that is that's a crossing. If okay, but like I think it's like the contrast could not be more hilarious between like these vicious and horrifying things that are happening in front of our eyes now in the borders of America, and like the abundance agenda.
Chat, second place is Taylor Lorenz and Brace Belden.
Like this is their answer to that. Like this is their big rollout.
Again, Sarah, thank you for putting us over the line. Also, you have no way of knowing this, right? But 206 was my area code before I had to leave.
Like what they see the problems of America as, and like how they intend to solve them. So, given your experience at the Welcome Festival, could you just describe like what was like you said there were a lot of like college students there. Like, first of all, how many people were there, and what was sort of the median attendee for this event? Like, how would you describe the people there?
There were a few hundred people. I was sitting in the back row, so my view wasn't that great because the last few rows were empty. So I don't know, it looked a little extra sad from where I was sitting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry that the technology's not working for me. It was before. It wasn't when we started. I couldn't put up super chats, and then somehow they magically appeared, and then they just stopped working again. I don't know if it's my computer or if it's Google Chrome or if it's the plugin, but sorry, I can't put up your super sticker. It is a hippo with a cyborg arm and a cyborg eyepiece that has a missile attached to it, right? And it's clomping on its cyborg arm. So I can't show it to you. I'll read it out.
But it was very male dominated. It was like mostly typical like DC freak, but also like young kids that didn't really know how to socialize. And then candidates who were kind of using it as an opportunity to like get money and support, because it was hosted by like Third Way, Blue Dog Democrats, the other dark money.
No, abundance movement feels a little like the no Trump Republic. Yeah, like the did they never Trumpers? That's what they were called.
Groups and centrist groups.
Ada, like I wonder what your opinion is on this, because like, am I correct in thinking that like this whole abundance rebranding and the whole abundance movement to me is evidence that the Democratic Party no longer has any fear whatsoever of like Bernie and the squad and like the sort of nascent populist message that is kindled quite a bit of like actual in real world support, but like politically speaking seems to have been totally neutralized. Like after 2016, all the Democrats who ran for president in the next cycle all pretended that they supported Bernie's agenda. But like this go around, after losing and like completely defenestrating like the left part of the Democratic Party, or the left or populist or progressive, whatever you want to describe it, it seems like there's no effort to co-opt the message or the policies. It seems to me that they're just trying to rebrand in a way to sell essentially a moderate centrist politics that is like socially liberal but fiscally conservative, that has a lot of well-heeled donors but no real purchase in the American electorate.
Yeah, that's my read of it. In terms of the actual substance, it was just very like lately rebranded like neoliberalism. And what I thought was interesting too was like the kind of tension between trying to make Welcome Fest like a victory lap, like saying like we own the party, like the threat of Bernie and AOC has been neutralized. And the tension between that and kind of saying, oh, but we're also underdogs and like victims of the groups. What we are pushing.
What groups, chat?
Like abundance agenda.
We're the groups.
This is actually the threat to the status quo, which, you know, makes no sense because they are the status quo.
Yeah, the abundance guys I think that I could take Mein Kampf and replace Jews with the groups, and I would be accepted in abundant circles. It is such a weird view of the world that these like nervous, annoying Elizabeth Warren staffers who, by the way, the only reason any of this like groups stuff had any purchase at all in the fucking party was because the Hillary campaign and some of the Obama internet surrogates in the years before the 2016 election decided that identity politics were an amazing cudgel to hit Bernie with in 2016. And for some reason decided that they should stick around, that should be like a lodestar during the Trump years. This, again, what do we always talk about? People who voluntarily did these things to themselves, voluntarily took these positions, said these things in public, acting as though someone broke into their house and pointed a fucking gun at their head and said, you need to start saying unhoused. No, you did this.
This shit came out like a month ago. This Chapo came out like a month ago. It came out a week ago. They're talking about. They're acting like this thing has been a thing for a generation. Oh yeah, and about the AI thing, if it sounds like it's AI, it's I think it's her voice, and I think it's because she's on a like they're all in the room together, and she is she's calling in her. There's something with her mic. It's like her noise gate, or maybe just a shitty mic or something like that. It's artifacting, and it does sound like AI. I do hear what you're hearing. Oh, abundant thing came out recently. It has unfortunately had a much bigger. So whereas you and I and people that we know, is that a Clydesdale? Why do they have a Clydesdale? Is that cop does that cop have Budweiser in his bags? Is that the beer cop? He's riding a Clydesdale, chat. That's wild. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. It's unfortunately impressed the fuck out of a large number of your Democratic members of Congress and senators and elected officials, right? So as much as we see it for the bullshit that it is, the rebrand of neoliberalism, my congressman, for instance, is very excited about it. Pod Save America is very excited about it, right? That's what they're talking about. It has taken hold in a way that is going to make it very hard to get a decent candidate through the primary.
You were into all of this. You hired the Elizabeth Warren staffers. During the Biden presidency, you were saying, this is actually fucking great. This is the best presidency in history because of all of these Elizabeth Warren people doing all this shit. But this is a view of the world that puts those
no king of beers, that's right,
like the people that got the Elizabeth Warren green hex code tattoo as like the elders of Zion. They're the most powerful fucking people in the world. They can defeat Reid Hoffman and all these, and David Geffen and all these fucking super donors. But at the same time, they're also weak and they'll never win elections, and they're foolish and they're defeated. But they're also a looming threat that we have to defend against at all times.
Ada, the sort of the branding for this year's Welcome Fest was the phrase responsibility to win. So what did you see there? What is the plan for winning the next, like the midterms and the next presidential election? Like, well, what's their agenda here? What's the winning agenda that these people are laying out?
Their plan to win is to win.
Okay,
that's good.
Yeah, all right. Score more points than the other team. Classic strategy.
You don't. If you're trying to win, you don't want to be losing. So I can at least.
No, that's
how you win.
Like, I wish I was like trying to be funny right now, but they would have these PowerPoint slides. I would say things like flip red to blue.
Yeah, you don't want to do it the other way or else they win.
And so, like, for example, like one of the first speakers on stage, it was a PowerPoint slide. First was an arrow but pointing up, and so it was like flip red to blue, and then it was it down? I don't know. The arrows don't matter. Another arrow was to like keep the blue, and then the arrow forward. The arrow forward, like the arrow pointing to the right, it had words underneath like Alyssa Slotkin and data.
I'm sorry, Alyssa Slotkin and Data? Data from Star Trek?
It's referring to the Star Trek character, not numbers.
I have the curiosity of humans, but there are questions that I will never have the answers to. What it is like to laugh or cry, or to experience any human emotions.
This is what it's like to be an abundance voter, I guess.
Well, if you ask me, these human emotions are not what they're cracked up.
Okay, so get surgery to become Alyssa Slotkin. Get data, just any data at all. If you see an Excel spreadsheet, just start reading it. Print it out and eat the pages.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
One of the things that perked my interest.
We're talking about abundance, Best Chat. There's a con for Ezra Klein's stupid book, Abundance. And, your member of Congress might have been there giving a speech, right? In fact, what we covered yesterday with Kyle Kulinski was the fact that every single speaker at this event, right? This is a con. They're all excited about Ezra Klein's book. They're excited to be Democrats who are against regulation. They think that's their way forward. They're gonna come out. They're gonna be like abundance, and everybody's gonna be like, oh yes, abundance. We love you. We will vote for you, right? And all it is rebranded fucking Bill Clinton neoliberalism, as Emily French said earlier, right? All it is rebranded shit. It's the same shit the Democrats have been doing since like the 80s, right? It's loser liberalism is what it is. They've innovated by rebranding the same fucking loser liberalism as being new and innovative. And we, right, the groups, right, are getting in their way, right? So I mean, and these are all the people that branded themselves with Hillary Clinton style identity politics, right? Very little substance, and a lot of proclaiming, a lot of, these are the people that, would just performatively, like the Nancy Pelosi picture from BLM, right? They make this big performance out of supporting marginalized groups, right? And then when it comes to actually what do they want, maybe take some of the funds from police and reallocate them to something that might make the society better, might make there less need for police. No, we can't possibly do that. We can't. It's bullshit, right? It's Hillary Clinton style shit. Hillary Clinton saying that, like, I am the candidate that supports women's rights. Bernie, he's a misogynist, right? I support black people. Bernie, he's probably a racist, right? If you care about these groups, then you got to vote for Hillary Clinton. And now the abundance crowd has decided the groups are evil. The trans people are evil. The black people are, we can't run our politics via the groups. We have to defeat the groups. And they don't realize you're talking about your voters. You're talking about your coalition. You're talking about the entire reason that there is a Democratic Party in the first chat. You take away the votes of black women, and there effectively is no Democratic Party. A lot of the organization, too, a lot of the organizing is done by black women. And these jokers are looking now at these groups as being a millstone around their neck. And it's so fucking, yeah, it's Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, or like it's Bill Clinton level, like neoliberalism combined with anti-wokeness, right? That's their big innovation. That's what abundance is about. And they had a big con and they're really excited, and they've probably got your member of Congress excited too, right? People aren't buying this. This is not a popular movement. However, it is an influential movement, and it is a movement that any electoral movement to elect better candidates in the primary for 2028 is going to have to fight. We are going to come up against these people in 2028 in the primaries, right? And when you look at the list, of the speakers at this con that they did, right? In addition to Derek Thompson and, random other people, right? They've got members of Congress, they've got elected officials, and every single one of those elected officials voted on a bill to thank ICE. They voted for a Republican bill to thank ICE and to suggest that the local authorities should cooperate more with ICE. Let's get these immigrants out of here, right? These assholes, these fucking monsters, right, are way too influential in the Democratic Party. Don't make the assumption that the Democrats are on your side, because they are looking to try to ditch you, and they're expecting you to vote for them anyway, right? In other words, they've learned nothing from 2024. Nothing whatsoever.
In your reporting on this is like of the few like concrete policy prescriptions being on offer was something called the Madison Amendment, which was apparently to prevent packing the Supreme Court. Could you explain that a little further? And were there any other sort of gimmicky ideas being tossed around at the Welcome Fest?
Oh, so that was just like a group of young interns going up to people and being like, we got to keep 9 justices on the Supreme Court, like no matter what. And
aim high.
Why? Why? What if those 9 justices were blocking housing reform and urban development?
That is essentially like saying, okay, we shouldn't change the American flag to the Spotify logo. So we need a whole new NGO and a law to guarantee that will never happen. You could also achieve that by doing nothing. Like, there's no threat of more than 9 Supreme Court justices right now.
according to them, there is. According to them, either the left or the far right could pack the court. And so they are doing what they can to stop it. And they have their, like, best and brightest on this, handing out literature.
So, like, how do they plan on stopping it? Is it another NGO funded by, like, the guys who founded Netflix?
I think they're pushing an amendment.
Juniper Hart, we have the abundance types in Australia as well. We call them center-left complicit.
It's so fucking stupid. Like, it's not gonna. Basically, like, if you started an NGO, you gain employment. You are collecting W-2s, and the reason you get up every day and go to work is like, I want to prevent the state of Indiana from colonizing the moon. We need a constitutional amendment to prevent Indiana from achieving space flight. If you killed yourself right now, you would achieve the same result.
Okay, you guys were making me feel a little crazy about this, so I looked it up just to double check. Yeah, it's the Keep 9 amendment that says I can't even say it.
Keep 9.
The Supreme Court of the United States shall be composed of 9 justices.
Like, if someone had it together enough to, like, pack the court, like they had the votes, couldn't they just, like, overturn that amendment too? Like, if they're already there, whatever. Just make it a king's decree. It's just as real.
Ada, another thing that I found interesting was some of the characters at this event. Now, we were just talking about how, like, a big pitch of this event is that the quote unquote groups are sabotaging the Democratic Party by, in Matt Iglesias' word, creating bad incentives for the party. By, like, bad incentives meaning pressure on them to pressure on them from their constituents. You know, and, like, I'm wondering, like, okay, they're mad at the left for sabotaging the Democratic Party, right? But then there was a guy at this convention. I'm going to read from your piece now. It says, someone like Liam Kerr, the co-founder of Welcome Pack, a group that brought the Welcome Fest to life. On Wednesday, Kerr wore a West Virginia University football jersey customized with the former Senator Joe Manchin's name on the back, a tribute to the conservative Democrat most known for sabotaging his own party's agenda. So could you tell us a little bit more about the guy in the Manchin football jersey? And once again, is there any indication of a dissonance here between being mad at the groups and the left for sabotaging the Democratic Party, and then having the guy who founded Welcome Pack happily wearing a jersey emblazoned with the name of the Democratic senator most known for sabotaging Joe Biden's agenda?
Yeah, I should have also mentioned in the piece that he had like a Jared Golden koozie too that he's drinking on stage. Yeah, he was interesting. And so he was the person who kind of introed the whole event. And so just to show like how weird they are about the groups, one of the first things that he does when he's on stage.
Dad, have you heard them define have Chapo and Aida have they defined the groups yet? If you don't know, you're just like, they're literally talking about trans people, gay people, black people, right? Poor people. Those are the groups. This is what the abundance people see as their impediment, as their enemy, right? And it's literally the Democratic, the coalition. It's the base. It's the base. It's the voters. It's like that. That's their great innovation. We're going to ignore the voters, and we will have abundance from doing so. It's crazy.
Is put up a picture of the official Welcome Fest protester shirt. I guess they made like shirts kind of anticipating protesters. There was one interruption during the conversation with Richie Torres, but yeah, they were just doing that thing of like, yeah, like they hate us because we're so right. And so he showed the picture of the shirt, and it's just like a pineapple, and it says like official protester at Welcome Fest 2025. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw the pineapple, I thought of like.
So if you're protesting, if you're they're making fun of the idea that somebody might protest their event, right? The groups, I guess, would protest their event. And their symbol for the protester is a pineapple? Like if you don't agree with abundance, you're a pineapple? I'm not sure I understand.
Swingers? I thought like, isn't the pineapple associated with swingers?
With where? With what? Swears? Sorry. Let me rewind that.
2025. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the pineapple, I thought of like swingers. I thought
swingers.
Like, isn't the pineapple associated with swingers?
Swingers.
I thought the same thing.
No, I think SpongeBob. I'm sorry, but that's my association with pineapples, chat.
Okay. I mean, I thought that's what it was about. Because, I mean, that is like, you know, I don't like talking about Ayala a lot because her whole thing just, like, sincerely depresses me. I think, like, that a series of horrible things happened to her in her life, and now she is essentially, like, a living conduit to create sex parties for guys that invent, like, AI-assisted diet apps. Like, it's very like, I legitimately don't want to make fun of her because I think her whole life is, like, incredibly tragic. But there is, you know, TrueAnon talked about how there's, like, a network of Ayelas, and part of it is being very into, like, group sex.
Wait. Pineapple something people leave outside? Wait, like outside of your house? To signify that you... So it's like wearing a hanky, in other words, right? It's like a hanky code. Yeah, so we've seen this, I think, on one of the local news. I think it was KTLA 5 that we were watching when this happened. Is this about where Jesus pops up?
I just thought they were openly, like, branding it.
No, wait. I think Jesus was early. Jesus was in the intersection, right?
Were there any hanky codes?
I want to see what happened to Jesus.
The hotel basement where this conference was hosted.
It wasn't even like a particularly nice hotel basement or conference room. And I thought this was backed by billionaires. Like, this is an event that was supposedly funded by like the Walton family, Michael Bloomberg, all those guys. You would think it'd be nicer, but it wasn't.
I guarantee you they had 20 hours of meetings about how nice the hotel should be. Like, they thought it was a major coup if the hotel was kind of shitty. Oh my God, most people stay in shitty hotels. Once they see this.
Ada, were you there for the disruption of Richie Torres and Josh?
There we go.
Esparro?
There's Richie Torres.
Yeah, that was cool.
I like Josh Esparro just being like, "Oh, come on, Jesus Christ!" It's just like do you want to advocate for war? Because if you do, like, you're going to have to deal with some protesters. Like, it's just like how indignant they are. They all.
That's going to be the worst feeling in the world, chat.
It's like
worst feeling in the world. You're at a protest with a backpack. All of a sudden, you feel a tug on the backpack, and you see you get pulled behind the cop lines. They fight like Proud Boys, I gotta say.
Seems to be a big theme of the Abundance Festival.
Yeah, and if their point of view is that like these issues that put like a majority of Americans support, they should be no-brainers. Well, you should be on those protesters' side then, because they do represent the majority position, the super majority of Democratic voters, and a near super majority of Americans. If we're okay with people being sent to fucking El Salvador because you think it polls well, then this should be a no fucking brainer for you.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think this gets into the essential contradiction here is that, like, this whole thing is sold as, like, the Democrats need to win again, and they need to win again by, like, connecting with regular people and making stuff happen and building things and doing things that are popular. But, like, it can't go unnoticed that this whole agenda and this whole strategy that they're employing here, their whole theory of power, which I'll talk about in a second, is just about how to deal with the fact that, like, everything that they support isn't popular and is not going to be anytime in the future.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest themes of the day. Like almost every single person who got on stage spent like a good amount of time talking about how they get yelled at online.
Meowing Star says the reason no Proud Boys are counter protesting is because they're already present in combat gear. Yo, yeah. I mean, riot gear, yeah.
Every day, and how a lot of people like hate their guts. For example, like, you know, Adam Jenelson, the former chief of staff to John Fetterman.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that guy.
He was there, and he...
Do you remember Sam Cedar talking about this guy?
Pieces of advice to his fellow senators.
The last time Sam went on Chapo, he talked about Jenelson. They were reading I think the article was by Jenelson about the whole, you know, revelation of what John Fetterman is really like behind the scenes.
Was to like stand up for centrists that are getting bullied online. Like, say something. If you would say,
does that include his former boss? Because Jentelson was quoted in the piece as saying, like, if you're getting a lot of flack, it means, you know, like you're doing something right. Well, does that include his former boss that now he's gone on record as saying is out of his mind and is being? And by the way, Jentelson is being attacked now by centrists for betraying John Fetterman.
How does Michael Bloomberg feel about paying? Like he's paying like millions of dollars. Like that's, you know, couch change for him, but he's paying millions of dollars for this conference where, like, you know, people are going on Wellbutrin trips and passing out, and the point of every speech is like juice my posts. I would be mad.
I noticed recently that there was this like poll done that all the Abundance people were very mad at, because like they asked like a sampling of voters, like, which message is you consider as a better way forward for the Democratic Party. And the first one was this, like, you know, the hodgepodge of like abundance buzzwords about bottlenecks and, like, you know, development and shit like that. And the other one was that, like, the wealthy have too much power, and wealthy and corporations have too much power over our democracy, and we should take it back from them. And the second message polled way more higher, like had a way higher appeal than the mishmash of abundance jive. So like, and then like combine that with the just sort of visual contrast between this sparsely attended hotel basement and any of the huge rallies that AOC and Bernie have turned people out for. Like this must rankle them in some way, right? Or is it that like there's another part of the abundance agenda where they're convinced that like that something can be too popular, which is why it's bad. They're sort of like looking for like a just right approach to policy where it's like equal parts hated and loved.
Yeah, I mean, nothing about this makes any sense. That's why going was so weird, because they all contradicted each other. It didn't seem like many of the people there even really believed in what they were saying. Like, if I would ask someone like, okay, well, give me an example of a political hero, they would say like Richie Torres, but they would seem very unsure of themselves and just immediately say like, I don't agree with everything.
Richie Torres is no one's fucking hero. Like, what an odd response. So you think like Barack Obama would be like the easy stock?
I'm sorry. No. Richie Torres is probably Ethan Klein's hero. Do you think we could get Ethan Klein into abundance?
But Richie Torres, like nobody even knew who this guy was until like 2 years ago.
Right. And like, I remember how when someone, when I'd be interviewing someone, how they would light up about like Bernie Sanders, for example. And this just wasn't there for any of the people that they supposedly admire. They couldn't even fake enthusiasm when they talked about these people.
I mean, like it sort of reminds me of like the anti-woke people. If
they are anti-woke, they are anti-woke. Yeah.
Enough. You can get a lot of the mileage out of just making your whole thing opposing that thing. But when you actually try to make like a coherent political ideology and a like social identity around just not being something, you will fall flat every time. And in this case, it's especially fraudulent because, okay, maybe you could get more mileage out of we're not that thing in like 2019 when this stuff had more of a purchase inside the Democratic Party. But now it's just like, I mean, it is basically like you're creating an entire identity and asking for money and asking.
Boba Fett was a Nepo clone. Oh, that's hilarious. I know that reference, right? Jango Fett.
For commitments around a project that is just, we're mad at people from.
Yeah, we need to get rid of the weak and the woke. Did Slotkin actually say that? Did CIA Slotkin actually say that?
7 years ago. And we're also not those people. You can't, there's no positive association or like any type of.
Oh my God, chat, did I eat all of these peanuts?
Or any positive anything.
I ate a whole bag of peanuts.
I like Elisa
so
Slotkin
good
because she's not because she's normal. Okay, what does normal mean? Is it just that it polls well? Well, you don't take that approach with like fucking Palestine or this recent polls matter until they don't. I mean, I think the Democratic Party is never going to change, but whatever this is, this whole thing of like, we're going to enforce some idea of normalcy by people who had braces until they were 37. I just don't see a future past, holding endless conferences like this.
Well, I mean, this goes back to my original point, is that like the contradictions become easier to understand when I think like you have to understand like this whole rebrand is just like it's just like they're not looking to win elections. They're not looking to like change policy. They're looking to do this.
Are they wasabi peanuts? No, they're just boiled peanuts. It's like a thing that you get at fruit places here in Thailand. You can get boiled peanuts.
Same thing that they were always going to do at the behest of the well-heeled donor class that funds all this bullshit.
Which I always used to get in the summer when my family would go on vacation in Florida. When we'd come through Georgia, we would always get boiled peanuts. There was always some little like roadside place selling boiled peanuts, and my dad would stop and get us a bag of boiled peanuts.
They know they need to manage the discontent created by like a base of the Democratic Party that is very much, like I said, like of where these ideas hold very little purchase and are in fact very unpopular. And I think this is just about managing the kind of discontent and like so putting a new coat of paint on like the same old bullshit and trying to convince people that like working Americans' number one problems is like, zoning regulations and not like a lack of healthcare, or that like the rent is too high. And the way that we can lower rent is to like, let private developers build residential units and charge market rates for it so that in 20 years time, it'll come down by 1 or 2%.
Yeah, and all that, like, we're going to have suborbital deliveries and fucking cold fusion powered supersonic travel.
Oh, that was my favorite part of Abundance.
All the most crack.
You're gonna get Ozempic sent to you on a rocket.
Stuff. I know he was at this conference. I wish I got to see him speak. He's my favorite guy. It's just like that is just window dressing to
roasted wasabi, sucker.
Take it at face value. What this actually means in practice. What is this entire thing? It is all these people who are identical to the members of the groups that they hate saying, we think this is the most optimal way to attract the stupids to the party. I mean, like that is the kind of the least cynical reading you could give, that they think this is the best, stupids magnet, this entire program of politics.
Yeah. They're like Ozempic. Ozempic, you want Ozempic? You know you want this. You know you're too fat. Ozempic, you can get it. We'll make it abundant. We'll make it cheap and plentiful.
We need to build things and, also deal with kitchen table issues. That is just to make it seem like it's anything but being defined by what it is not.
And what it is not is what they're really against, which is populism of any kind. And like the conflation of right wing and left wing populism. And like it's very clear when they talk about populism, what they're talking about is democracy. They don't like a system of government.
Do you remember the south of the border, just south of the NC state line with SC? I know my parents took us to Myrtle Beach once, which is in South Carolina. I just don't remember driving there.
Where people have too much.
I think I was really young.
Over the laws or like conduct of the government. Like that should be left to the smart people like them and the people who fund them. And like they know what that sounds like. So everything else is just papering over that essential truth, is that like these people know what ideas are popular. They know what a winning message would be for like not just the Democratic Party, but if they wanted to like win over, I don't know, like the most popular politician in this country among independents is Bernie Sanders. And, say what you will about the guy. And like, if anything, like, as I said before, like the fact that the abundance agenda exists is testament to how well he's been defenestrated by the Democratic Party. But like, they know what a popular message is. And it's a message that they're wholly and completely hostile to. And they're hostile to it because they're essentially have conservative viewpoints about all of these things.
Will, that entire thing about like being hostile to democracy, it reminds me of the conversation we had when Bloomberg was in the Democratic primary.
Oh God.
How, like, I still think that the most horrifying outcome for the 2020 election, I think it would have been Bloomberg winning.
Ooh,
we talked about it at the time.
That would have been rough.
That would be, out of anyone that exists in like
even just Bloomberg winning the Democratic Party primary. Like, I don't even know, chat. Do you think? Look, I can usually suck it up and vote for the lesser of two evils if I'm in a swing state, right? I don't know how I would have voted for Bloomberg over Trump, right? I mean, they're both bad, but geez.
Like contemporary politics, I think Bloomberg has like the most potential to be like an American Franco. I think his entire political program is like hostile to the idea of democracy, and it would just formalize this idea that the richest among billionaires are the only ones who deserve to rule over nations, and we would just have 20-year terms.
That's what Curtis Yarvin believes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just talked about this.
I was about to say that's the network state. That is the network state. Chat, there is a horseshoe. There is a confluence between, conservative ideas and centrist liberal ideas, but it is not on the other side of the circle, Chad. It's right there in the middle. There it is. There's Curtis Yarvin and Michael Bloomberg fist bumping.
Exactly what he believes.
It's this exact same thing. Just like how we talked about how Yarvin does his own version of we're like Gryffindor and they're like Slytherin. These are the same people with the same ultimate goal. Ultra wealthy philosopher kings, the end of all democracy.
Damn. All right. So there's your daily Chapo for you. We got more coming in terms of bonus content because we hit 206, and yeah, like I said, 206 was my that was my area code before I had to move, and I still miss the 206 chat. I still miss the 206. Anyway, don't have time for that now. We do have time though to take a look in on what Taylor Lorenz's conversation here. You know what? I kind of like this whole podcast vibe where I show you a visual and then I Taylor Lorenz Grace Belden. Remind me, chat, to show you the no sleep for ICE. Internet Today has done I think we watched them earlier this week and stuff, and they got a new video called No Sleep for ICE.
Like, is the government buying fucking Ethereum or whatever? Like, I haven't even heard about that, and I follow this stuff.
Last week, we witnessed one of the most striking ruptures in the alliance between Silicon Valley and the political world, the public blowout between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Once close allies, Musk had poured hundreds of millions of dollars into Trump's campaign and served as special advisor on the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. But the two are now locked in a standoff as Elon's future within the MAGA movement remains uncertain. Brace Belden is the co-host of the podcast TrueAnon, and he's been covering Elon and the right-wing internet universe for years. Today, he joins me to break down this big blow-up, unpack what this fracturing means for the right going forward, and what's next for Elon Musk. Brace, welcome to Power User.
A pleasure to be here.
I'm so excited to talk to you about Elon because I feel like you're one of the few people that follows every single aspect of Elon lore.
I love him.
Today, I kind of want to dig into
I don't think there's anyone better with lore than Brace Belden.
The drama. But before we get into the big blow up that happened, when did you start to notice Elon going towards Trump? Because I feel like he started as a DeSantis guy and then he kind of pivoted.
A lot of these sort of tech right guys, I feel like were sort of for DeSantis at first, because the reality is Trump is really, let's say, mercurial and kind of nuts. And I think for a certain kind of person, they were his star has fallen. We need somebody who's got the based policies and is doing base Miami, Bitcoin, crazy, whatever, but without the baggage of Trump. And Elon himself said this kind of stuff. I like Trump, but he, I think, needs to kind of get out of here. We need some fresh blood. And the thing is, DeSantis is one of the least charismatic politicians I think I've ever seen. He's just a lump of shit. He crashed and burned. I mean, especially compared to Trump, him and everybody else was kind of afraid to talk shit about.
Can you imagine a DeSantis Vance ticket? Who would even be running? Would Vance be running as the president? Was DeSantis as the vice?
Trump in a real way. And so in a way, it sort of mirrored the Democratic primary, or not primary, but Kamala's campaign.
The Democrats didn't have a primary.
There was no primary. But it mirrored the Kamala campaign in a certain way because nobody could actually go against in Kamala's case, sitting president, and in the Republicans' case, the last Republican president. And so Elon hitched his kind of wagon to DeSantis. That crashed and burned. He himself is sort of so difficult to kind of parse what he's thinking because it's always something even dumber than you could ever imagine. But I kind of believe on face value that he got really excited when Trump got shot and really did decide to go all in after that.
Yeah, because that's when he
Oh, I thought you meant DeSanctimonious got. I would guess maybe DeSanctimonious got excited when Trump got shot too. Didn't Trump correct me if I'm wrong, but Trump got shot before he picked his vice president, right? So there wouldn't necessarily be an heir apparent. And DeSantis, I think, was the one who did the best. And am I right? Did DeSantis leave the primary last? Did DeSantis kind of come in second, so to speak, in the primary?
Endorsed him. I think it was literally right after the assassination.
I think the day of or the day after, yeah.
And then that's also when he started pouring money into the America PAC and basically just funneling money to the campaign.
Oh, and doing his amazing town halls where, Elon would kind of go up there and stutter his way through a kind of broken
oh God, it is a long stream.
Series of self-interrupted diatribes about whatever, and he did his little.
It's we're doing Hassan hours today.
His little jump. I think Elon was kind of reveling in the attention, and there was early predictions that Elon and Trump would have a falling out because they're both kind of alpha dogs. I mean, Trump falls out with everybody, so it's
Scuff Twitter interview. Oh yeah, was that the DeSantis launch? Was the Twitter space or it was a Twitter space with Elon and DeSantis, right?
Elon or whoever it is, it's going to happen. But, it seemed like they were sort of running these sort of parallel campaigns. Like Trump is running for president, Elon sort of joining him on the road, which I saw him actually in New York at that last big rally, I think it was. But then Elon's kind of doing his like Pennsylvania, talking to the people tour, give you $1 million if you register to vote kind of shit. And it just converged in the White House in a beautiful way.
I mean, it was so corny on the campaign trail. He had the Occupy Mars shirt, and he's always wearing like kind of shitty quality shirts though that like you got from like Teespring or something. It's bizarre.
God forbid that they all get a Mark Zuckerberg style.
I was going to say it's kind of the opposite of Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg is the big is the expensive like thick fabric t-shirt and yeah, trying to look like he is 30 years younger than he actually is.
And start like wearing their own kind of like fits or whatever. It's very obvious that Elon picks out his own clothes and that he has this sort of image that he like kind of is cribbing from, I think, just like ChatGPT.
Wait, JD Vance is 5 years younger than, oh yeah, Theo's older than, how old is Theo?
Show me a cool guy kind of thing, which is like a leather jacket and like boots and like tightish jeans.
Well, he didn't even change his style too. Like Trump gets elected, he immediately is like gleeful at the White House at the inauguration, obviously. And then I feel like with Doge is when we started to see him like really starting to exert power. Can you talk through like some of the stuff that he was doing with Doge and sort of like that beginning era?
I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy, we love Vivek around here. I love Vivek.
We love Vivek around. He had to get that, had to put that Trump stink on it.
He is sort of shuffled off into the nether realms. He's running for governor of Ohio. God bless him. Vivek and Elon sort of came into Doggy. I call it Doggy because there's a picture of a dog. I mean, Vivek is, for his many, 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 many faults, probably a good deal smarter in terms of government and how it works and how people work probably than Elon is. Whereas Elon sort of has this memified version, I think, of everything. And there was sort of these divergent paths there. It was interesting because Vivek's star sort of was tarnished during some like H1B Twitter kerfluffle. Remember that?
Yes. I mean, this was like early signs of the right
kerfluffle,
sort of at war. I can't even remember where Trump stood. I feel like he tried to stay neutral, but there was drama over
See on the trail.
H-1B visas, where basically these like anti-immigration people were like, kick out all the H-1B visas. We got to eliminate immigrants. And all the tech people were like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, we kind of rely on those people. Those are like the Indians doing our work. And then Vivek was like, that was like when it became clear that he was like a person of color, I think.
He's like, I bet it smells lazy in here. You white people, white people are lazy. And he tried to do this almost kind of 90s, maybe early 2000s conservatism.
Steve Urkel conservatism, yeah.
Stuff where it's like, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The white family is falling apart. You guys are lazy. That really put him out of favor with the online right, who are particularly, I think, because of whatever short form videos they watch, like hate Indians. And it sort of became like very important to them in the past like couple of years. And I think that he just kind of couldn't handle the heat. Funnily enough, Elon is also an H-1B person, but he sort of evaded that. But Vivek departed sort of with his, his tail.
He evaded that. I wonder why. What's different between Elon and Vivek, right? They're both immigrants, but somehow they're treated different by the Republican Party. I wonder what that would be, Chad. I wonder why would the Republicans treat them different, even though they're both immigrants? They're both wealthy immigrants. They're both millionaires, right?
His legs to go run for
or billionaires. Actually, I think Ramaswamy's didn't anyway.
Governor in Ohio.
I am gonna
Elon.
Look, I'm gonna. Don't worry. I'm gonna take a second, and just kind of refresh my brain, and I will be right back with the better brain.
Came in there, and I think it was pretty clear that he didn't know what the government is really, and he hired all these 20-year-olds. I mean, I think that was probably because most normal people wouldn't really want to take that job, or like people who are not normal people, but like maybe people a little older would want like a real job. But he hired all these like 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds, just like Elon worship guys. He did a bunch of stuff. Kind of unclear what the results of those things were, and then just kept pumping the numbers and juicing the numbers and saying they were higher than they were, and like promising these things in the same way that he promised flying cars and robo-taxis and all this stuff, promising that $5,000 doggy dividend checks were going to come and we're going to reap the benefits of this, and all of the savings was going to go right back into your pocket. Sometimes they would talk about how USAID is funding Indivisible or what, I don't know what. And then sometimes it was like, there's just so much graft and we're canceling these Adobe Pro accounts or whatever.
Yeah, it was like, we've canceled our Politico Pro subscriptions across the government. Like Sahil Levintia, I might be mispronouncing his last name, the former head of Gumroad, I guess, went to go work for Doge, and I think talked to Kevin Roose this week and was saying like they couldn't find areas to cut. Like it's actually quite hard to find areas of the government to cut. And Elon was also cutting things that were already like approved, like that money had already been earmarked or spent essentially. So it wasn't really saving anyone anything.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think Elon maybe had some like fundamental misunderstandings of how government works that maybe he got through like cat turd memes or whatever, you know, abridged versions of the Fountainhead that he's read. But he didn't seem to kind of understand like Congress's relationship to funding things and what the president had aegis over and what Doggy's mission could be in certain places. But in the past few months, or the past couple months, he sort of honed in on the deficit. And this is a big thing for Elon somehow. If he was really put on the spot, I'm not sure he could explain in his own words why it's so important to him. You know, he becomes hyper fixated on certain things. We see this, he'll spend like a month really focused on one topic, and then it'll kind of like be dropped or replaced by NPC next current thing chip in his brain. The thing is, Elon is a special government employee, or was a special government employee, which was a real thing. We did know that his like official tenure was ending, but it was kind of implied that like he'd still be there, and he really wasn't actually head of Doggy to begin with. I don't even know if he was actually attached to Doggy in an official capacity. He obviously ran it, but this woman, something Gleason, she was nominally in charge of it. And so I think a lot of people kind of figured he would stay in that role. In the background, his companies are not doing well. Tesla, sort of his flagship company, it was not doing well because a Tesla sort of
I feel like I need a coffee.
became adopted by the right wing.
Wait. If you find Chapo rough, you might like Brace Belden. Chapo is ally coded.
As a symbol, Trump held a press conference, used car or new car showroom thing on the White House lawn, talking about his Teslas, and that didn't help. And it was really just like consumer backlash. I mean, because obviously, if you attach yourself to Trump in this way, a certain amount of people who might possibly buy your vehicle would no longer. I think AOC has a Tesla or had a Tesla. There's certain kinds of like progressive people.
This is Taylor and Brace, yeah,
or whatever, who like are invested in electric.
It's a non-standard name, but his name is Brace, like brace yourself. Brace Belden.
Cars. Also, while their stock was kind of going down in price, they were kind of making up for that, or they were still, still retaining a level of profitability because of the.
I'm not sure if Doggy is funny. That's why I don't say it. It's a funny joke once, maybe. But yeah.
Carbon tax EV credits.
Which is like how Elon makes so much of his money. I think people might not realize, but like most of the reason Elon's companies are profitable and successful is because of these massive government subsidies.
Yes. I mean, SpaceX, obviously, but Tesla especially has really, really benefited from EV credits, and they sell their credits to other car companies. And that is where a ton of their profitability comes in. And Trump.
Wait. Does SpaceX do this too? What happened in the Did they get like stuck? Did they get kettled? Oh, I missed what happened to the protest chat. Oh no. Are they coming? That's a person on a bike, not a cop on a bike, right? Damn, even his bike fits through. They cut that hole just wide enough for his bike. Very thoughtful. Anybody see what happened? Why they had to cut a hole through the fence?
has talked about EV credits before. Obviously, he's talked about them much more recently. But it's funny because Elon is sort of this, again, he doesn't really know what he's talking about a lot of the time. I think he spends a lot of his day on X, the Everything app. And
he's been pushing Doge for a few weeks now. He reminds me of like an uncle. I feel like I have an uncle that would make a joke like that.
So kind of like in his own world. But, you know, he has this idea of cutting entitlements or whatever. He has an idea of kind of cutting the pork. But there's some pork that is a little more privileged, and that would be the pork that Elon Musk himself is.
Have we seen Jesus again? Is that Santa?
Doge wasn't
That's
also
Santa.
Military spending, which is like the majority of what we spend money on. Yeah, then he pivots to like the deficit. I think it's like he realized he couldn't really actually cut that much from the government currently. So he's like, oh, it's the deficit is the real problem, right? Like that's the real thing.
And Trump has this flagship big
Santa
bill that is going to actually add to the deficit.
Oh,
everybody knows like the deficit is kind of like.
Chad, there's so many celebrities. Oh no, he got hurt. Ooh, he probably got shot with a rubber bullet.
He actually believes this. Maybe it's just again like a fixation
or
he has.
A flashbang.
The buck stops here. We are fixing all of this, and you sort of saw this kind of coming out from Elon Twitter people for a little bit before Elon himself even started talking about it. But like the big beautiful bill would undo some of Doggy's wonderful savings, and there was a Doggy savings website,
like a bunch of made up debunked numbers.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. There's also, I think that
haven't seen Jesus yet. Well, Santa's here, so Jesus can't be far.
This is a sort of funny thing. Every single government agency has like a silver check Doggy account, but almost none of them have ever posted.
Wait, what is the silver check, Chad? I know about the golden check is the one that costs like $10,000 to get. What is the silver check?
Anything. There's like 50 of them, and they've all been like, hi, we're like Health and Human Services, or we're like, you know, FDA Doggy, and then nothing else about it. It's unclear because Doggy, of course, is like the rebranded digital service, and so like I'm not really sure what Doggy would be doing or could do outside of a lot of that stuff. Like Doggy wasn't really the people that like cut out USAID. Like that was like a concerted.
Maybe you could get that guy on a motorcycle. Where's Squid Tips?
The only thing that like Doge could really do was like go into the like take down the website and like delete like databases. Like you said, because it was the Department of Digital Services.
Oh no!
It's not like they were the ones.
Oh
like,
my god!
And yeah, you needed actual.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Get him out of there.
A lot more of the things I promised.
And that's what Elon has sort of been, or some people from Elon's side of Twitter have been sort of freaking out.
Are they going to let him go?
Like, oh, looks like
no. You need come on, help him.
Tarnished or aborted by.
You need two people on that guy,
which is going to have all this pork in it.
He needs two people.
Elon spends a lot of time.
Otherwise, it's going to be really slow getting him out of there.
Emails Chong, Gunther Eagle.
You can't get one more person.
Elon reply guys, like they really do make up a lot of Elon's.
Sorry, I'm backseat protesting here.
Like first of all, steal memes or whatever from them, but I think he actually really does
scooter, yeah.
People, and of course, these people are stupid. They don't really understand what Elon's limits here would actually.
Oh my god!
And have this sort of like fantasy version of Elon in their head, where he really can do everything. He really is sort of Superman. He kind of is the shadow president. He is this and this and this and this and this. While some of the shadow president stuff might have been at first maybe a little true, and I think that Elon was probably instrumental in like putting together that bizarre Julius Malema EFF kill the boar display in the White House with the president of South Africa, and probably got some of the white genocide.
I don't know how they're going to get the car out of there.
Yeah, that was bizarre. Like you brought over a couple dozen white South Africans to do what?
To go to the mall. There's limits to what Elon can do. And like the reality is, if you're dealing with somebody like Trump, Elon should have been smarter and realized that like Trump always has to be the big dog. And Elon would sometimes, you know, he would say this or that, like I have no desire to run for president. Like I really, which he can't obviously do anyways, but like I really support Trump. He's.
I mean, you're seeing the difference. I think
himself and the reality.
You're seeing the difference. I think between the LAPD and the sheriff's deputies here in terms of them at least having some modicum of humanity.
I think Elon really was on a lot of drugs. Still is probably. You know, I think that ironically for somebody who seems to seek out or find himself in sort of a lot of high pressure situations, he actually doesn't really react well to pressure.
Not at all.
He goes crazy a little bit. And I think that he was under a lot of pressure. I mean, he said he was under a lot of pressure. Remember when he like kind of cried when he talked about people like, I think it was Tim Waltz like bragging about Tesla stock going down?
I mean, he's so fragile, right? Like he has the most fragile.
Yeah. We don't know exactly what has caused this pushed by the cops, but the guy that was hobbling, that was being carried, got probably shot with a rubber bullet or hit with a flashbang. It looks like his leg is broken, or it's just like his leg is not working, right? And so he was being carried by two people, one on each side, right? They got him through the fence, and then the cops caught up to the protesters right then. And one of the people that was carrying him left, so there's like only one guy like trying to drag him, and he ends up dragging him to a car that let him in. So
fragile ego. This is why he's replying to people with 23 followers on Twitter too, when you're the richest man in the world.
I'm thinking there's some kind of crazy hormonal unbalance, because I feel like he's been on TRT for a while, kind of big with tech people. And
that's the testosterone stuff, right?
Yeah. I think he's been on test, and I would say even yourself out with a little maybe some estrogen in there. I don't know, but he's not even keeled. One of the reasons he started taking ketamine therapeutically in the first place is because he felt under this pressure in 2022, 2023. Or at least that's why he said he was really depressed. And I think we were sort of seeing a repeat of that, maybe even a relapse if he ever stopped taking it, on the ketamine. And I think it was just all kind of like coming down for him in his head. And as that was happening, his time in the official member of the government was coming to a close. And the reality is a lot of Tesla stockholders are unhappy with him. Maybe not politically, they might agree with him politically, but like Tesla's a very active shareholder community, and some of them are kind of Elon people on Twitter that he pays attention to, and he sort of was like, okay, well, now I'm redoubling my efforts and like rededicating myself to my companies. So he goes out, I think he's either at SpaceX or he's at Tesla.
There's Santa.
Interview, and in that interview, he kind of says some not so nice things about the bill. He's like, oh, the bill is, it can be bigger, it can be beautiful, but it can't be both. That was not.
And it was this sort of this is the best part of going to protests. You get to meet celebrities like Santa and/or Jesus.
Goodbye he had with Trump, and I'm wondering now. He said that Little X was the one that punched him in the eye, but now I'm wondering if it was Scott Bessent.
Oh yeah, because he got in that fight, right? What happened there?
He has been feuding with Bessent basically the entire time, and like subtweeting Scott Bessent and just directly tweeting about him.
Who is Scott Bessent?
He's the Treasury Secretary, right? But he's a big dude. I mean, Musk is also big, but like Bessent's like 6'5".
He lives in a giant pink house.
I think he's gay, right?
Yes, yeah.
Trump has some gay shooters on his side.
It's always been true of the Trump movement. Like they've actually have a lot of women in power, a lot of gay, I don't know, I would say a lot, but like they have
a
gay
decent
people.
amount. It reminds me in the way that like maybe like your aunt who lives in Florida, who's like kind of older, has like some gay friends or something like that. Trump's a bit haggish in that regard, where he has his gays.
But Scott is respected. Like I think people trust Scott, definitely in the finance world. He's seen as like more reasonable and smart, and Elon seems to not know what he's talking about.
And I think Elon, especially financially, like is just so up his own ass. There's reports that he was feuding with Marco Rubio, and then they both came out and denied it. Elon is acerbic, right? Like people don't like Elon Musk. Unless you're a sycophant, there's very few people I think who actually enjoy being around Elon, because he has a hard time connecting with people, and he is also himself at the same time just an annoying guy to begin with, and thinks he's very funny when he's actually very much the
says the guy that continued to say "doggy" for the last 5 minutes. But anyway, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
I mean, anybody who says Elon is funny is lying because they want something from Elon Musk. That's just the way it is. Even people who like Elon would have to admit that.
Let's talk about
wait, who punched him? You mean the guy that was limping?
The breakup then. This is I think one of the best days on Twitter ever. What kicked it off?
I think one of the first things that I saw, at least, was Elon making a couple replies to some of the slop accounts that he sort of orbit around him. I think one's called Autism Capital, and then there's a few others. I think he maybe replied in the affirmative to
chat. Autism Capital.
Talking shit
I'm sorry.
And then
Elon and his friends have some cringe senses of humor. I was just like, oh yes, because of autism.
He mentioned that Trump was
autism is somehow a joke. Oh, who punched Elon? Thank you. Brace is hypothesizing, and you know, a lot. This is, I guess, the most popular opinion, that it was Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, right? There was apparently some kind of conflict between the two of them. So people think that maybe Scott Bessent punched him
in the Epstein files, and that's the reason they haven't been released. I want to zoom in on that because a big thing on sort of like right-wing slop.
But of course, Elon claims it was his son. He was roughhousing with his son.
Twitter has been like,
young X is so precocious. USA.
Why haven't they released the Epstein files yet? We've seen guys like Mike Cernovich, all of these people being like, you know, day whatever of no Epstein files released because Cash Patel had said that these were going to be released. Cash Patel has sort of been doing the round.
Cash Patel. We haven't covered this, chat. Cash Patel on Joe Rogan was amazing. This is a reversal, right? The right wing is used to thinking that the Democrats are the deep state. The Democrats are holding everything back from them. And now that Cash Patel is the director of FBI, the FBI director. Wait a minute. What is his role again? Now that he's a bigwig in the Justice Department, let's just put it that way. It's him saying, I know this is going to be hard for a lot of people to believe, but actually Epstein unalived himself. It's as simple as that. We've got, you know, we may not have like, right. He's just like, no, he really, Epstein did himself, right? It wasn't. And it's just like, this is, you know, the Trump administration saying shit that everybody knows is untrue.
Rounds on podcasts. I think he was on Rogan a couple days ago.
Yeah, he's the FBI director.
It was Miller because he was left-handed. People are saying Miller. Yeah, a lot of people say Miller. But I feel like I've heard more people say Bessent recently.
Who's just been out there, who looks perpetually scared all the time.
And I realized that, you know, I hadn't seen a full body pic of him in a while. He's built exactly like Rogan in this sort of short and muscly thing. And this is an advice for anyone who's short out there. If you're a short guy, you might think that the move is to get muscly because that will make women or whatever or guys ignore your shortness. Wrong, my brother. The shorter you are and the more muscly you are, the more it looks fucking crazy. Patel's been saying like, actually, you know, Epstein did kill himself, and actually there's not that much out there, and we're not going to release this stuff. But the thing is, this has become such a prevalent meme on the right.
Anybody know what this is?
There's no way.
Is this a counter protester?
Give this up because a lot of them have, I don't know, made this like part of their whatever. And you know, I say to somebody who knows a lot about the Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, we got to see what this is. We got to know what this is. There's something happening here. What is this? It looks like he took the flag from somebody. Okay, yeah, there's where okay, so see him come into frame. He's got the flag. Somebody's grabbing it. What does his sign say? Oh my God, if we could see what his sign said, we might know what his deal is. Okay, wait. Let's just see if we can hear anything. Something Mexico.
Stop hearing us.
Please tell me that sign doesn't say like go back to Mexico or something.
And we cannot let that happen, guys. Let's keep it moving and let's continue to be heard. Because our voices matter. Let's continue to be heard, guys. Come on.
Go join your friends. You're saying go join your friends. Is that the police? They're ripping up a sign. So I guess we won't know what the sign said. Chat, what do you think will happen? Can we? This is the time that we would normally do. Anybody know how to do Twitch predictions? Twitch, are you awake? I need some predictions. Twitch, what is going to happen to our chuddy friend here, who finds himself in the midst of a protest that he is calling a riot, despite the fact that, somebody tried to grab his sign, somebody grabbed his sign and tried to grab his flag, but he's not exactly being manhandled here.
He's trying to agitate you. He's trying to agitate you.
This is the United States of America. This is not occupied Mexico. This is not stolen land.
He said this is not stolen land. He said this is not occupied Mexico. He's wrong on both counts, chat. He's wrong on both counts. You're in Mexico, sir. You just don't realize it. It's been Mexico longer than it's been the U.S. So some of the protesters are saying just don't engage with them, which is probably a good idea, but it may be a little late for that. Yeah, because if he's agitating, probably what he wants is to get his ass kicked, right?
Let him by himself. Let him by himself. Keep going down Broadway. Down Broadway. Let's move. Leave him by himself. Leave him by himself. Let's go. Let's move.
So, chat, if you're ever in a protest situation like that, this is a good time to use your umbrella, which, funny enough, chat, it's the rainy season here in Thailand, and I just bought an umbrella. These things are really useful. The more sturdy and durable umbrella that you can get, the better. You will find so many uses for these things, right? If somebody's trying to dox people, film people, pop it out in front of them. Right now, that guy would be a great candidate for people to just kind of put up. He's trying to agitate. He's trying to get people's attention, right? If you got like 8 people with umbrellas to just like kind of surround him, then he's all alone. He's all alone and he can't fuck with anyone, right? I mean, he's not going to like having umbrellas shoved in his face, and you're right. So you're probably going to have to deal with him one way or the other. But yeah, that's do not sharpen the tip, George Jackson. I'm not. There's Santa.
What y'all doing? What y'all doing all that for?
You all right? Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what the right way to deal with him is. I don't want to make the assumption and blame the people that were scuffling with him, because I don't know what happened earlier there. But yeah, in general, if there's somebody, like if there's a chud in the middle of the protest trying to get, trying to rage bait people, it's like those guys are like looking to, take get a clip made of them getting beat up at a left-wing protest or something like that, right? They're he's a clout demon, probably. Very careful at protests because I have 2 hip replacements. The right 100% wants you to be quiet, to not yell back, to be more passive than ever, more violent oppression. Wait, is that the car from earlier? That might be the car with the with our friend in it, right? That he ducked into when he was running from the cops. Oh, sorry. I got distracted. Oh my God. I just had to see what was going on with that, the flag guy. Anyway, back to Brace and, Taylor.
Any of the stuff they got.
It's sort of like a trope, right? And it's this obsession, and they're so obsessed with it. And they, yeah, like you said, there was that sort of like fake release where they had all these influencers come to the White House and flash these binders, and that ended up being nothing. Clearly, the things started to break down with Trump and Elon, and Trump is posting on Truth Social and going off.
They're both posted on their respective social media sites that they own, which is so crazy.
It's so funny.
First of all, none of these people actually want a release of anything. And second of all, everyone knows that Trump and Epstein are connected. This is not a secret at all. And throughout the day then...
All right, Brace, you're right. And I've heard people bring this up before, right? We've seen a lot of the connection between Trump and Epstein. The thing that I don't think people realize is how little of the Trumpstein material that might have actually gotten through to Trump voters. And Elon Musk is a way to get that, get people's attention for that. My fan just stopped working. What the fuck? Chat, do fans do they just have a lifespan, I guess?
There was sort of this like prodding of each other. And it didn't go as far as I think a lot of people, including myself, were hoping. But Elon seemed to be more burning bridges than Trump did. Trump was sort of like a little bit blasé about it. He didn't go nuclear on Elon. But Elon starts getting into like, do we need like a new political party that represents the 80% of people in the middle?
I want to like read a couple of these posts because I think like
Elon's like, no labels.
So absurd. So Trump says that he asked Elon to leave the White House and that basically Musk went crazy and like he was getting cut out and all that. Trump says Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went all caps crazy. And then he says the easiest way to save money on our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised Biden didn't do it. I think what triggered Trump
what's going on here?
I don't think he actually cared about the Epstein stuff too either. I feel like it was Elon saying, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House, and the House...
No, it's not plugged into my PC. It's like a standing fan.
51-49, they said it. Such ingratitude. And I feel like this is, like you said, you have to sort of always defer to Trump.
Yeah.
And this was like him trying to sort of like big time. And then he says, time to drop the really big truth bomb.
Years ago in my daughter's college, this homophobic group tried to agitate students. The theater group got angel wings props to block them out. Yeah.
Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been released. Have a nice day, DJT. And yeah, this is, Dan Blazarian replies, speaking truth to power.
I love Dan Blazarian.
Portland is getting shot at with pepper balls again.
Anti-Semitic turn. It's so funny because it's desperately trying to copy the Tates, I think.
He's like, Lord, I seen what you did for Andrew Tate and like, please let it happen for you. But it's not hitting and he doesn't know what to do. So he's just sort of like flailing.
It's tough. Blazarian, my brother, we'll take you back.
I feel like this all just blows up. Like you said, at one point, Elon Musk basically implies that Trump should be impeached. It all sort of blows up very publicly before everyone gets quiet, which, yeah, I agree. I wish they went harder. I was like, keep posting, don't stop.
The thing is, Trump like gets these people in his head that he'll like always talk about, for like Elizabeth Warren, for instance. He'll like just mention her randomly forever. Obviously, he talks about Biden frequently, but even Obama, he'll talk about a lot. Like people he hasn't like actually had to deal with in many years. I feel like there's a hope that he does this with Elon, but Elon still has so much cachet with the Trump movement or the MAGA movement that unless he actually moves against Trump or like really starts talking shit, then I think we see a problem. It's funny. Elon basically
really starts talking shit. Yeah, he definitely hasn't done that yet.
Like, dropping these sort of truth bombs and like agreeing that Trump should be impeached. It's tough because everyone's like, Elon's stupid or Elon's a genius. Elon is really smart in some ways, I'm sure, but Elon is like dumber than a baby in other ways, and one of those is like how to deal with people. And I think one thing that he sort of does find out sometimes is that like maybe people around him are like, listen, you have to like please stop tweeting for a second. Like, just let it rest. You know, let's talk it out like men or whatever. And I think he can kind of be appealed to on that account. And I'm wondering if that's maybe what happened here. I have a weird feeling there might be a reconciliation at some point. But the reality is,
good call.
Elon is like,
although I don't know, chat. I'm not sure what's behind the reconciliation. Look, I have a suspicion, okay, that either Elon's got something for real on Trump, right? Because the way that shit panned out, you know what? My fan didn't stop, chat. It's just going extremely slow. That's the weirdest thing, and now it's speeding up again. What the fuck? This is not how electricity is supposed to work.
like highly unpopular with a lot of people in the electorate.
Well, yeah, I want to get into that. But first, I want to talk about like what happened with the people taking sides. Because I feel like this kind of like threw a bomb into the conservative movement where like everyone has sort of come together, like everyone came together to support Trump. And I feel like you saw so many of these right-wing influencers like struggling to navigate.
Well, we had this goat squad at first, right? I mean, Vivek was in there for a second, but it was like RFK Jr., Donald J. Trump, Elon Musk. Wow, what a trio. We have struck oil here. Like, we have our dream team. And for so many, like, kind of slop merchants on the right who are, like, basically spend all their day making, like, grok edits of, like, Musk and Elon as, like, Roman gladiators, it was tough because a lot of these people have come to maybe rely on a certain income from blue check engagement on Twitter. Now, that, as many people know, is sort of...
Okay, next part of the mystery of the fan. It is now working. My fan is working. Something smells like burning rubber. All right? The fan, like, slowed down to almost zero, but never got to zero. It always kept spinning around, spun around really, really slowly, where I can see the fan blades, right? And then slowly ramped back up. And now I smell like, you know, burning rubber. Should I just turn the fan off?
Subject to Elon's whims. And he can giveth and he can take it away. Basically, it's a way for him to pay people to be his friend. So if you go against him, it's not so good. And so at first you saw everybody being like, you know what? These are two alpha dogs. Like, we need peace. We need these guys to talk it out. And then as the day wore on and sort of Elon sort of went a little bit more nuts, a lot of some of the tweets have been deleted now, but, you know, there were certain people picking sides, and you saw some of the, like, Johnny come lately MAGA types pick Elon, because that's kind of maybe how they got into it, from just like destroying their brains looking at Twitter all day. But the true MAGA, Jack Posobiec, for instance, all of these guys, they're picking Trump. I mean, it's just no contest.
This episode of Power User is brought to you by Delete Me. As a high-profile journalist who's dealt with stalking, harassment, and death threats, I know how crucial it is to protect your personal information.
Ethical watch.
No matter how careful you are, data brokers will collect and sell your personal information to anyone willing to pay for it. This
includes the fan off. Name, okay.
Address, phone number, and more. And when someone buys your data through a data broker, they don't just see you. They see your spouse, your kids, your family members, and loved ones. Removing this information off the internet helps protect against things like identity theft and stalking. But how do you even remove this information when there are thousands of data brokers? Delete Me is a subscription service that automatically removes your personal information being sold online. It's been an absolute game changer for me as somebody that values privacy. Delete Me scours the internet for your information and automatically handles takedown requests. They provide regular privacy reports so you can see exactly how much data they found on you, where it was found, and where it was removed. You can
okay, the smell is gone now. The smell is gone.
Even make custom removal requests.
I'm guessing it was from the fan, because the fan was blowing air at me, so it makes sense that like whatever's over there, I'm gonna smell. But then it must be the motor, right? Because these things have like belt motors, right? It must be that the belt somehow was like slipping and slipping and slipping, and then somehow got traction again? I don't know. I don't trust these services. Yeah,
requests. Their family plans
I'm definitely not endorsing it.
are especially critical because when you're targeted, your loved ones usually are too. Get 20% off Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/Taylor20 and use my code Taylor20 at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/Taylor20. Use code Taylor20 at checkout. Don't wait until it's too late to safeguard your privacy. Make sure that your data and your family's stays protected. Well, it was kind of desperate of Elon. Elon tweeted, Trump's only going to be around for 3.5 more years. I'll be around for the next 40, which I don't know about the math on that, but
is it a ceiling fan? No, it's just like it's a upright fan. It's like a floor fan. You know what I'm talking about? It like stands on the floor. It's one of those. Sounds like an electric shortage.
95? I don't think so, Elon.
I don't see anything else that's affected, but it could be. Not a lot is plugged in over there, so
I think maybe you will not make it that long. But you just look unhealthy.
I feel like it was this desperate attempt to be like pick me kind of energy of like stay on my
or maybe the fan itself shorted out
side and like I'm still powerful, even though his power has obviously been diminished as he's leaving the government.
Obviously. I mean, and the thing is, like, Elon bought Twitter so people would be nice to him on Twitter. That is why he bought it. And so he could mold it to like be like this almost like friendship orbit on Elon simulator kind of thing. It's crazy. I mean, it speaks to a personality so damaged that you put 1,000 monkey psychiatrists in front of 1,000 monkey psychiatric typewriters for 1,000 years, and you couldn't even begin to give him even half a diagnosis. But a lot of that is contingent on his closeness to Trump. I mean, there will always be Elon diehard fans. Always. And there'll be a lot of them. But the reality is like the MAGA movement is bigger than Elon. It's bigger than fucking Elon, you know? We got many goats on the cliff. He, I think, made a gamble, and I feel like he's going to reconsider because I think a lot of his feelings get so hurt, and I think he'll have to walk it back. But so many people have kind of fallen into the Elon orbit where it's just like this sort of sycophantic, like tweeting he's a genius, tweeting pictures of him. He has this guy I love, Doge Designer.
Oh, yeah.
Who is sort of like a 30-something-year-old Indian guy who Elon, I think, once flew out to the Bay Area, who 24 hours a day has scheduled tweets of like Elon Musk as Caecius Maximus. He'll just tweet about the Roman Empire. And Elon retweets this so often. It's hard for me to even get kind of in the mindset of somebody who frequently retweets AI-generated images of themselves, but with like a not fucked up body and like a nice face. I think in a way that Elon has like there's sort of an emotional connection he might feel to teenage girls in that aspect where there's all these eating disorders and body dysmorphia that develops from teenage 14-year-old girls seeing themselves on Instagram filters and then their actual face like not looking up to snuff or whatever. I think Elon maybe is developing some kind of fucked up filter-based dysmorphia because of that might be driving him further into, his depressive spiral. But I can't even begin to understand the psychology of somebody who does that. So it's tough for me to really get into Elon's head here, but I think he sees the tide turning on him a little bit, and I think that probably freaks him out a lot because, as he said himself, like, he is all in on Trump because after Trump, or if like something doesn't work out here, I don't think the Democrats have the nuts to jail him, but it's not going to be as good for him.
Yeah, it's like 100% about political expedience. He still is reliant on all these government contracts. He can't actually alienate the government. Like, Trump is more powerful in this situation. And like you said, the MAGA movement is just so much bigger. And Trump is the alpha in the situation. And he has to remember that. And like you said, so many people have sort of forgotten that, I think, with Trump, and they have these falling outs. He's so beholden to the government. And I think a lot of these MAGA influencers also recognize that. Like, they recognize that Elon is unpopular. Elon has like a pretty low popularity rating. And like, if these influencers rely on public support, and most of the public, like outside of like the Twitter echo chamber, just doesn't have like a deep affinity for Elon. Like you said, he's kind of just annoying.
Yeah, I think Elon confuses himself because he has this website made up of, 80% maybe like Cambodian bots, or like 19% Autism Capital or Mike Cernovich or whoever, like, kind of like fluffing him all day. But outside of that, like, a lot of people, even Republicans, like, his approvals are not high.
And also, even just within the government, they don't really like fuck with him. I mean, David Sachs, I would be surprised if David Sachs sticks around, honestly.
Sachs is doing nothing. There was the crypto conference or whatever, and then nothing since then. Like, is the government buying fucking Ethereum or whatever? Like, I haven't even heard about that. And I follow this stuff. There's been really nothing since then. Sachs is just, he's a humiliating creature to begin with, but boy, sub Elon, just kind of like stuck in the middle, and all he can do is kind of be like, crazy day on Twitter, everything's happening here. not true. Half of it's happening on True Social, but yeah, we won't say that.
Well, my favorite were the Blue Sky reactions.
Are you on Blue Sky?
I'm on Blue Sky, unfortunately.
I never set foot on there.
Well, did you see the discourse? And actually, people were attributing it to Blue Sky, but it was all over Threads. And I went on Instagram Reels this morning, and there was a woman issuing an apology. So there was a lot of backlash to people saying the girls are fighting. Did you see that?
I thought that was like okay to say. Really? Because it's kind of like because from my understanding, and you know much more about this than I am, so maybe I'm wrong. From what I understanding is like sort of the way that the sort of people who make Instagram.
Was the guy with the flag a groiper? I didn't see anything that would say that, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, Chad. Is he young enough to be a groiper?
And Reels talk is kind of like this imagined 19-year-old gay black guy from the Bronx. Girls Are Fighting is not so much that, but like there's this sort of like affect and cadence that is this kind of like neo, kind of like gay black talk.
Well, yes, they're definitely doing the like digital blackface thing or whatever people want to say. The Girls Are Fighting is a long time meme. Like that's like a trope and a phrase that's very popular. You could see two turtles on the street, fighting with you and quote tweet it. But of course, like this happens and everyone has to have the most sort of woke take or whatever. So you saw people, I guess, with audiences being like the misogyny and all of it. Like, why do they have to be compared to women? It's like, I could see that if you were saying like, ooh, cat fight or something.
Look, that phrase being popular, or like, I don't know, though it's like some of its popularity is probably due to misogyny, right? And yeah, it is. There's some appropriation going on there too. But it's I mean, like, yeah, just the idea. That's definitely present. The idea that we're saying something about them that they wouldn't like because we're calling them the girls, right? And like, yeah, like the idea that like being catty is the vice of women, that's. Yeah, it's pretty old. It's just like, it's one of those things that's like in the language, and I don't know how you're going to get it out. I don't know if, I think the big thing to do is just notice that. And if you ever are, if you ever start to delude yourself that, that misogyny is gone, that it's not present, just remind yourself there's a reason that pops off like it does.
And
I don't know.
And then it's like you said, Trump.
Was there really a discourse about like, don't say the girlies are fighting on Blue Sky? Because I'm on Blue Sky, and like I was getting a little peeved with them when they were like virtue signaling about like, I'm on Blue Sky, unfortunately, and he's like, oh, I would never touch it. Blue Sky is right. I was kind of like,
Trump is so campy. Like these are both like very like campy, like ridiculous people. There is a drama to that. And then there was outrage. Somebody shared a screenshot of a Blue Sky post on Twitter. So then people were like outraged that, it was like the outrage about the outrage.
Oh, you can mine engagement for doing Blue Sky stuff on Twitter. Definitely.
Oh, 100%. Because you could be like, look at what the two woke people over there are doing. What a bunch of losers. Even though it was like mostly happening on Threads, which is hilarious because it's like nothing happens on Threads. But then it came out that like actually the girls are fighting. It's like, it's from drag culture. I think it's from some drag queen.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of it's like sort of weird, like cheesecloth drag culture. Like,
oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Speaking of Blue Sky, I pinned the Blue Sky blast off post. Does nobody pay attention to these things? I have got literally one like. I should delete my Blue Sky account. Do I really not have any Blue Sky people in this community that can help me get the word out when I'm streaming? See, this is worrying, right? This is concerning.
Comes down.
So there's this like woman on Instagram Reels this morning, this like white woman. So then like the white women had to apologize. It took me back to 2020. Like
back when we had the classic phrase women in POC. I loved that. 2016 to 2020. That was a big one. And she was apologizing?
She did this apology that I was just like, who is this for? Like, no one cares, by the way. When someone's canceling on Twitter, this is why you should never apologize online. No one.
I think I'm a bad person because I don't like Taylor Lorenz. She bugs. Don't delete. Oh, I won't really delete. Reason I personally disliked calling it "Let the Girls Fight" is that it felt like it was dismissing the gravity of the richest man in the world versus the fascist president. That's true too. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Didn't give it a second thought till this conversation. Yeah, I don't know. Taylor, like, now they're on to like, you remember when shit was woke? Oh, that was so woke. Remember when we said we had to say POC and women all the time? Yeah, that sucked. I'm glad. I don't know. It's not really a discourse. You can find someone on Blue Sky with a bad take all the time. I mean, I don't think it's entirely a bad take. I don't know if there is a way to turn the unconscious processes that make people want to describe something like that as the girlies are fighting. I don't know if there's a way to make that conscious, right? I DM'd you on Blue Sky. Should I do Discord instead?
Cares about. They don't actually want you to apologize.
Everyone likes it. That's the thing that people don't understand. Everyone likes when things happen on these websites, and the things that happen
on no, Discord's a probably better place to
these websites is
get a hold of
something crazy, or someone does something bad, or someone gets in trouble. Everybody likes it.
Wait, let me just play this for you, Brace.
I would love to see it.
I have stepped in it, and this is an apology.
White people showing their ass about woke.
To a video of AOC saying the girls are fighting, talking about Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I did not understand the origins of that particular phrase, that it's rooted in drag culture, in queer culture, particularly in drag.
Wait, what? My friend kind of exposed it. She said her sister is Chaya Raichik? Taylor has beefed with Chaya before. Really? A lot of blue anon get triggered by drag culture lingo.
Drag culture as shared by people of color. So I responded to her video not understanding the context, and I inserted my experience into something I don't belong in. Thankfully and gratefully, I have people in my community who are willing to educate me and us. And so I took a seat, I did some research, I read all of their comments, and that's where this apology is coming from. So here's what I'm going to do. First, I'll share some resources in my story. Then I'm going to delete that video because the impact didn't match the intention, and the impact is the only thing that matters. And third, I will not be so reactive to these social media moments. I popped off, and I should have thought critically and said, AOC really knows her stuff. She would not use that phrase lightly. There's probably something I'm missing here. I did not do that. I will do that going forward.
This type of video is just like, it could have been made by AI to me, because it's like, who is this for? I will share resources on my story. For who?
Yeah, who's clicking that?
But just to get back to this, like, there was this like meta cancellations happening over the discourse, and also everyone.
I think people do the share the resources thing because it's kind of like, you want to they're trying to put themselves on the, they're like, this is a teaching moment. And it's kind of like if they put themselves on the teacher side of the teaching moment, then they're not feeling that criticism as strongly. They're like, oh no, here's some resources about it. No, I know about this shit now. I did my research. I informed myself. I listened to people's lived experience, and here's my notes from that. Here's my outline.
Everyone wanting to insert themselves and like cancel a drama. And I think that's what made it such a good day on Twitter, because it wasn't just like two of the most crazy people on the internet fighting. It was also just like the takes, the chaos,
Zara says Taylor's not related to libs of TikTok.
Publicans not knowing what to do, and just absurd.
At the end,
it'd be weird if she was, considering the interactions, the run-ins she's had with
the day, the reality is, and it sucks to say this because Elon Musk owns it or whatever, like Twitter is still the main one, even though it's changed so much, and like is so sort of like 4chan-ish now or whatever. Like it's still kind of where everything sort of else expands from.
It's the only real-time platform. The only one.
Yeah, exactly. It's the only real-time platform. That's why I'm like, they're trying to pivot to video, which thankfully does not seem to be working out that well. It sucks so bad because no, we need people saying things immediately. Because you need to say stupid shit immediately. And I need to see everybody going crazy. And Elon is so addicted to Twitter. I can't remember who did it, but somebody like put together this like how often he was tweeting, and sometimes it was like all but like 3 hours in a day.
Well, they said actually I think the day that this all happened, I think he posted around 80 times, which people were saying was actually quite down from his usual like 150.
200, 150, yeah. I mean, it's probably pretty easy because a lot of it is just the crying, laughing emoji, the swastika of today. In fact,
or interesting, or
I'm looking at his Twitter right now, and there's just multiple crying, laughing emojis to things. It sucks because I think he probably will, in order to like appease people, completely give up on the deficit stuff and try to worm his way back into Trump's good graces. I think it'll be a second. I think some stuff will happen behind the scenes. And this is a prediction. This is advice for anybody out there. Never predict, because you might get it right. If you get it right, you'll be remembered as like, oh, that guy got it right for like a second. But if you get something really wrong, which this doesn't really count as, you're wrong forever. But I think it's likely that they'll make up behind the scenes, and then he will kind of come back in the midterms, because he promised an absurd amount of money for, I think, specifically like Trump related PACs for the midterms. And I think this is going to happen, I'm sure. Trump's not going to be doing well in the midterms, or like there's going to be bad predictions. And Elon's going to like see that as an opportunity to kind of like come back in and put his own guys in there.
Ultimately, too, it's just a reality that the Republicans are better for billionaires and people like him. And that's what I want to get into, too, because
You know, what's funny is we're looking at a car window that's had something thrown through it. And, you know, if you'd asked me, like, I guess, like, it's a pretty universal assumption at a protest, cars got a broken window, right? It's a pretty universal assumption that people would be, oh, yeah, you know, a protester threw something, right? That's what happened. Well, we saw cops, you know, we saw the way that they were chucking. I don't know if those were flashbang grenades they were throwing or if they were gas canisters, but it could it could just as easily, if not more easily, be from action of a cop.
I don't know if you saw another thing that happened.
Like, it's fresh in my mind. It's fresh in my mind seeing them throw shit now.
Shortly after these Democrats.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Could have been hit by, well, I don't know if would a rubber bullet do that? It's about the size of a rubber bullet.
Just like frothing at the mouth, ready to work with him. The leader of the Abundance Conference immediately. Ro Khanna has been out there really vocal. Richie Torres. Can you talk a little bit about that?
First of all, let me say this right now. Richie Torres, you need to unblock me, because we could cook up something crazy together. And I am Jewish. I'll support whatever you support, which seems to be mostly Israel. It's hard to find other things he supports, but he has come out in favor of abundance lately. And it was funny because I was just at Welcome Fest,
which is the like abundance festival, right?
Well, I thought it was gonna be more abundant than it was. It was.
God, chat. Where was Abundance Fest? Where was Welcome Fest? I probably should have tried to go there. That would have been a really cool thing to like report to you from Abundance Fest. Like, to infiltrate the abundance movement, chat.
A little incoherent because there was abundance people there who like spoke about abundance, blah, 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 blah. But a lot of it was fairly incoherent, sort of like centrism without a real base to it. And I did actually think it was going to be more abundant than it really was.
Well, tell me about like the Democrats. Like, how successful do you think this is going to be? Because these Democrats, like Ro Khanna, and Ro Khanna represents Silicon Valley, but like, yeah like
Ro Khanna is just saying that. Like, it's like, that's the thing is, I think Ro Khanna likes to be interviewed. Like, I think Ro Khanna is maybe a first pickup on the ring when the press calls kind of guy. Richie Torres obviously definitely is. And I think the reality is it's completely unworkable. And if you actually ask anybody who's like with a modicum of like sense in that kind of coalition, in the abundance coalition, they would tell you like this probably isn't gonna happen. You can probably win over like a few of them, but Musk right now is so toxic, I think, to the Democrat base that if the Democrats embraced him, unless he went like full woke, which would be amazing to see.
Oh, I would love it, but he won't. I saw people saying that, like, oh, he's about to be the wokest you've ever seen. It's like, no, he's not, you guys. He's just not.
I'm not so sure he's rocking with the brothers. I'll put it like that. I think one thing he may have read a lot about is race and IQ, maybe.
Or the LGBTQ.
Oh, yeah. He likes the LGB, but he does not like the trans at all. Although he like hasn't said as much lately about it. Again, like it's one of those things where he inserts current thing. I mean, obviously I'm sure he hasn't changed his views, but like there'll be months where like he's like talking all about that and blah, 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 and then he'll just completely change it to something else. But a lot of the abundance.
Look, as much as I appreciate everybody shitting on the abundance agenda, I'm seeing like a characteristic in Brace and Taylor that they share with the abundance crew, right? I think they both have got something against the groups.
I think would be also willing to sort of make that bargain as well, but explicitly doing that is, I think, a little too gauche for them, and so I can't see that happening.
Or I don't know, they want to be like the cool kids, right? They're like, oh, that woke blue guy stuff, yeah, no, that's not for me.
With the Democrats being so like pro-corporation, pro-billionaire, like the new head of the DNC that was like, we just need a few good billionaires on our side. Like the reality
Reid Hoffman!
Like, yeah, exactly. But like they're not. The Republicans are more friendly to billionaires. Like they actually do want like more inequality.
Oh my God.
So no matter like the Democrats constantly trying to sort of like outright the right, it's never going to work.
It's this triangulation they try to do. And, you know, I saw this a lot at Welcome Fest where like, we got to just drop a lot of the like social stuff and like kind of get back to brass tacks. And like, I think you can see for some Democrats, they think that like, okay, if we like highly moderate or even kind of go conservative on some social stuff, not fully conservative, but like roll it back a little bit and then also moderate some of the economic stuff, we can sort of get the disaffected Republicans and we'll keep our base. That's a gamble of somebody who hasn't talked to a real Republican outside of DC in a long time.
Or a real member of the base.
Because I spent a lot of time at Republican events. I don't think you're going to win a lot of them over. I just don't think it's going to happen.
They don't care about policies.
He could go down in the kente cloth and raise the fist, Nancy Pelosi style, and they would be like, he's based. It kind of reminds me of like we need a liberal Joe Rogan or whatever. Like, you're just missing the forest for the trees on a lot of this stuff. But I just think on like a full national scale, it can't be adopted. And like Elon is so toxic now, and I'm not just like among like whatever lefty types, but like among like straight up liberals of every persuasion, that it just would not work. And Elon himself is like, I think part of the reason he liked being around Trump so much is because he was elevated to this level of like.
I mean, Elon has, to be fair, retweeted some of the abundance stuff, right? He's looked at it and, you know, favorably.
Based goat in the coalition, and
it's not to say that the Rokanas and the Richie Torreses of the world are right and they should go for Elon. That is utter folly, utter and complete folly.
That just would not happen with him in the Dems, and it's laughable. I think,
but what I'm trying to say is that the fact that Elon sort of somewhat approves of some of what they have to say, I think that actually speaks badly about the abundance movement. If Elon can get on board, it's not a good movement.
That kind of talk will diminish by like next week at least, if it hasn't already.
Yeah, I mean, some of the only sort of like resistance or like movement against Trump that we've seen really meaningfully from liberals was the Tesla takedown stuff. I was out in Joshua Tree that weekend that was all happening. It was all just like old people. But it reminds me also of like the Stop Oligarchy thing too, which got like, I mean, at least in LA, like it was Coachella weekend, so I don't know if that's where all the young people were, but like they had like Joan Baez performing.
Didn't Neil Young come?
Yes, and Neil Young, exactly, who on site, I was like, who is this man, this old man that they're dragging out on stage? Like,
yeah, I know. He's not on Spotify. I don't know who he is.
The audience is that older people. And so I think if you have that coalition, it's like the one thing that the Democrats are sort of against, yeah, you can't embrace. So
you can't embrace it now. He's too toxic.
Where do you think Elon goes from here? Is he going to lay low? What's his next sort of like thing going to be?
I think he's throwing himself back into the companies in a sort of performative way. He really has been doing this already, but like he's going to redouble himself with SpaceX. I know Tesla is like doing their little Waymos in Austin. You know, his robo-taxis.
Do they have them in Austin too?
Finally come true. This Optimus shit, I think that's a long way off. Thank God. But I think he's really going to be sort of like performatively busy with his companies.
Yeah, I think he's going to be like licking his wounds and being like, oh no, I just need to focus on business.
There is a Teflon quality to Elon that I don't think is quite as durable as Trump's, but so far he has bounced back from everything. However, unlike Trump, he is really his own worst enemy. Elon is fundamentally sort of a malignant spirit in a way that, like, Trump, okay, yeah, like he's a bad guy or whatever, but like Elon has a self-destructive quality to him that Trump definitely lacks. I'm not foreclosing the possibility of them really having a falling out. I could see him, having a little crash out on Twitter after getting zooted and...
Speaking of appropriation...
K'd out. Which, by the way, any of the New York Times reporters who said they saw that drug box he had, I can identify so many pills on site. You need to send me that fucking box. And I think the good thing is, like, Elon is susceptible to public pressure. So I think if there's a concerted national effort to make Elon depressed and lose his mind, I think it could probably work. I'm not saying I endorse that. Of course, I love Elon. I love Tesla. I love SpaceX. Colonize Mars. We're going to get there, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be so amazing. But I think if like 500,000 people really put their heads to it, you could probably make Elon go like permanently insane.
All right, Brace. Well, thank you so much for joining me today.
Well, thank you.
Psychological warfare from TrueAnon. That's great. Oh my God, chat. That was a 9-hour stream, by the way. I didn't mean to do that, but I guess it just needed that coverage. It's like I can tell I kind of messed with my voice a little bit. Oh no, there's AI Trump versus Elon chat. Hopefully I can find something better to raid Twitch into than that. Huh? Hmm. Okay. I think we're going to hit it like this. I really powered through it. Yeah, thank you. Geez, I always bite off more than I can chew, but I feel like I could have talked about like so much more shit. I really do feel like there was a lot to discuss today. We didn't even get into the that I wanted to separately look at the LA protests, and I don't know if we got a chance to do that. Like, I mean, there's some back and forth between the No Kings and the LA protests, but with that, don't try. I'm almost forgetting. Thank you to my Patreon. I truly appreciate. Oh my God, people on my Patreon, you support me in a way that gives me a base of support. So I know that even if the worst comes to worst, chat, and I get like fucking Omega banned off of every platform, that I'll still have like $100 a month of income that will, I don't know, like keep me somewhat afloat, right? So really massive thanks to everybody who supports me on Patreon. If you support me at the $5 level or greater, I read your name out at the beginning of and end of every stream. So shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Hem Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animates, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, I think the raid did the raid thing. The raid did the raid thing. I got to get off of here before I turn into a pumpkin or before my voice fades out, because I can tell I yelled too much. I like when they shot Jesus, I was freaking out. I was thinking I was going to have to go down to a pawn shop and get myself a guitar and write a Bob Dylan song about the day they shot Jesus, right? But yeah, luckily I think Jesus is okay. I think Jesus will rise again, and it's going to be all right, Chad. It's going to be all right. Much love. I will talk to you again tomorrow. I think tomorrow. At some point, I need to make my plans and make my moves and figure out what I'm doing with my mini vacation. I don't know how, it might be very short, to Vietnam next week. I do have to get out of the country just to make the visa thing work. So I'm going to be looking into that. So I might take a day off sometime soon, but there's a lot happening and I got to cover it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being the real ones and being with me for what I think is some of the most important stuff that I've talked about on stream. With that, I will bid you a fond adieu and hope that you all take care of yourselves and each other. I'll see you again soon. Right, until then.